Good morning, everyone. So we ended the day taking a couple testifiers on C3. We are circling back to our AP report, and then we will resume testimony on agenda item C3. So I think we have Mr. Ritchie with us. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Brian Ritchie, Advisory Panel Chairman. I'll read the motion that the AP recommended. On C3 Cook Inlet salmon, the AP recommends the following total allowable catches for the 2024 Cook Inlet salmon fishery in the EEZ. The AP used a 10% buffer to set tax below the annual catch limits recommended by the SSC to account for management uncertainty for this new fishery to prevent catch in the EEZ from exceeding the annual catch limit. Would you like me to read the numbers from the table?
Mr. Ritchie, can we move the slide down? Or is the table in the PowerPoint? Okay, so if council members can pull that up online, that'd be helpful. I just want to make sure that we have a visual on that in case there are any questions, but I don't think you need to read it off. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go on to the next paragraph. The AP heard extensive public comment regarding a set aside for tribal fishing in the EEZ and understands that this could not be completed within Amendment 16. The AP will likely have a recommendation regarding tribal consultation after staff tasking. The main motion passed 11-10.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. We'll see if there are any questions on the AP report. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Ritchie, regarding the very last sentence there about a recommendation regarding tribal consultation under staff tasking, recognizing that that's going to come up under staff tasking, but just for our context, our benefit under this agenda item, I wonder if you could give us a sense of that, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Curland. Are you asking for clarification on the motion that was made in staff tasking, or around the conversation that we had under this agenda item about the importance of tribal consultation?
I guess I'd leave it to you as to how best to characterize it, but what information do you think we should have to just sort of inform our broader context of the discussions related to Cook Inlet salmon for this agenda item?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Director Kerwin. I think that the AP had a fairly robust conversation about the importance of tribal consultation while we were discussing this agenda item. We actually broke for the day or took a break during this, and we had Ms. Harrington came in and gave us some information, clarifying information about the tribal consultation process about this and some of the challenges that her team had as they go through this regarding timelines and things. And it was very helpful, and I think the AP received that well. But there was, in conversation, there was a heavy emphasis that moving forward on this issue in particular and other issues in the future, that tribal consultation should be something that we seek to improve and to do better on in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. And Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I was just wondering about the close vote on the main motion and the rationale against the motion. There seems to be a wide range of reasons why people might not have supported the main motion. And I'm just wondering if those concerns were fairly evenly distributed, or most of them focused on the tribal consultation issue. It seems like some of them were worried about the amount of time it would take to intervene to close, and Then there's a couple about tribal consultation. There's some that are worried about low TAC. Was it sort of a even level of concern about all these issues, or was there one that was really the one that the most people sort of, you think, motivated the most people to not support that didn't support the main motion to vote that way?
To the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I would say that in the conversation, it was evenly distributed in concern. There may have been an emphasis on tribal consultation and the importance of that, but I would like to note there was a lot of concern over low TAC and what that would do to a fishery that's been historically dependent on the EEZ. There was some conversation on concerns over processors and if they would be able to open with a low TAC. I guess just to characterize it simply, there were many concerns and it was evenly distributed, but the most concern was over tribal consultation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I was actually looking also at the rationale against the motion for such a close vote. And you didn't mention this, but there's a bullet on low TAC. There's also the very first bullet on concern potentially about not being conservative enough. And so were those was that kind of evenly split on the concern for being able to adjust in season should run strength not prove up?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Absolutely, that was another concern. Like I said, it was a long conversation, and there were a lot of potential issues raised, and that was one of them that was people did seem very worried about.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And then on the tribal consultation, and we definitely have a policy at the council explicitly about trying to encourage the agency, since we don't have any authority over tribal consultation as a council, but encourage the agency to do that prior to any council decisions. But was the AP, informed that that doesn't always happen? It cannot always be in time, even though that is our hope. And was the AP provided similar information that the scheduling seemed to be a problem, but that there is a tribal consultation that will be scheduled or is scheduled?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, Ms. Harrington provided us with that information. It was really informative, and it was helpful for our conversation on the rest of the issue. But yeah, we were made aware of that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ritchie. Thank you for being here. I'm interested in the discussion of uncertainty and the size of the buffer that the slim majority thought was the appropriate buffer for that amount of uncertainty. There's a long list in the rationale in support of the motion, a long list of the kinds of factors that generate uncertainty. It's not even comprehensive, but it's certainly, there's some big ones in there. And yet the motion has a 10% buffer. That 10% buffer results in tax that would allow a catch that's for a couple species significantly higher than anything observed recently, or certainly significantly higher than the average. So I'm just left really wondering about, given this list of uncertainties, given that those tax would be higher than, even with the 10% buffer, would be higher than catch, why did the AP settle on 10%? Why not? What's magic about 10% relative to this list of uncertainties?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. That's a very good question. To be blunt, I don't think there's anything particularly magic about a 10% buffer. There was a lot of conversation at the AP that this is the first year we've gone through this process, that we've had anything to do with the salmon FMP. And there's obviously that, you account for that uncertainty with management uncertainty and with a buffer that you apply here. But as far as coming up with a number that we had truly solid rationale for, I'm not sure people felt comfortable having a really, really specific number. And I think that 10% was something people just felt comfortable with being there. There was a lot of conversation with that over what the number should be. And it did keep coming back to, well, we have to put something there. And I'm not sure anyone at the AP was truly prepared to say definitively that any number was better than another, but 10% is something that we had consensus, and 11 of the 21 AP members were comfortable putting there. There was another part of your question. I'm sorry.
You really answered the meat of it. And I think it is, I understand it's really hard to come up with numbers on the fly like this, and that we're in, because it's the first time through, because it's been a really compressed time frame. I get that part. I think just as maybe just as a reflection back, though, it would be useful to have had some actual discussion by the AP about what that would result in compared to recent years, and whether that's whether that's appropriate too. As it stands now, there's just sort of a number and a list of uncertainties and no way to link them. And I totally understand the time frame constraints and the difficulty of doing it on the fly, but it's just a reflection back.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I think that's very accurate. Yeah, and that does. I mean, that summarizes a lot of the conversation at the AP, that there's uncertainty in the conversation, even just because this is the first time that we've encountered setting tax for this fishery. I'm remembering the other part of your question now, which was why these numbers are larger than historical averages or recent historical averages. It's my understanding that it's for I shouldn't say aggregate sockeye salmon, but just for the run overall in Cook Inlet for sockeye this year. I think it's supposed to be a fairly large run, so that might account for why that number seems large.
Not seeing any of the questions. Appreciate your report, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you very much.
So we will move on to public testimony. I believe we have 13 more people signed up, starting with Kirill Basarjan. Do we have him online?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, getting to my testimony here. I apologize. Good morning, council members. My name is Kirill Basarjan. I'm representing for KB Fisheries Association here. With a deep passion for sustainable fishing practices, we are here today to express our strong support for the conservation of C3 Cook Inlet salmon. As you may know, I have a lot of stuff going on here. As you may know, C3 salmon are a vital component of the Cook Inlet ecosystem and play a crucial role in the livelihoods of many fishermen communities in the area. However, their populations have been declining in recent years due to various environmental and human-induced factors. One of the key issues affecting C3 salmon is the trawl fleet separation, which intercept their migration pathways, making it difficult for them to reach their spawning grounds. Additionally, a portion of the set net fishery was recently shut down, affecting the livelihoods of fishermen and communities that rely on this fishery. I urge the council to take immediate action to protect and conserve C3 salmon. This may include implementing sustainable fishing practices Additionally, measures should be taken to mitigate the impact of trawling on salmon migration, such as adjusting fishing gear or implementing temporal and spatial restrictions on trawling in areas and times when salmon are migrating. As a passionate advocate for sustainable fishing practices, I urge the council to prioritize the long-term conservation of C3 salmon. To achieve this, I recommend implementing rigorous and enforceable regulations on catch limits and fishing gear, conducting regular and comprehensive monitoring and surveillance of the trawl fleet, and investing in a robust research program to inform and adapt management decisions. Additionally, imposing significant fines and penalties for non-compliant trawlers, and revoking licenses for repeated offenses. Furthermore, I stress the importance of unity among fishermen and urge the inclusion of gill net fishermen alongside set net fishermen in management decisions, recognizing their valuable expertise and ensuring their livelihoods are protected. By working together and adopting a precautionary approach, we can safeguard the C3 salmon population for future generations. Furthermore, we recommend exploring alternative fishing gear or approaches such as more selective or low impact gear to support a set net fishery and ensure its sustainability, supporting research and programs to better understand the Cook Inlet ecosystem and the impacts of fishing and salmon populations can also inform more effective management decisions. Again, as a passionate advocate for sustainable fishing practice and a born Alaskan, I urge the council to prioritize the long-term conservation of C3 salmon. The current decline of fish population is not only affecting the livelihoods of fishermen, but also the ability of local tribes to subsistence fish and feed their families. I personally understand the struggle, as I too have been facing difficulties in subsistence harvesting salmon to feed my own family. It's crucial that we address the impact of trawling on salmon populations and implement measures to ensure their sustainability. I recommend implementing rigorous and enforceable regulation on catch limits and fishing gear. Let's see. Additionally, we must ensure that local tribes are included in management decisions and have a seat at the table. Their traditional knowledge and expertise are invaluable in conserving salmon populations. By working together and adopting a precautionary approach, we can safeguard the C3 salmon population for future generations and ensure that families like mine can continue to subsistence fish and feed their families. Unfortunately, the sport fish sector and out-of-state tourists are contributing significantly to the depletion of salmon stocks, with disregard for sustainability or the needs of local communities. Out-of-state tourists are coming to Alaska, catching fish and selling them for profit without proper paperwork or regulation. Furthermore, exacerbating the issue, I urge the council to take a closer look at both the sport fishing sector and the impact of out-of-state tourists on our fish resource. We need to ensure that all users of the resource are held accountable and that the needs of the local communities are prioritized. We also recognize the cultural and nutritional significance of salmon to Alaska Native communities and ensure their fair and equitable access to this resource. I urge the council to take bold action to protect C3 salmon and livelihoods of Alaskan communities. It is our responsibility to ensure that these incredible fish continue to thrive for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Basarjan. Not seeing any questions. Thank you again. So next up, we have Chief Gary Harrison, followed by Eric Morrison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Willie Saikan, Casca, Gary Harrison, Insadokta, Tulchina, Etlan, Nadeniana. Good morning. I'm Chief Gary Harrison. I'm a Water Clan. I'm from Chickaloon Native Village. I'm here to help follow up on Marianne Mills and support the Indigenous Peoples Fishery, International Covenant on Political civil and political rights. 1.2 states that no people shall be deprived of their subsistence. And the United States has not only signed on to this law, but they've also codified it, or not codified, but ratified it. So this is one of the laws that I believe that the United States says that the treaties are the highest law of the land, and this is a treaty. And I believe that the state and the federal government is both supposed to follow these treaties because of the fact that they're supposed to be the highest law of the land. I also want to let you know that we're not just here with our hands out. Almost every tribe in the inlet has done something to enhance the fisheries. And I believe that it's time now that we are not only included in these fisheries, but are also recognized for the fact that we've been taking care of these fish for thousands of years, and we continue at present day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Chief Harrison. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Curlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Chief Harrison, I look forward to future conversations about what a tribal, your request for a tribal fishery might look like. I wonder if you are prepared to today, if you could give us a sense of kind of what you're envisioning for that. And if you haven't thought through the details, that's fine, but I just want to give you that opportunity.
Well, as mentioned before, we haven't been consulted on this issue, and which also brings me to the comment that they said, we hope to. I believe the consultation is a law, and it shouldn't be just a hope. I think that it needs to be properly put out there for all of the agencies and whatever they are for the United States and for the state of Alaska. So no, I haven't really looked at it. I mean, I have, but the tribes haven't, and I'm not prepared today to say what that may look like. I believe that there needs to be consultation with the tribes so that this can be worked out with all of the tribes. Thank you.
Thanks for that response. So look forward to talking to you about it through consultation.
I'm not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your testimony, Chief Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next testifier is Eric Morrison, followed by Sam Schimmel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Great. Yes, my name is Eric Morrison. I'm Executive Director for the Salamantoff Tribe, and I'm very open to and honored that we can become a part of this discussion and working with this organization on a government-to-government relations. And I want to build on what the other tribes have spoken to in regard to trust relationship and our obligations to work with other organizations. And I wanted to, I think the question is whether we are prepared to do this, and we are in the process of getting prepared. As you know, we've been here for at least 6,000 years, and from the beginning, we've had our people historically working in the canneries, and we've been commercial fishermen as well as traditional fishermen for our personal use. It's very important to our culture and traditions. And what we at Salamantoff tribe are doing, we have summer camps every year for our youth to teach them about the responsibilities to our wildlife, and particularly to the fish, and how to treat them properly and with respect. And other tribes have joined in with our summer camps. But we are now reaching out in a positive manner to other organizations. I've spoken directly to the Kenai Borough Mayor. We're talking about memorandum of agreement where we can work together on a number of these issues. And we've working with nonprofits, such as the Cook Inlet Aquaculture. The city of Kenai has reached out to us because we have the opportunity to work in partnership to deal with the issues involving the fisheries here in the Cook Inlet area, and as all the tribes are. We at Salamanta are working with the city of Kenai to start restoration of some of the creeks here. As you are aware, there are a number of passage issues. More than 50% of the passage issues in the streams in our area are impeding fry and fish passage. And we are working on with nonprofits in the city and borough to remedy that, using our resources as a tribe to go after grants and opportunities to work with the cities and the nonprofits and restoring these streams. So we are wanting to be a positive partner, not just for our tribes and our tribal people in the future, but the whole state and the Cook Inlet as well. So we are very happy that we can now become a meaningful partner with this organization to assist all of us in restoring, hopefully, the health and habitat of our resources that are so vital to the culture and traditions of our people. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to discuss them with you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Morrison. See if there are any questions for you. I'm not seeing any at this point. Thanks
All
again
right,
for
thank
calling
you.
in. Thank you. Sam Shamel, followed by Deborah Call.
Thank you very much. I'm Sam Schimmel. I'm Katnutana, Dina Ina, and Siberian Yupik from Kenai, Alaska. I'm the co-chair of the Cook Inlet Tribal Fisheries Group, comprised of the tribes of Cook Inlet. But today I represent the Ninilchik tribe and their 1,087 members. I've been a fisherman since the age of 2. As a little kid, I was a net picker on my uncle's commercial fishing boat. As a student preparing to go to college, I started a guiding business to pay for school. But through all of that, I practiced my culture through catching, preserving, and providing fish for myself and others. I've relied on the salmon when they are in the EEZ and in the rivers my entire life. My story is not unique. Our tribal members are intimately involved with the fishery and the salmon, both when they are in the EEZ and when they are in our rivers. Our tribe is here to seek a simple change, the provision of a tribal fishery in the EEZ. Let me be clear, we support federal management, but we seek the addition of a tribal fishery to the FMP. Let us talk about why we're all here today and why this Amendment 16 is pending. It's here because of a lawsuit brought by commercial fishermen, brought by the United Cook Inlet Drift Fishers Association, who alleged that they were not given a fair or equitable opportunity to harvest salmon in the EEZ. The court agreed, and right now, our tribe is seeking that same fair and equitable opportunity to harvest. We're here today because we were left out. We're here today because there's been no consultation with our tribes on this matter. Why was there enough time to consult with other stakeholders, but not with tribes? Why was every other stakeholder included in this FMP, but not our tribes? Why was there enough time to draft the amendment, but not enough time to come to our tribes. Our tribe has been working on subsistence rights for over 40 years, and we don't seek anything unreasonable or unjust. We only seek what is fair and equitable, an opportunity to continue our culture. What we seek is something that is directly condoned by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, National Standard Number 8, which contends that the social needs of fishing communities be provided for. Our social need is to be able to continue our culture and our traditions as we always have. Let me be clear as well, our addition, the tribe's addition to fisheries has never had any deleterious effects on fish populations. For 5,000 years, we have judiciously and carefully managed our fisheries, taking only what we need, sharing what we take, and using what we have. Our tribes do this to this day. In the end, this comes down to a question of who can fish and who cannot. The commercial fishermen have stated that they have fished in this zone for 100 years, and the court has agreed that that is long enough to give them a right to a fair and equitable opportunity to harvest. Our tribes have been here for 5,000 years. We're not asking for any user group to be excluded. We're not asking for anybody to be pushed out of this fishery. We are only asking that our tribes be provided for, that our culture be allowed to continue, and that we be able to pass our knowledge from our elders to our youth. We seek a just and equitable opportunity, and we hope that you can provide it through either this or through a discussion paper on how we can achieve a tribal fishery in the EEZ. That's my testimony, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming all this way to deliver your message in person. I'm asking you this question because I really don't know the answer. I think that you have some access to salmon, but it's only through an educational for tribal use subsistence, but it's only through an educational permit, or do you have full access to the salmon resource for subsistence use in state waters in Cook Inlet?
We do not have full access to subsistence uses in state waters of the Cook Inlet. We have a carefully managed non-tribal subsistence fishery in the Kenai River that has a very low limitation, and that is the main fishery that provides for our people. We're not allowed to just give that fish to our tribal members, though. That has to go to both the residents of Ninilchik and our tribal members.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to understand better what your opportunity to access salmon in the EEZ portion is absent a set aside. Is there that access opportunity? And then just very briefly, the advantage of a set aside.
Yeah, I mean, our tribe cannot access the salmon through what would be an opportunity that would allow us to harvest enough to provide for our peoples. The tribe's not allowed to go out there with a drift boat and set a drift net. Some of the tribes have sport fisheries that they utilize in order to provide for their tribal members, but ours, we don't have access currently to this. Absent a tribal set aside or a tribal fishery, we would not be given access to this resource that we've relied on.
Thank you. And then the council itself is not involved in tribal consultations, but we've heard a lot about maybe the mismatch in schedules or some reason you testified to that not happening. Is a tribal consultation, if there's a commitment for that to be scheduled, is that a place in which you envision kind of outlining what a set aside for the tribe might look like? The council needs to know because we're not involved in those. We just get to hear the report afterwards if that's possible.
Likely, yes. Because we weren't consulted on these amendments, we haven't had enough time to consider exactly what a fishery could look like. So later down the road, hopefully after discussion paper has been initiated, we can begin those discussions through tribal consultation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Deborah Call, followed by Aaron Legit. We'll circle back to Deborah. And Aaron, is he on? And we'll circle back to Aaron. So that would bring us to Nicholas Cook. We'll just stand down a moment. It looks like, okay, thank you.
Good morning, members of the council. My apologies for that. I just want to say my name is Nicholas Jasek. I live in Kenai, Alaska, and I'm also an enrolled citizen of the Kenaitze Indian Tribe. As well, I'm the ARC Indigenous Stewardship Fellow for Ocean Conservancy, and as well, I'm a master's student in fisheries at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where my research actually aims to address the historical and contemporary barriers to Dena'ina access to salmon harvest and management in Takatnu, which is our traditional word for Cook Inlet. However, I want to make it known that today I am testifying as myself and as someone whose family continues to rely on the salmon of these waters for generations. And as well, I just want to also say that my statement is also in full support of Ocean Conservancy too. As we've already also listened to previous testimonies in the current discussion, revolving around the preliminary safe report and the harvest specifications in the Cook Inlet EEZ, I want to address my concerns regarding the lack of equity and meaningful tribal consultation, both with my tribe and our other Cook Inlet communities as well. Historically and presently, our communities continue to face barriers and obstacles to maintaining access and connections to our fisheries, and I hope that we can find a change going forward. It is my experience that NPFMC has been unable to fulfill their federal trust responsibility of engaging in meaningful consultation with Cook Inlet tribes due to concerns of staff capacity and prioritizing the completing the FMP amendment and harvest specifications. As well, I want to mention that through Executive Order 13175 regarding meaningful consultation and coordination with tribal governments, I want to bring in attention and urge NPFMC and the council to fulfill the federal trust responsibility with tribal governments and to strengthen government-to-government relations. The excuse of limited staff capacity should not resign the federal obligations to consult with tribal officials throughout the process of developing these proposed regulations and standards. The sole responsibility of these actions should not be placed on one specific tribe or individual, but rather all of those who wish to engage. When we talk about this, we also have to acknowledge the importance of equity throughout this, especially of how, when we're talking about equity, how it relates to our traditional knowledge and cultural worldview. We also, when we talk about this, we need to address the impacts of the inequitable access across history and how it currently stands in this fishery in our communities, especially how it has threatened the transmission of our oral history for future generations. It is also common in these spaces to treat and identify our tribes as stakeholders and tend to compare them on the same lines as corporations, nonprofits, and other user groups. I want to make it known that our tribes are separate sovereign entities with unique perspectives regarding conservation, stewardship, and well-being for maintaining the foundation of our cultural identity in our traditional waters. I urge for the council and NIMS to engage in meaningful consultation and coordination with our communities to address the specific concerns of allocation and conservation and establish a process forward for developing a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jasek. It's Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming as well. I was remiss to not ask the last testifier this. You heard Ms. Kimball's question regarding tribal consultation, that's really a government to government exchange that goes through the National Marine Fisheries Service. Our role is to advise the National Marine Fisheries Service on regulatory changes. That's our role which you know because you're educated in this now. But the last testifier requested a discussion paper, and my understanding is that it would be difficult to do a discussion paper until you have a tribal consultation, because during the tribal consultation, you would lay out what your expectations were for access to a tribal fishery. Then the discussion paper, once we received a report back for the tribal consultation, would then describe that fishery. Then the council would decide if that was something they wanted to recommend to the agency. So I just want to make sure, because a number of you have come a long way and you've asked for a discussion paper. If you left here with the assurance from the agency that you would in fact get a tribal consultation and then a discussion paper would follow that at a subsequent meeting, would you feel like your visit here was, your goals for the visit were fulfilled if that was the outcome of your ask?
Through the chair, I just wanted to refer back to our tribes and the considerations and wishes that they've made. Like I said, I do not represent any of my tribes, and what I do ask is that meaningful consultation be brought out throughout this process, continuing forward, so that we don't have to act in reactive standards or anything like that, that this is a meaningful process for all of our tribes and communities to address these inequitable barriers that has been brought about. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Michael Opheim, followed by Lorelei Ivanov. Is Michael in the room or online? Okay, we will circle back to Michael. Lorelei Ivanov.
Well, good morning. I'm not going to take a lot of time, and I'm also not going to take any questions. I'm Lorelei Ivanov. I am the Executive Director for Native Peoples Action, and we are a statewide advocacy organization working to protect Alaska Native hunting, fishing, and harvesting rights. These mics are really strong, aren't they? In line with the goal of supporting Indigenous ways of life and the traditions that sustain who we are, NPA supports the ask for a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet Expanded Economic Zone, brought forward by the tribes of Cook Inlet. The inclusion of a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet Fishery Management Plan allows these tribes to continue to practice their cultures and a way of life that is central to who we are as Indigenous Alaskans. The inclusion of a tribal fishery in the FMP is fair and equitable, nothing more, nothing less. The inclusion of a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet FMP does not limit, preclude, or exclude any other users from accessing the fishery. The inclusion of a tribal fishery in the FMP is the ask of the federally recognized tribes of Cook Inlet. NPA asks that a tribal fishery be included in the FMP, and if a tribal fishery is not included in this FMP, we ask that the AP's motion, which passed 20-0 the other day, that called for a discussion paper to determine how to provide for a tribal fishery in the EEZ be taken up by this council and passed. Pliana Chaknak for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Paul Shidura. followed by David Martin.
Good morning, Chair Drobnica, is that correct? Members of the council, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Paul A. Schutter II, and I reside near the historic village of Californsky, near the village of Kenai. I am a tribal member of the Kenai Indian tribe, but hold no policy-making positions, and I'm testifying as an individual, and I do not speak or suggest my views or those of the tribe. I have attended this council session and participated in the advisory panel AP process. Of my main concern is the process and compliance measures of Amendment 16. I was pleased that the AP on 2/9/24 and their staff tasking portion of the agenda voted in unanimous support, 20 yes, 0 no's, to have the National Marine Fisheries Service staff generate a discussion document to address subsistence needs within the Developing Fisheries Management Plan, the FMP, within the Economic Exclusive Zone of Cook Inlet. Therefore, I would respectfully submit that the council requests that the National Marine Fisheries Service staff develop in the soonest time possible a discussion, analysis, white paper, report for the purpose of an amendment that would designate a tribal salmon subsistence fisheries management plan for the EEZ within the waters of Cook Inlet. I would further suggest the National Marine Fisheries staff consider this action as part of the amendment process of the FMP compliance measures of the current adoption of Amendment 16. This would negate the need to repeat the NEPA EA RIR process, as this document has already taken into consideration several aspects of the Cook Inlet subsistence fisheries, both historically and in the present. It is apparent that the council is moving rapidly towards meeting a May 1st, 2024 deadline established by the courts. By adherence to the regional operating agreement to develop and implement a fishery management actions October 2016, and the recent adoption October 2023 of the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence policy statement require a greater adherence to specific guidelines that improve participation from local tribal entities as specified in the U.S. Department of Interior's description of tribal consultation policies, as with Indian tribes and Alaska Native corporations. 512 DM5, Procedures for Consultation with Indian Tribes, EO 13175-65, FR 67249, Consultation and Coordination with Indian Tribal Governments, Presidential Memorandum on Tribal Consultation and Strengthening Nation-to-Nation Relationships. Please consider these documents when you take into consideration the need to communicate with and address the needs and concerns of Indigenous groups and individuals within Cook Inlet. I understand that a salmon FMP is a new undertaking in Alaskan waters, and certain considerations may be necessary. However, the National Marine Fisheries Service has developed and manages subsistence programs in other states and may utilize them as guidance or other commissions or conventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions from council members. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up is David Martin joining us remotely, followed by Jim. Actually, we heard from Jim. Roland Ma. So do we have David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is David Martin. I live in the Ninilchik area and have drift fished in Cook Inlet for 52 years. I am representing Cook Inlet Fishermen's Fund, who represents 400 Cook Inlet commercial drift and set net fishermen. The issue at hand is developing a court-ordered FMP for the Cook Inlet salmon fishery that is compliant with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the 10 national standards, and other applicable laws. National Standard 1 is maximum sustained yield management using the best reliable scientific information for the fishery throughout its range. That doesn't mean developing an FMP for just the EEZ, which the Council and NIMS has only been concentrating on. Using the catch data after 1990 with all the regulations restricting commercial fishing and increasing escapement goals above BEGs does not allow management for MSY and cannot be used because the catch data is not an indicator of run strength. Yet the SSC is doing just that and using the estimated commercial catch in the EEZ from only 2019 to 2023, when the drift fleet was highly restricted and the east side set nets were closed in 2023, as a catch number to develop the OFL and ABC. The last 5 years' catches has been some of the lowest on record, but at the same time, the gross overescapements over the BEGs have been some of the highest on record by millions of salmon, all that were wasted. This is not using the most reliable science available or managed for MSY as the courts have ordered and should not be used. The percentage of drift catch in the EEZ is an arbitrary number. When not restricted from fishing in this area, the percentage would be closer to 80%, and for some fishermen, 100% of their harvest. It is impossible to manage the Cook Inlet fishery for MSY in the EEZ with a TAC. The recommended TAC by the SSC would have an exploitation rate of less than 8% on sockeye and less than 3% on other salmon stocks. In a report from former ADF&G Commissioner Denby Lloyd, the scientific salmon exploitation rate for MSY ranges between 60% and up to 80%. The state and council has stated that the surplus salmon will be harvested in state waters. That is simply not true. This has been proven wrong by decades of mismanagement, resulting in gross overescapements and dramatic harm to the commercial fisheries. This is why we are here to correct this problem. Amendment 16 and the SSC's recommendations do not comply with the court orders and only replicates the state's mismanagement. Salmon are anadromous, and therefore a TAC doesn't work as it does for bottom fish and crab. Salmon must be managed with the flexibility to manage for MSY on abundance-based management policy and plan. The flaws of having an FMP with a TAC and EEZ are many. It has been determined there are no overharvested salmon stocks in Cook Inlet. The opening and closing dates in the SAFE report would exclude many salmon runs that enter the fishery area before and after those dates. There would be little to no harvest on those stocks. When Cook Inlet was managed closer to MSY in the late 70s to early 90s, the sockeye harvest was averaging 4 to 6 million. With the small, overly precautionary TAC and OFL, as the SSC recommends, the fishery would be closed if more than 1 million sockeye were harvested in the EZ. This would waste a harvest of 3 to 5 million sockeye, not to mention the lost harvest of other species. Even year pink runs have been 10 to 40 million. Runs of chums and cohos are a couple million each. Their harvest would also be wasted. This is not even close to being a compliant FMP. In the middle of the inlet is where the drifters have fished for 100 years. This is the area that must be fished to harvest the surplus for MSY management. This is also the only area where many stocks can be harvested. This area is not a conservation corridor, as some have arbitrarily named it. This area is 100 miles from the Susitna drainage. That term conservation corridor was fabricated by the anti-commercial fishing people to use as a buzz term to try to legitimize their proposals to restrict and close commercial fisheries. It has become an allocation corridor, not a conservation corridor. Any weak stocks, especially on small streams, must use management measures within that system or in close proximity to that system to protect those weak stocks and not unfairly close or restrict commercial fisheries whose harvest is minuscule on those weaker stocks. The SSC does not address escapement goals that must be set for MSY. The salmon yield curve shows the same loss of salmon harvest from overfishing on the left side of the curve as the loss from underfishing on the right side of the curve. Underfishing is actually worse because you forego the harvest surplus of that year plus the reduced production caused by overescapement in future years. The current commercial fishing effort in Cook Inlet is about half of what it was under past MSY management. There are only 3 major processors left in Cook Inlet. Young people aren't making it in the fishery. Support businesses have closed. Commercial fishing restrictions and closures has reduced a $50 to $100 million industry down to less than $10 million industry, and not from lack of salmon. Historic catch data from fishing time and area openings before 1993 shows that management for MSY, the fishery should be open inlet wide on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with additional time based on abundance. Abundance-based management practices would apply. This allows adequate time for salmon to migrate through the area for escapement. This is much less fishing time than other salmon fisheries in the state. There are plenty of salmon for all user groups now, but we must manage them for MSY as the courts of orders. Please do not support the SAC's overly conservative recommendations. They will only continue to forego harvest, harm the fishery, and grossly overescape and waste millions of salmon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Looks like we have a question from Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And just on your last request of the council, I just want to ensure, are you aware that the council has no legal opportunity to approve an OFL or ABC that is higher than what the SSC recommended? Under Magnuson, the SSC has that final authority to recommend to the agency.
Well, I would hope that the council would support these overly restricted OFLs and tax with the buffer on there. And you can see the catch records. You can also dispute using the last 5 years as the catch for that area when it was highly restricted, and the fleet is about half of what it was before. If you want true numbers of what the catch is in Cook Inlet, you got to go back to before we were highly restricted, and this has been going on for decades. You got to go back to the 80s and 90s, and this year we got a forecast of sounds like it's going to be 5.7 or around 6 million sockeye, and we're going to have a harvest of less than 1 million, and it'll close the fishery down. Or if you got a handful of kings, which most of them are jacks and probably not even going to Cook Inlet area, would close the fishery down. And that's what I'm talking about, is this overly restrictive OFLs and tax with these high buffers on there. It's just a disaster in the making. It'll grossly overescape the system because the state's not going to allow the fishing in the state waters to do it. So they proved that. They closed the whole beach down last year for a couple hundred kings and forego 2.4 million sockeye harvest or escaping into the Kenai and 1 million into the Kasilof, and just waste after waste. And that's why we're here. This isn't a joke. This is a fishery that is being systematically put out of business by, I think, the state and other people. So turn it into a recreational fishery, and it's up to you guys to oversee this and either condone it or you're supporting it. So that I know what you can do and what you can't do, but you should do the most you can to make sure that the message gets out that we need to harvest the surplus as the courts have ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony. I think I heard you say at the beginning of your testimony that you believe that under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, we should be managing the fishery as a whole. And I took from that you're implying that we should be managing the fishery, including in state waters. And I just wanted to see if you're aware that that would be beyond our authority under the Magnuson-Stevens Act.
Well, the courts have ordered that it's supposed to be managed as a fishery throughout its range. That's a defined term. The fishery is throughout its range, and it's on an anadromous fish. That means to make sure escapement goals are set for MSY and management is set for MSY management so that it can be harvested accordingly to meet those goals. So yes, it's throughout its range. It's different than, as you know, bottom fish and crab. You can't bank the fish. You either use them or lose them. And in this case, we're losing them. So, and like I say, the the EEZ is an arbitrary line anyway. It's not the true line. It's a inefficient line. That's why the electronic monitoring system is going to be not only burdensome, but I think punitive and absolutely do no good. You got a high tides out in the inlet, 7 knots, and a crooked line. There's no way you're going to be able to effectively fish out there. This isn't a new fishery. We've been doing this for 100 years. I've been doing it for 52 years without this EEZ so-called area. And we've got historic data that shows what's going to be caught in the EEZ area. We can't use the last 5 years as an indicator. You got to go back to when we weren't restricted and manage the fishery as a unit throughout its range, as the courts have ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Not seeing any further questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Our next testifier is Roland Ma, followed by Kendra Zamzo.
Hello, we online?
Yes, you are. You're a little faint. If you could get closer to your microphone, that might be helpful.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Roland Ma. I'm here on behalf of UCEDA, United Cook Inlet Drift Association. I'd like to start with a recommendation. First would be to suspend this SAFE report and/or take no action on it for the following reasons. First, there's a large number of unanswered questions. There are definite errors and omissions in the 2024 SAFE report as presented. Number two, the process. Why is this SAFE report here? SAFE reports are normally conducted post-season. In this case, we don't have a post-season. So the strategy has been to recreate in a retrospective way what it would have been. Well, that's where there's lots of errors. The assumptions that are used in generating the commercial harvest in the EEZ are just loaded with errors. There are still legal challenges. Next item, our legal challenges are still out there. And this is very presumptuous that those legal challenges, they've been successful. We're under a court order, and that's still there. Number 4 is that there are some innovative approaches that could have been used that should be re-examined. There are additional innovative approaches as to how we get to this TAC or ABC that could be examined but have been foreclosed. Lastly, there are now tribal entities that need to be included in this FMP and these SAFE discussions, and they haven't been. I would also suggest as an interim measure that we adopt some short-term collaborative FMP that has the guidance of some legal requirements, both by the courts and by law and other federal laws, Magnuson, that interim schedule do include fishing schedules, times and areas and methods. That would allow us to then build a SAFE report based on real experience versus some hypothetical reconstructed situation. The interim plan would include conservation and protections and harvest opportunities. It would be collaborative and several ideas as to how to meet the, we have several ideas how to approach this short-term interim measure. Specific now, the estimated specific problems. The estimated EEZ harvests are not real. They're highly flawed. And that it's going to be very difficult, if impossible, to allow those to go forward in their present format. Second one, these SAFE report was never intended to arrive at a population quantification, but that's what it's doing. Numerous stocks occur in the inlet either before or after the June 9th to August 15th period. And the way this SAFE report is constructed, if there's no harvest on these early and late arriving stocks, they don't exist, but they do. And it's probably some of those very fish that are arriving early and late that are going to come into play in meeting the needs of the tribal entities. The EZ harvests have not been consistent over time, certainly over the last 25 years, and certainly not over the last 5 years. Allocation was not intended to be used as a part of a buffer. It was to account for data uncertainty. However, that's exactly what's happening. I'll just kind of skip, I see my time's going. Buffers do not address what's happening when a population is out of the EEZ. In other words, arriving early or late. And that's relative to a time frame. These fish move in and around Cook Inlet in waves. Different populations occur in these waves and mixing that goes on. And to arbitrarily put a time frame of that June to middle of August is quite arbitrary in and of itself. And I think I'll leave it right there.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ma. See if there are any questions for you. Thank you again for joining us this morning. Next up is Kendra Samso. We're not seeing Kendra, so I'll circle back to some names we missed earlier on. Deborah Call. Is she online? I think we have you online, Ms. Call.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it echoing?
We're getting an echo.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think you might have to mute your computer.
Okay, I'll do that. Does that help?
We're actually, unfortunately, still getting an echo. Do we have any advice from our admin?
Does this help now?
We're still getting an echo here.
Darn it.
Can we maybe have you try calling in again?
Now, is this better? Oh, shoot.
Do you have a phone near your computer?
I do, and I'm going to go ahead and turn everything off. I apologize.
No problem. So you're not able to call in? You don't have that?
I am on the phone to call in.
Hold on one moment.
Is it still echoing?
So I think Mr. Chamel's trying to call you, and what we may try to do is put you on your cell phone through our microphones here. Okay, we're going to put you on speakerphone, try to broadcast you, see if this works.
All right, Deb, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much for your patience on the technology I'm working with now. Good morning. Yaliash Sanda Shashida Deborah Call, Yi Denina Kanika Nuatana Ishlan Kakali Ishlan. I just shared with you that my name is Deborah Call. I am Denina from the village of Kanik and a tribal member of the Fishtail Clan. I am also co-chair of the Cook Inlet Tribal Fisheries Group. I want to thank the previous speakers and tribal members who provided the historical/legal context of our Indigenous rights within the broader community as the first peoples of this area. I will make my testimony based on my family of fishers and what I know about the area and their history. The Denina members of the Connect Tribal Council live in the Upper Cook Inlet area close to Anchorage. Historically, salmon fisheries have always been strong runs in the inlet and the rivers. We have recorded a history of thousands of years of experience of fishing the waters of Cook Inlet. In the most recent past, within the last 100 years, we had family members who fished the entire Cook Inlet when Anchorage was just a tent town. Specifically, members of our tribe, my grandmother, fished on the beaches of what is now a military base, J-Bear, and her fish camp was torn down to establish the military base with no compensation for this loss. My aunt fished at Point Possession, which is across from Anchorage, and my aunt and cousins fished Fire Island, the island you see below you as the jet prepares to land at the Ted Stevens International Airport. Therefore, my history is extensive. But over the years, the original peoples of Cook Inlet, the Denina, have the most to lose as our core food source because we've been left out of the development of Cook Inlet fisheries management planning. We know, understand, and value the fish of Cook Inlet and has always been part of our Denina culture and a key component of our traditional diet. Today, a majority of the Cook Inlet tribes are actively improving the fish habitat, hoping to increase runs by installing culverts to enhance fish passages to spawning areas and many of the tributaries that you saw on maps yesterday. That's where we live. We also teach our children about salmon harvest through the educational fish permits that are available to everybody within the state, but we've focused on our tribal history and what we know in terms of fishing the Cook Inlet. We support the need for tribal fishery and federal management of the EEZ, and we look forward to a consultation and the development of a discussion paper regarding our tribal involvement in the EEZ. In closing, I thank you for your time and being patient with my technological abilities, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Call. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have a simple question. You said you were the co-chair and I missed the name of the organization and what the organization does.
It's an informal group of all the tribes. It's a Cook Inlet Fisheries group. We have no legal structure to it. We just meet twice a year, and we've met since 2018 because we've always been concerned about the fish in Cook Inlet, and we were sharing what we were doing together to enhance fisheries. And our first meeting consisted of PowerPoint presentations about what each tribe was doing. And we've taken it from there to look to find opportunities to increase our fish run as well as look at tribal fishing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more question for you, Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for calling in. And I have my own problems with technology, so I can relate to the situation. My question for you is the same question that I asked another testifier regarding the process that's before us. In order for us to develop a discussion paper, it would be greatly beneficial to base the discussion paper off of the discussions that occur at a tribal consultation, because at that consultation, the tribe will have the chance to explain to the agency what their goals are for a tribal fishery, and then the agency would report that back to this council. And then based on that consultation, we could develop a meaningful discussion paper if that's the will of the council. If that's the way this goes, are you going to feel like you're getting a fair shake in this process? Instead of, if we make a motion for a discussion paper now, we don't really have a way to describe to an analyst to develop the discussion paper in a tribal fishery because we didn't get a tribal consultation with the agency. And so that's sort of the order that we would probably choose to do that if we could. And I just wanted to make sure that that would be acceptable.
That's what I understand the process to be.
Thank you. And it looks like we have another question, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Call, for your input. As you described the group, the ad hoc informal group, it sounds like there's a lot of expertise in both salmon management as well as salmon stewardship in that group. And I'm wondering about a tool that seems important in Upper Cook Inlet that it's unlikely that federal management will be able to make use of, and that's the conservation corridor that had been developed. And I'm wondering if you could give us some sense about the perspective of your group on the value of that tool, and if it's not available, what the group thinks might be a good way of mitigating for the inability to use that tool, the conservation corridor.
Are you talking about the tool of consultation?
No, the conservation corridor.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm wondering what the group that has been meeting since 2018 that you described, what the view of that group of I understood to be a group of tribes who meet to discuss issues of salmon management in the region. And I'm wondering what the view of that group is about the conservation corridor.
Well, because it is an informal group, each tribe has their own position. We've not at this point formalized our group to make a statement representing all of the tribal organizations within the Cook Inlet area. So I think I would refer the question back to the tribes. Each one will have an opinion. My tribe in particular has not formulated an opinion, and we're in the process of working together with the group to do that.
Thank you. And I apologize if my question was presuming too much. I did not mean to do that.
Thank you for calling in, Ms. Call. I am not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Shamel, for your assistance. So I'll circle back to testifiers who we've missed. Aaron Leggett. Okay, Aaron isn't online. Michael Opheim. I think we may have you online, Michael.
Yeah, you have me?
Yes, good morning.
Hello? Oh, okay. I just called in support of the subsistence fishery and the EEZ. We've been using that resource for some time. I live in Soldovia, Lower Cook Inlet, and we travel quite a ways to get our fish, and that's an important resource for us. So creating this subsistence fishery would definitely be helpful to many people. So I think that's as much as I need to say at this time, just in support of it and look forward to the process. And I also sit in on some of the meetings with Deborah and her group, and worked for the Soldovia Village Tribe years ago, and did the only subsistence fishery survey for the Lower Cook Inlet tribes, Port Graham, Nenwalk, Soldovia, and then Upper Cook Inlet, Tyonek. So.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
See if there are any questions. Okay. Not seeing any. Good morning. Did you have something else, Mr. Opheim?
No, that was it. Thank you very much for your time. Like I said, I look forward to the process.
Thank you. So I think we have one last testifier, Kendra Zamso.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, Welly Sagan, good morning. My name is Kendra Zamso, and I live on the lands of the Otna Dene people. I'm a member of the Matsu-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I work for Chickaloon Native Village. Today, I am speaking only for myself and not representing them. I also used to be a drift fisherman and a set netter in Prince William Sound, not in Cook Inlet. Every month, as part of my work with the tribe, even in winter, I measure water quality in 19 streams in the Matanuska Valley. Virtually all are exceptionally good water for salmon. 2 years ago, I documented coho spawning in a stream for the first time. It's the first time it was documented. It's now in the Anadromous Waters catalog. These fish likely reached the stream because of work that Chickaloon Native Village did, removing barriers that developed during coal mining decades ago. And this in turn they did because they were listening to an elder who told them about their knowledge of the area. The borough and tribe are working hard to open fish passage. As far as I know, ours is the only borough to require culverts that will pass fish at new subdivisions. But fish have to reach here for that hard work to be meaningful. I fully support a tribal fishery, and I hope that someday all fish and wildlife is managed or co-managed by tribes. I fully support actions to reduce the known threats to beluga, such as too little prey and marine noise. I fully support the conservation corridor that you have heard a lot about. Since this council can act on none of these, I ask you to consider reducing the TAC for coho. Based on estimates in the SAFE report, aggregate coho have likely been below escapement goal since 2019. Stocks have been declining since 2017. The average estimated catch from the SAFE report numbers for the last generation of coho, the last 4 years, was 20,000 fish. An estimated 24,000 were caught in the EEZ in the last 2 years, each of the last 2 years. Under Tier 2, the ABC would be less than 5,000 coho. The current proposed TAC is 32,000. This new management opens up opportunities for research, for genetic research, to really begin to distinguish northern stocks and runtimes and track how environmental changes are affecting these. The council can reduce the TAC to less than the ACL based on level of precaution to protect weak stocks and for factors such as prey for beluga. I ask that for this first year of management, the TAC for coho be reduced to around 20 to 25,000 fish to be potentially liberalized as federal and traditional management and research are developing. Sanan, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
And with that, we are done with our public testimony. And I guess I would like to ask council if they have any additional questions for Mr. Duncan or Dr. Brenner at this time. Okay. Mr. Curlin.
Just wondering if we might take a break before we go to council action, Madam Chair.
Yes, yes. Just wanted to give the opportunity to ask any final questions before taking a break. Okay. So with that, we will take a break. We'll come back at 10 a.m. and see if the council wishes to take action on C3. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. So we've completed our staff presentation and heard public testimony on C3. I'll ask the council if they wish to take action. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've sent a motion to staff. Just wait for it to come up on the screen.
Thank you for your patience. Looks like we have a motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My motion reads, the council accepts the 2024 Cook Inlet Salmon Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation Report and adopts the proposed status determination criteria and tax presented in Table 1 for salmon in the Cook Inlet EEZ area, which encompasses the sport and commercial harvests. Status determination criteria, methods, and values are further described in the SSC minutes and the 2024 Cook Inlet Salmon Safe Report. Staff should consider and address SSC recommendations to improve this process to the extent practicable for the 2025 Cook Inlet Salmon Safe. And Table 1, I won't read all the numbers, but it contains the proposed 2024 harvest specifications for the Cook Inlet EEZ area salmon stocks, the SSC recommended minimum stock size threshold, preseason overfishing level, acceptable biological catch, annual catch limit, and council recommended total allowable catch, which are all presented in numbers of fish. And the TAC for the sockeye salmon stocks together is 492,064 fish. For aggregate Chinook, it's 243. For aggregate coho, 25,038. For aggregate chum, 99,389. And for aggregate pink, 121,696. That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Let's see if there are any questions on the motion. I am waiting for a second. I apologize.
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And excuse me, sorry about that. I was a little distracted, but please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with a brief reminder of why we need to take action today. A series of lawsuits have challenged the management regime for Cook Inlet salmon, and the National Marine Fisheries Service is subject to an order from the U.S. District Court to amend the salmon FMP to comply with both the District Court's ruling in the most recent case and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling on the prior case. To comply, in the absence of a recommendation from the Council, NMFS is implementing a new management regime for the EEZ fishery under secretarial authority. Per the court order, we must implement it by May. In order to complete this process, the Council must recommend harvest specifications to manage the Cook Inlet EEZ area salmon fishery. And I'll note that if the Council were to fail to recommend harvest specifications, I would be compelled to initiate secretarial action again to do so. But of course, I'd much rather have the council act and make recommendations for how to implement this necessary new management program. To meet the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirement for harvest specifications, my motion would adopt the SSC's recommended MSST, OFL, buffer, and ABL, ACL for all stocks. It would also adopt the AP's recommended tax for Chinook, chum, and pink salmon, and lower tax than the AP's recommendation for sockeye and coho salmon to more comprehensively address management uncertainty and associated conservation concerns, as well as social, economic, and ecological considerations. The proposed OFLs, ABCs, and tax would provide sufficient opportunity to achieve OY while preventing overfishing consistent with National Standard 1. The ABC is buffered below OFL to account for scientific uncertainty in abundance and harvest estimates. The SSC recommended status determination criteria are based on the best scientific information available for the Cook Inlet salmon stocks to determine whether overfishing occurs or a stock is overfished. Federal regulations for tax setting direct that the council should base tax on the biological condition of salmon stocks and social and economic considerations, both of which are described in the extensive EA-RIR analysis prepared for Amendment 16 to the Salmon FMP, with additional relevant biological information provided in the 2024 SAFE report and associated references. The SAFE and EA-RIR analysis provide key information to inform the tax, including assessments of the stock condition of each target species, assessments of the multi-species impacts of harvesting the salmon stocks at current levels, given the assessed condition of stocks, historical catch trends and fishery participation, assessment of the many fisheries in Cook Inlet that depend on Cook Inlet salmon, including subsistence, personal use, sport, and set net fisheries, and community dependence on salmon and salmon fisheries. This motion would set tax below ABC to account for management uncertainty and to recognize the multiple users that depend on salmon in Cook Inlet. In addition to the buffer between OFL and ABC recommended by the SSC to account for scientific uncertainty, the tax in this motion are set below ABC to account for the significant management uncertainty associated with a brand new management regime and help ensure the EEZ fishery avoids overfishing. Sources of management uncertainty for the 2024 Cook Inlet EEZ area salmon fishery include that we do not know the number of vessels that will participate in the EEZ fishery or the future catch rates. We do not know the spatial distribution of fishing effort in the EEZ. We don't know the lag time between when harvest information will become available to inform an in-season closure and when the closure will be finalized, in other words, published in the Federal Register. The run timing is variable and not predictable. There are lag times between harvest in the EEZ and escapement monitoring, and we also lack in-season genetic information to precisely assess the proportional harvest rates among relatively strong Tier 1 stocks and Tier 3 stocks with substantially less information. I proposed in my motion the AP's recommended buffer of 10% between the ABC and TAC for Chinook, chum, and pink salmon. There are very real concerns about Chinook salmon declines throughout Cook Inlet, and as indicated in the staff presentation, Chinook harvests in the EEZ are very small, and these TAC recommendations are expected to allow the fishery to proceed while maintaining limited harvest levels for Chinook. Management of sockeye salmon in the Cook Inlet EEZ is quite difficult due to the stock of aggregate other sockeye for which there is less assessment information available that mixes with highly abundant Kenai and Kasilof sockeye salmon stocks for which data quality and completeness is exceptionally high. In the EEZ, harvests cannot be focused on specific stocks because the fish are intermingled, and NIMS lacks in-season genetic data on the relative catch composition among these three sockeye stocks in the EEZ. Therefore, I've included a higher 50% buffer between the recommended ABC and TAC for all three stocks of sockeye. This will result in a TAC that is somewhat higher than recent levels of sockeye harvest in the EEZ, but more closely approximates recent status quo. In light of the significant management uncertainty, it is prudent to avoid setting a TAC that would substantially increase total TAC harvests, total EEZ harvests, particularly in the first year of the fishery. This may result in lower EEZ harvest of Kenai and Kasilof sockeye stocks than might otherwise be possible if we could manage the harvest of each sockeye stock independently. But this is an appropriately cautious response to address the mixed stock limitation and to account for management uncertainty. This is in recognition that the overall escapement and total run size of aggregate other stock complex cannot easily be determined due to a large number of tributaries with sockeye salmon in Upper Cook Inlet, and therefore the harvest rate on the stock cannot be estimated with confidence. Given conservation concerns for coho, I recommended reducing the ABC by 30%, a buffer of 0.7 for the TAC. The assessment authors identified significant reasons for caution due to coho spawning escapement estimates that were missing, incomplete, or below the state escapement goal during recent years. While scientific uncertainty was accounted for in ABC, a TAC amount that is approximately the 5-year EEZ catch average is more appropriate for coho to help avoid the potential for disproportionate impacts on a species with elevated conservation concerns, and is also highly important to later occurring fisheries and as prey for endangered Cook Inlet beluga whales. Similar to sockeye for coho, it is prudent to set the TAC at a level that provides an added margin of precaution to reflect management uncertainty. For all of the salmon species, the TACs will be used in combination with scheduled fishing periods that allow at least 5 days of fish passage per week with no commercial salmon fishing permitted in the EEZ. Further, there'll be daily monitoring by NPFMC in-season managers, and I expect their decisions will be precautionary to allow for the lag time required to close the fishery. This conservative approach is appropriate in light of the uncertainties associated with managing a new EEZ fishery and is intended to prevent harvest from exceeding the ACLs as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. I appreciated the robust discussion at the SSC on how to improve the safe and future status determination criteria. As the SSC recognized, this is the beginning of an iterative process that will improve over time with new analysis and modeling and improved data collection. Staff will incorporate the SSC's recommendations into next year's SAFE, including the SSC's recommendation for a workshop to facilitate iterative development of the SAFE. And finally, in public comment and testimony to the AP and Council, we received extensive feedback from tribal members. We heard about the importance of Cook Inlet salmon stocks for tribes throughout the region and major concern about appropriate conservation measures. Unfortunately, we also received testimony that the tribal consultation efforts conducted for this action were inadequate. The National Marine Fisheries Service will work to improve our processes based on the feedback we received. And as previously discussed with Cook Inlet tribes, NMFS is committed to consulting with them regarding a potential future tribal subsistence fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Now we're ready for questions on the motion. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. You suggest in your motion that staff shouldn't consider and address SSC recommendations. I think there were probably also at least a few recommendations. I certainly had a couple about incorporating additional ecosystem-based fishery management considerations in the draft. Is that something you think that will just happen, or is that something you think would be useful to amend the motion to emphasize?
Madam Chair, Mr. Dwight, I appreciate the question. I think staff have been taking good notes throughout the meeting and paying attention to all the feedback from all corners on this in the interest of trying to improve going forward. So I think we've got it covered, but that said, if you feel like an amendment would be helpful to clarify that, I'm certainly open to that.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Curlin. I think that's a satisfactory answer, and appreciate that. And I've certainly seen staff writing madly as as the proceedings have gone. I'd like to understand. I think it's from what I heard from tribal testimony on this, and the potential, the amount of time and effort that we're all going to need to devote to considering this very new aspect. of a fishery in federal waters, the tribal subsistence aspect. I got the impression that getting started on the right foot would mean sort of overcoming the initial miscommunication issue through ensuring that the tribes understood what the process would look like and would have a chance to really help shape whatever communication channel we're going to make, however we're going to be communicating and working together to develop a tribal subsistence proposal, that it really get off to a good start with sort of, before things get formal, having some good informal understanding of the concepts and the needs. And I'm just wondering how you're sort of thinking that the next year can proceed in terms of outreach, staff work, et cetera, so that there is a sense from the tribes, not that they're being excluded, but that they're being included really from the beginning.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for the question. I do have some thoughts on that, which frankly, I was thinking of bringing up after we discuss this motion, since the issue that you're raising isn't part of setting the harvest specs for this year per se.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, Mr. Twite. Any other questions on the motion? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that I'm going to vote on this motion. I wanted to note that I'd been tracking this for several years. This has all the council members. I did listen to the presentation from staff and listen to a majority of the public comments this morning. So I just wanted to make that note because I was not in the chair. I am up to speed on this issue and we'll be voting on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite and then Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's with some reluctance that I'm going to support the motion. My reluctance doesn't stem from the motion itself. My reluctance stems from an ongoing concern that I know I'm not alone in holding at this council about the potential disconnects between federal and state management. And as I think we all sort of intuitively understand, particularly for salmon, but really for any responsible fish management approach, all of the relevant managers have to be on the same page every year, particularly for salmon, since abundance conditions can change so dramatically and conservation needs can change over time, as well as fishery patterns can change over time. We're not working well together. This is, of course, it's our first year, so that's difficult, but there's real concerns about how we ended up in this position as well, and that have put us in this. So interjecting a new manager at a sensitive time in this area where the stocks are undergoing the pressures that salmon stocks elsewhere are undergoing, that's reducing abundance, reducing productivity, introducing a new manager at the same time is just, it's risky. That said, I do support the motion because I think that in the very short period of time allotted to us by the court ruling and by then the subsequent nature of the federal system, the agency has done a tremendous amount of work to produce a set of initial harvest specs that are, first off, their attempt to, it's a really a valiant attempt to meet the needs of the salmon in the region and provide for yield, optimum yield as well. It's a very valiant attempt to balance that. I didn't agree with the initial balancing that was proposed. The SSC didn't either. They had some, I thought, very constructive feedback that has since then been reflected in the MSST, the OFLs and the ABCs and buffers that are in front of us. I felt though that due to the exigencies of time that in a couple of cases, the SSC's concerns were still not fully reflected, and my concerns about management were still not fully reflected in the AP motion. I was particularly concerned about 3 species, sockeye, coho, and chinook, and I'd like to just take this opportunity to address each of the 3. I think the motion that Mr. Curlin puts in front of us goes a very long ways towards addressing my concerns about both the sockeye aggregate tack and the coho salmon tack. And I don't think my concerns about the chinook tack are resolvable with our current tools that we have at hand. For the sockeye tack, I think Mr. Curland actually described some of my concerns very well in his rationale for adopting the 50% buffer for all 3. And so I won't belabor those points, just to note that certainly my experience in the lower 48 with salmon management has been that whenever we've applied an aggregate tack across 3 major and fairly differing stock groupings, we've run into trouble unless we've done it conservatively. And particularly for fisheries that are powerful, that have a large potential impact on both the run and the opportunity for following fisheries, that adopting a high degree of precaution is very important. It's best if you can actually manage 3 stocks individually, but you can't have a mixed stock fishery and do that well. The state came up with a pretty unique, I thought, approach to assist with that, the so-called conservation corridor. The state was able to implement that very flexibly based on in-season indications of run strength. And at times it was not needed, and at times it was, and they were able to quickly apply it as needed. And it appears to have, over the period of time that it's been used, it appears to have particularly provided some of the additional protections to the other aggregate sockeye salmon group that have certainly helped. Equally, it's also been useful for coho management. We've heard both in testimony as well as indications in the SAFE report itself that it has helped, but it certainly there remain problems, particularly with coho. That's not available here to the federal managers, and it's not their fault that it's not available. It's the federal system just does not allow for, except under unusual circumstances, the ability to implement flexible in-season management tools like that. So another reason to start off the season with precaution, and another reason to really start federal management in the EEZ on as cautious a note as possible. The result is a tack that much more closely resembles harvests of the last 5 years. And one of my own gauges of comfort is if the federal system was going to start off by proposing to immediately increase harvest rates in the face of many of the problems that we're experiencing in Upper Cook Inlet, that salmon are experiencing in Upper Cook Inlet, that's a poor place to start. So instead, adopting tack buffers that start off with the levels of harvest that we've been seeing in recent years, particularly because, again, we don't have a run size estimate from the state yet for this fishery. It's wise to start within the boundaries of what we've already seen in recent years. And Mr. Curlin's motion, I think, does that. Similarly for coho, Mr. Curlin's motion brings coho down kind of more, a little bit more to the upper range. I think we heard at least one person from the Mat-Su area in public testimony describe 20 to 25 as probably an appropriate starting range. This is towards the higher end of it, but it's well below where the original ABCs were before the SSC reviewed. And so through our process, we have certainly brought the TAC into a region that I think is much more reflective of a cautious first step into management. And I appreciate that as well and support it. Finally, Chinook salmon. This isn't a good number at all. 243 is way too high. Fortunately, recent year harvests haven't come anywhere near that. I thought a lot about a proposal to find a way to reduce that. However, one runs into one of the kind of the perverse problems of fishery management. Without an effective fishery monitoring program, and in this case, either observers on board or cameras to ensure no discards, we run the risk, the very real risk. We've had this problem crop up in all kinds of fisheries before. And when you set the number too low, even if discarding is illegal, you still end up implicitly encouraging discards in unobserved fisheries. This is an unobserved fishery. And it's as important to have a clear and accurate estimate of fishery mortalities as it is for Chinook, as it is to save every Chinook we can. And we certainly don't want to be in a situation where we think we're doing the right thing because the catch shows us zero, even though there is actually fishery mortality. That's a mistake that managers have made in the past, and it's never worked out well. So while I don't like the number, I don't have a better number to suggest. What I do have to suggest is that over time, we find a fishery monitoring way to address that so we can ensure that discards don't happen. And right now, other than the occasional enforcement check, we don't have the kind of assurance that we rely on in all of our other fisheries, which is either a human observer program or an electronic monitoring program. So I think I've occupied a fair amount of the council's bandwidth on this, and I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the motion. And I'll extend my thanks to the SAFE team and to the SSE and advisory panel for their work on this topic, as well as the other staff that have been involved. I appreciate Mr. Twite's comments. However, I will not be able to support this motion. And just picking up on Mr. Twite's comments, my main concern with this particular motion just lies in concerns that the state of Alaska has consistently raised about basing a federally managed program for salmon that sets allowable catch limits based solely on preseason projections for this first in line drift gillnet fishery in the EEZ, that when combined with the proposed management program, which I realize is not final yet, but at this stage in the process, I think the council has to assume that the proposed management program will be the final management program in 2024. It seems clear that it's highly likely that this approach based on preseason catch limits will require the state to take reductions in state water fisheries harvest if those preseason forecasts are not realized. And our concern about this is based on, again, the proposed rule from NMFS essentially abandoning the conservation corridors that were established to protect weak stocks and move fish through the central district to the northern district and the associated spawning locations in the upper Susitna River and Knik Arm. And also the proposed rule disregarded the longstanding state 1% rule developed to ensure conservation and to provide for allocation objectives established by the board. And therefore, the state of Alaska just really has significant concerns about this salmon management program. And although we will be in a position to try and coordinate with this program going forward to the extent we can, at the point at which the federal program begins to conflict with state conservation and management objectives, the state is no longer able to coordinate with the federal program. And I just wanted to provide that comment because I appreciate Mr. Twight's earlier concerns about the importance of working well together, but the state simply cannot disregard its constitutional, statutory, and regulatory requirements for managing state water fisheries, nor can we work contrary to those requirements. So again, I will not be supporting this motion, but appreciate the difficult position that the agency and this council is in, and that this topic has provided in general. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your motion, Mr. Colonel. It's been a long time coming. This process started quite a few years ago, and I was on the forefront of it originally. And also, I want to reflect back a little bit on my time on the Board of Fish, and that's where I see the flaws in this plan is from the years that I was on the Board of Fish, and there's 10 different management plans that the state of Alaska deals with every year, every 3 years when they have their triennial meeting. One of the bigger flaws I see here is a reaction time to large fluctuations in the season. Predicted runs are just that, they're predicted. They change. It seems like to me just about every other year there's a big fluctuation in the run size, either down or up. And as Ms. Baker mentioned, the corridor management plan, that took a long time to develop, and it was a big fight to get that in, and actually provided relief to the people in the northern area. They started seeing more fish. Cohos are one of the main concerns, and that's why the 1% rule was in, and it helped. Once you got past a certain point in the sockeye run, and you had to let some, because these is a mixed stock fishery. These fish really mix heavily before they turn off to the different river systems they go to. But it seems like the cohos are running with the late part of the sockeye run, and there's been some huge coho takes, and that's reflected directly to what the people are looking for up in the valley, up in the Yentna and Susitna and Deshka and all those other river systems up there. There's stocks of concerns up there. I haven't seen anything come across on that, and that's one of my bigger concerns is we got, I think, a half a dozen stocks of concerns, and some of them are sockeye. That's one of my concerns that I don't see addressed in this FMP that we're developing here. I'm concerned about the belugas. That's another issue that I haven't heard brought up or too much information on. Habitat is a constantly changing problem up in the upper area. They've had lots of troubles with habitat issues, both natural and man-made. That's constantly having to be dealt with, and some of them are pike predation. That's a real big deal. Beaver dams, culverts. The Matsu group did a lot of repairs on culverts and made them better for fish to get by up there. But anyway, those are some of my thoughts. And with that being said, I'm not going to be able to support this going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. And I feel like the staff had a really difficult job, and they came up here and they were in the AP and they fielded dozens of complicated questions and did it in the best way possible. So just, before I weigh in on the motion, I really appreciate the staff coming up and stepping into a difficult position. And I guess, my concern is that we're trying to set tax without really understanding what the mechanics of a fishery management plan are. And it's no fault of anyone's here. And like I said, the last time this issue came up, for this council to do good work, it just doesn't do it well on a compressed timeline. And the comments from tribal members, the comments from Mr. Ma from UCEDA, and the comments particularly from folks in the Matsu Borough really are reflective of that, of not really having a plan in place before we select a TAC, and having a compressed timeline where we haven't been able to adequately consider every adverse impact. And I guess from my perspective, my seat at this table was set aside 30 years ago to represent the interests of sport fishermen in this process. And the letters from the Matsu Borough were compelling enough for me that I feel like we didn't really adequately analyze the adverse impacts that may affect in-river and nearshore fishermen based on what happens in the EEZ. And for that reason, I can't support this motion. I do appreciate the lower tax that Mr. Curlin came up with, and I think they are very appropriate considering all of the uncertainties. But without having the mechanics of how everything works in front of us, it's hard to assess how appropriate the tax are. And that mismatch is no fault of anyone at this table. It's just what happens when we have a limited amount of time to implement a plan. And so I guess that's my big concern, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. And I'm sure over time, this will be refined into something that will be workable for everybody. I just think it's going to take a little bit of time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I share some concerns of my fellow council members. I don't think a safe document's really the appropriate document to look at impacts on users. I think we did that when we reviewed the FMP amendment. But I do share concern about the lack of a final rule in place so we know the full management program that we're working with. I think I'm very concerned with for the users of this fishery, the community. The tribes brought real requests that I think the council should consider. The shoreside processors on the peninsula that are becoming fewer and fewer. But there's just a deep concern, I guess, for the misalignment between the federal and state water management systems. And I think that was spoken to already, so I won't go into depth about that. But the limited number of tools that we have in a federal system is just so apparent to me. I wish we were not in this position. I don't think I can support the motion for some of the reasons put forward already. I also think that I want to make clear that the opposition to this motion has nothing to do with the quality of the work that was provided by staff. It also has nothing to do with the many requests for a tribal set aside. That's in a separate part of the process. And I'm very encouraged by the agency committing to tribal consultation. I feel positive that will occur from the many statements that Mr. Curlin has made to that effect. So those are my brief comments.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Mr. Seaborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I share some of the same concerns of the council regarding some of the weak stocks in Cook Inlet. And I feel that taking the precautionary approach with the new management will help address some of the uncertainties in the fishery and the EEZ. However, I do worry that the tax in this motion might be a little too conservative. But being that this is the first year of this management and given the risks and uncertainty in the EEZ, I understand the precautionary approach. I hope that moving forward as we collect more data in this fishery, that'll help inform this process a little bit more and help us in the tax setting process. And I hope that the actions that we take here today will help continue to support the important commercial fisheries in the Cook Inlet. And with that, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Seaborn. Any other comments? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just like to acknowledge the many concerns that my fellow council members have raised, and I understand where you're all coming from. A lot of this is reminiscent of the discussion we had back in April on an earlier stage of this action for Amendment 16. We're in quite a predicament, not of our own doing, but we're in a situation that compels action. And as you all know, the agency is under court order. We have to move forward regardless. This is the council's FMP. And I realize that this is not the hand that the council wanted to be dealt, but it is the situation that we face. And I recognize that a lot of the objections that have been raised really have to do with the sort of unsatisfactory picture of how to manage this Cook Inlet EEZ fishery within the constraints of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And I share some of those apprehensions and recognize that in a lot of ways, the state is better suited to to managing this fishery. But, given the constraints we were under, the state wasn't willing to accept delegated management authority. And I understand and respect why. But we are where we are. So my hope is that moving forward, the council will find a way to come to terms with where we are and find a way to make the best of an unfortunate situation, and that we can get somewhere closer to consensus decisions on how to manage this fishery. And I recognize we're not there yet, but appreciate you all sharing your thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for all the work that was done here. It must have felt like an impossible task. And thank you for the motion, Mr. Curlin. I think some of the flaws have already been discussed by my colleagues here. The ability to set a TAC without fully understanding what the final rule is, knowing that the Board of Fish is coming up, but balancing that with the deadlines that NIFS the court order places on NIFS. I guess I would hope that maybe this is a way to give the agency more time to incorporate some of the concerns as they create the final rule, and potentially even adjust the numbers with that, just several more months getting input. I think you've heard a lot here. And so while I appreciate the tax being more conservative, I think that's a really good start. I do, like Mr. Twite has said, have some concerns with the Chinook salmon tax buffer being similar to what more abundant species, if you will, like pink salmon. The 0.9 seems like it could be there could be a larger buffer there. Given especially that the 5-year average for Chinook take in the EEZ is estimated to be 75. So 243 seems a little high, quite a bit high. And so, but the biggest point here is just to try to agree to a number before fully understanding how the fishery is going to be managed, things like the conservation zone. I'm not going to be able to support this motion. I will be voting no in the hopes that NIFS will be able to, with the input here, create a better final rule and perhaps tax that's appropriate in line. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Thank you for Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a final comment for the record that's not really about the motion. It's just that in my career in salmon management, I can't recall an instance where I have helped set a TAC or even advised on a TAC before I've known what the run size is. It just doesn't happen, and it shouldn't happen that way in salmon management. This is not a criticism of the motion. The time frame that we're in, the availability of data, and all that. I know the SSC wrestled with this. I know that the SAFE document authors really wrestled with this, and they provided us with something of a workaround, but they would agree, the SSC certainly agreed, that it's not the same as the actual run forecast. And I just think that needs to be noted for the record, that this is unwise and almost without precedent in salmon management. And again, it's not the doing of NIFS. NIFS certainly is not urging us to be in that position. It's simply a result of where we're at with the timelines that we have to operate under. But it's unnerving to me.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carlin, for your motion. I appreciate the challenges that agencies under and the obligations of the court order. for many of the reasons that my fellow council members have already articulated, I will not be supporting the motion either. I would also like to express my appreciation to staff for helping navigate this complex issue through this meeting and throughout its tenure over the last couple of years. So thank you. So with that, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Calling the roll on the main motion for Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications. Ms. Kimball,
No.
Mr. Curlin,
Yes.
Mr. Mesro,
No.
Mr. Sukata,
No.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
No.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
No.
Ms. Drobnika.
No.
Motion fails 5-6.
Thank you. Are there any other actions on this agenda item? Mr. Curlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have another motion, but I did want to address the issue that we heard in public testimony and reflected in a motion from the AP dealing with, or the AP recommended a initiation of a discussion paper to examine how we might provide a tribal subsistence fishing opportunity in the Cook Inlet EEZ. The AP noted, and again, we heard in public testimony as well, that effective consultation and timely consultation is really critical to navigating this whole issue and recognizing the needs of tribes and respecting the federal government's obligation to government consultation. I just want to acknowledge I really value the tribal input that I've received during this entire process. I don't mean just this meeting, but the nearly year-long process to develop a new management regime for the Cook Inlet EEZ area. In the NIMS B2 report at the beginning of this meeting and in the presentation for this agenda item, staff noted that tribal consultations and engagement have occurred as part of this action, that we've conducted a number of those, and staff also noted our intent, and I have spoken to this, our intent to honor the additional tribal consultation requests that we've received recently. And I recognize that we need to do better in our engagement with tribes early in the decision-making process, and I really take to heart the criticisms that we've received and ideas for improvement that we've heard, and appreciate those. I'm looking forward to learning more about what the Cook Inlet tribes envision for a tribal subsistence fishery, and I think that's really going to come out through the consultation process. At least I hope it will. So I look forward to working with them to explore options that the council may want to consider. Since the National Marine Fisheries Service has not yet completed the final rule for Amendment 16 and hasn't been able to hold those tribal consultations to hear what the various tribes are seeking, I think it's premature at this point to ask staff to begin developing a discussion paper on options for a tribal EEZ fishery. I wouldn't presume that staff would know what to evaluate and understand what the tribes are seeking without first having the benefit of the tribe's perspectives, which we hope to get through the consultation. But my intent would be to keep the council posted on this, keep the council informed as we do progress through those consultations. And then the council can decide how best to respond to the tribe's requests. So just wanted to mention that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Just to kind of understand the process, so we would get some kind of report on the feedback that you got through our NIMS reports under B reports at a future meeting, and that would be then the avenue where we could pick up if we felt like we wanted to move forward with a discussion paper. Is that your understanding?
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes. And I hesitate to give you a time frame for that because I think it really depends upon the tribe's availability and how those consultations go, but we will keep you posted.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Curlin. I can get confused about whether when we're talking about capital C, big C consultation, the formal process, and when we're talking about picking up the phone and saying, hey, here's what I'm thinking about. How does it look to you? So I was trying to listen and sort of sort out those stages, but I'm hopeful that the first step will be some little C conversation / consultation before you actually get into the big C, or what, can you give me some more? I think you probably tried to describe what you were thinking, and I probably just missed it.
I appreciate the question through the chair, Mr. Twite. We try to follow the tribe's lead on this, and I believe we've gotten 3 requests for formal government to government consultation on this issue. So when we get such a request, we'll honor that request. But we are also open to informal engagement, discussion, conversations with a small C. I imagine it'll be a mix of those things going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for circling back to this. Appreciate it. So with that concludes our discussion on C3. Let's go ahead and take a short 10-minute break. Please come back promptly at 11:05, and we will begin our staff presentation on D1. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. We are ready to begin our staff presentation on D1. We have Sam Cunningham, council staff with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council staff, and my role today is just to introduce the primary presenters for this action. That's Caleb Taylor and Alicia Miller from Sustainable Fisheries and Alex Perry from the Office of Law Enforcement. And I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Madam Chair and the council. So I'll be starting off today going through some of the background and components of pelagic trawl gear definition, getting into some of the configurations before going into some of the issues. After that, I'll hand it off to Alex Perry on my left with OLE, Alicia Miller on my right with Sustainable Fisheries. We'll then discuss downstream regulations, potential impacts, and I'll close with the summary and recommendations. Excuse me, trying to change the slide. There we go. Thank you. So some of this information was presented to the council during a Bristol Bay Red King crab stock health discussion in June of 2023. So I'll try to be brief on those portions, but so this really stems from discussions in the June council meeting as well as previous to that. So in that council meeting, there was a motion passed for us to clarify the cod end is not intended to be regulated. Allow for gear innovation, and then resolve any inconsistencies in current regulations or outdated regulations. And so that's really the scope of this discussion paper. That's what we looked at whenever we were going into this and analyzing it. Some general background. So, and again, this was presented at the June 2023 council meeting, so you've seen some of this before. Starting in the late 80s, the definition of the pelagic trawl gear specified that the gear type does not come into contact with the seabed and does not have protective devices that would make it suitable for doing so. So as you can see on the timeline here, that was gradually amended over their period during the early 90s. First, there was emergency interim rule that modified the definition. It took out that the language having to do with seabed contact, as that was found to be unenforceable at the time, and put in more stiff regulations having to do with specific mesh sizes on the forward end of the pelagic trawl gear. And so in 1991, that was formalized in a final rule that was implemented, removing the bottom contact language and then increasing mesh size. And then between that period and 1993, there were several loopholes addressed. So the definition was further refined in support, I'll note here, of the objective to reduce halibut and trawl bycatches by discouraging or preventing trawl operations on the seabed when halibut and crab prohibited species allowances have been reached. And so it's really changed over the years, finalized in 1993 in support of this objective. And so this is what we're working with here. This is the definition as it stands within 679. I'll spare you. I'm not going to read it verbatim. But I would like to note there's 12 bullets up here. It's fairly prescriptive for a gear type definition compared to others, say hook and line or something like that. It's also worth noting here that non-pelagic trawl gear is defined as a trawl other than a pelagic trawl. So it's the inverse of this definition. There's a little more wiggle room for innovations within that gear type, but it's anything changed here could have impacts to that non-pelagic trawl gear. Some components. We have this figure in section 2 of the discussion paper, just to give folks an idea of the various components of the net. You can see the cod end on the back end there, as well as the fishing circle, vertical net opening, the foot rope, essentially these different components that we discussed throughout the paper and that are part of the gear definition. And it's interesting to note that there wasn't really a good figure for this whenever we started looking into this. So for the record, I would like to I welcome any efforts by, say, the Harris Lab to potentially come up with a better figure. It would be much appreciated. But this is what we have, and I thank council staff for helping us with this figure. So going on to configurations, while the gear definition is fairly prescriptive, net design, shape, and length can vary on quite a few different factors. So you can see a photo of a catcher processor up there as well as a catcher vessel. Vastly different lengths. Vessel size, horsepower, even species or area of fish could play a role in this. So generally we think of the pollock fishery as using pelagic trawl gear, but also some rockfish, so Pacific Ocean perch. So different sizes there. And then there's often floats within the cod ends as well as salmon excluder devices. And it's worth noting here as well that forward mesh sizes have become larger over time, more larger than the description prescribes. So there was an analysis done in 2001 by the council that found the upper end of these forward meshes were found to be 43 feet long, whereas in 2012 they were found to be as large as 210 feet long. So quite a difference there. And again, this is in support of reducing drag, saving fuel, and reducing bycatch as well. It's also worth noting that this information that was used in the analysis is from a report of the fleet profiles that was done in 2012. So there's quite a gap in time between then and now. So quite a few things have changed likely that are not referenced in this. We look forward to some of the information coming out of the APU study that's ongoing. Getting into some of the issues. And so as mentioned earlier, while the cod end is not included within the pelagic trawl gear definition in 679, it is defined in the MSA provision, so at the national level, as the terminal closed end of a trawl net. Both sections, when interpreted together, do not convey what the council intended per the June 2023 council motion. And it really goes back to largely flotation within the cod end in this particular discussion. And so you can see we have a picture up here of two different cod ends, one with flotation in it. It was noted during the AP discussion that it's really important to have flotation in that area in order to keep the net from twisting when it's being deployed. And so it can fish as it's intended. There's various other reasons for that, but I'll leave it there for now. Secondly, when we were looking for potential outdated regulations, we found there was one that our discussions with industry and OLE really kind of honed in on, and it's this subparagraph having to do with pelagic trawl gear. So potentially removing this paragraph could reduce any confusion having to do with this. And I would like to note that it mentions here has no parallel lines, spaced closer than 64 inches. And so removing this wouldn't prohibit the use of parallel line trawls. It would just reduce limitations on this gear type. Specifically regarding innovations, I know this was discussed in C2, agenda item C2, Bristol Bay Red King crab. So I'll be brief here, but there were three areas of the definition that we really noted on that could be amended to allow for greater innovations within the gear type. So the first one has no disc bobbins or rollers. This could be a limiting innovation in foot rope design. Secondly, regarding flotation, as I discussed earlier, they're commonly used within bycatch excluder devices as well as the cod end. So this could inhibit that as well as flotation in other areas of the net. There was a paper we looked at that was from the 80s that describe midwater trawls as having flotation within the head rope in order to help shoot the net during deployment. So there's various areas where flotation could be allowed. And so lastly, has no metallic components. This can be confusing to interpret and limits metal components. I will note that it allows connectors within the net, but really restricts other metallic components after the fishing circle and forward of any mesh greater than 5.5 inches. And with, I see a, oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That last point about metal connectors, I've looked ahead to the AP motion and it looks like they've included something that was to address that particular element, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, and Caleb. Alex Perry, NOAA Fisheries Office of Law Enforcement. Just a few slides for you with respect to, looks like we dropped connection there when you moved the computer. Okay, perfect. A few slides relative to enforcement concerns to go over with you as you consider future potential actions on revising the pelagic trawl gear definition. Effective enforcement relies on clear, supported plain language regulations and gear definitions. In performing gear inspections as part of a non-pelagic trawl operation in 2023, OLE found that the existing regulatory definitions of pelagic trawl and thereby non-pelagic trawl are enforceable. As mentioned during our discussion at C2, features that are observable through inspection are inherently enforceable. Enforcement benefits from clear FMP management objectives and tools for measuring effectiveness. As part of the enforcement precepts document, which was before council in 2015, there's mentioned that there's a preference for the ability to enforce gear restrictions at sea and in real time. And lastly, on this slide, simple closures based on gear type restrictions promote ease of enforcement, both real time and downstream delayed. So I won't read through this table. This was developed as part of this discussion paper to capture information about the different types of observations when performing gear inspections. So they can be performed at sea or shoreside. They can be performed via aerial overflights and at sea patrols, and then observable through electronic monitoring as well. If there are any questions about this particular table, I'll take them. But again, just going through and mentioning which portions of the actual current existing pelagic trawl gear definition are observable using what type of observation. A number of closures in the North Pacific prohibit fishing with trawl gear other than directed fishing for pollock with pelagic trawl. So just a couple of examples in 679.24B4 in the BSAI. No person may use non-pelagic trawl gear to engage in directed fishing for pollock. 67922, which is the Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area, again making use of that directed fishing. No federally permitted vessel may fish with trawl gear in the protected area, except federally permitted vessels directed fishing for pollock using pelagic trawl gear. Enforcement of these requires both an inspection to determine which gear type is being used, and also an assessment of the catch retained aboard the vessel to determine what species the vessel is directed fishing for. And that's a calculation of maximum retainable amounts. The reason that I bring this forward here is that those calculations for real-time enforcement have to be made at sea, and that is a complicated issue to work through those calculations at sea. And I would like to introduce Alicia and pass it back to her.
Thanks, Alex. And through the chair, for the record, Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service. And I've just got two short slides for you today. So this paper puts forward a couple of different options for revisions to the definition of pelagic trawl gear. And these two slides highlight the importance of considering the downstream impact of those changes to other regulations. Because we are considering changes to a definition, we have to contemplate how the regulations use that definition and the other management measures that have been put in place, considering the previous definition or the current definition of that. So the paper describes in section 5 different places in the regulations that use the term pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic trawl gear. That includes regulation or other definitions in 679.2, such as bottom contact gear, mobile bottom contact gear, non-pelagic trawl, pelagic trawl, and then of course trawl gear. You've heard us using these terms throughout presentations today and previously in the C2 agenda item. So we have to consider how those terms are also used throughout the rest of Part 679 and other management measures applicable to Alaska. There are additional prohibitions at 679.7 regarding the use of VMS when using particular gears, as well as prohibited species bycatch management regulations at 679.21. And that refers to specific provisions pertaining to the use of specific gears. As well as the closure areas that Mr. Perry highlighted in his previous slide, as well as gear limitations at 679.24. So the point of highlighting all the different places that we use this gear definition throughout the regulations is that we would need to evaluate the potential downstream impacts to those management measures with any particular recommended changes. The scope of that analysis would depend upon the scope of the changes. For example, technical changes that are intended to conform to previous objectives in previous council intent would likely have less impact on management measures that were put in place. However, larger changes such as potential changes that could allow for greater gear innovation for pelagic trawl gear, we would have to consider a larger scope of analysis and potential impacts. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Taylor, unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think Alex and Alicia both covered it fairly well on considerations for these revisions, impacts to downstream regulations, as well as enforceability and compliance. And so whenever we looked at this during the analysis, we really separated our recommendations in two different trains of thought. And so the first three really focus on basic revisions that could allow for the regulations to match council intentions, as well as to remove an outdated portion of the definition. The second, or not the second, but the fourth that we have here really is related to broader innovations and the broader discussion that needs to be had with that. That discussion was really addressed during the C2 council motion, it seems, so I'll be brief. And so number one, NIMS recommends the council remove paragraph 3B of the pelagic trawl gear definition regarding parallel lines and rope trawls. And again, this really is for a variation of the gear type that has been found to not be in existence anymore. And again, if this was removed, it would just, it could reduce any confusion associated with it. It wouldn't necessarily ban pelagic or ban parallel line trawls. It would just reduce this. Secondly, revision within the trawl gear definition of Part 679 to explicitly exclude the definitions of pelagic trawl gear or non-pelagic trawl gear from limiting the cod-end design. So this is, we have some wording here for the pelagic, or the, not pelagic, excuse me, the trawl gear definition. And it really includes a general description of the form and function of a trawl net while adding further specifics for what the term means regarding regulations contained in Part 679. But if the cod end was excluded here, so we have example language at the bottom there, definition of trawl gear within this part does not apply to the cod end. That would allow for the cod end to not be limited by regulations within the pelagic trawl gear or inversely non-pelagic trawl gear definition. And then number three, if there was a change within the trawl gear definition to not limit the cod end through the pelagic trawl gear definition, there would need to be a revision specifically within the pelagic trawl gear definition to clearly allow the use of flotation within excluder devices. So there's a little figure of a salmon excluder down there at the bottom. And if you look at that orange line, there was a question in the AP discussion on that orange line. It has some weights on it. This is not limited by the current definition due to that size, the mesh size in that area being less than 5.5 inches. So really, in order to allow current fishing operations to continue, a revision to allow flotation within the excluder device would be adequate. And this is what an example revision would look like for the pelagic trawl gear definition. Mentioned the trawl gear revision earlier on in the presentation. And so basically omitting the portion having to do with parallel line trawls and then adding language to allow flotation within bycatch reduction devices, i.e. salmon excluders. And so lastly, regarding innovations, we would recommend the council clarify management objectives in pursuing those regulatory changes that support trawl gear innovation to really drive those innovations. There's quite a few, there's a lot of unknowns here, right? And again, I think this was really addressed in the motion for item C2. So I'll leave it at that in lieu of any other questions. And thank you. That's our presentation today. If you have any follow-up, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. See if there are any questions. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I keep wondering why we have to just depend solely on regulations. And I think that was illustrated for me a little bit with the proposed change to allow flotation for bycatch reduction devices. That has to be done if we're using only a regulatory approach. Certainly when we first wrote those regulations, nobody was thinking about bycatch reduction programs. So now we have to go back and change regulations to allow bycatch reduction mechanisms. Next time somebody comes up with an idea for adaptive modification, they'll have to come back for another regulatory change to expand the exclusion. Does this really have to all be done through regulation? You've got, for instance, in the EM program, which we know there's still ongoing evolution adaptation of the equipment used in our EM programs, both in full coverage and in partial coverage. You've got these powerful tools that have a regulatory base, but don't require annual adjustments to regulations. Can't we consider a tool similar to that for how we regulate how nets are designed and operated as well? Or do we really have to go through this kind of, oh my gosh, I can't believe we didn't envision that when we wrote it last time sort of process over and over and over again?
Through the chair, Mr. Tweed, thank you for your question. And this current definition as it stands was finalized and hasn't been changed since 1993, right? And so management of the fisheries have changed substantially since then. And it's really a discussion on managing inputs versus outputs. And so this definition, it manages, say as stated, trawl and bycatch or trawl and halibut bycatch. Really focuses on that by limiting the gear type specifications that are allowed. So that's on the front end, right? On the back end, the outputs, say trawl EM or quotas, IFQs, that's managing it more on the back end. And I'm not doing a great job answering this, so I'll give it over to Alicia. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb, and through the chair, Mr. Twite. You ask a really great question, and Caleb was definitely getting at it. The distinction is that back in the 90s, there were more management measures based on input controls, how you fish, what gear you use, where you fish, et cetera. And in the Bering Sea especially, we've developed management tools that are more focused on the outputs, the catch share programs that limit the halibut and crab bycatch that's allowed very effectively. And so it is possible to shift from these input controls to output controls, but that's a larger analysis and a larger consideration. We could effectively remove all of this from regulation if the council wished to pursue that. At this point, the recommendations that are included in the discussion paper really just get at some technical fixes. But I think that discussion of what are the current purposes of the limitations that are in the pelagic trawl gear discussion, that seems to be what could be explored through some of the EFP process or the ideas that were put forward in the C2 motion to look at further innovations. That's just my one perspective, Mr. Twite.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you. I agree that it's really instructive to sort of think about where we were and where we are in those terms. And what I'm hearing here is that mostly just as a pragmatic sort of consideration of how much time it would take to evolve this particular part of the regs from your input control approach to your output control approach. At present, you're recommending sort of sticking with the input control approach until we see a time when we could really put some additional work in and transform it. And I don't want to second guess the resource considerations that you're grappling with and all the other priorities you're dealing with and everything else. But I just hope that as you're thinking about that, you're also thinking about enforcement was in some pretty sort of uncomfortable situations over the last couple of years because net development, much of it at our behest, had outstripped what the old style input regulations had produced. And so it put enforcement in a really awkward position. It generated friction that didn't need to really exist between captains and boat owners and enforcement. The boat owners are screaming, hey, this is exactly what the council wanted us to do. Enforcement saying, well, yeah, but that maybe, but that's not what the rules say. That consumes resources, and further, it erodes the cooperative working relationship between enforcement, the managers, the industry, et cetera, needlessly. And it, to some extent, we don't know to what extent, but it does stifle innovation. Those are hidden costs. Some of those are sort of hidden or unquantifiable costs as you're thinking through your equation of at what point to do the transfer. And I guess I know you know all these things, Ms. Miller. I know that you would love to just wave a magic wand and do it more from an output control thing. And so you're probably sitting there biting your tongue a little bit, and I appreciate that. But what's your sense of when we might be able to make that transition?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I guess I'd reflect that question a little bit back to you as the council. And is this the right time to pursue additional innovations, and what would those look like? And I think that's what we were trying to get at with our recommendations or recommendation 4, which is clarifying what our objectives for that innovation are. And where those pinch points are exactly, so that we could consider potential changes. We were responding to the direction we received in June, which was those particular clarifications, and this general idea of allowing for innovation. And so in that regard, to allow for innovation, well, one, we have regulations that are built on a distinction, a clear enforceable distinction between pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic trawl gear. And so in the absence of some measurement or some observable element that is that distinguishing characteristic, we are recommending maintaining the current definition until we've identified what are those broader areas of innovation that could help us hone in on that. As you heard Mr. Perry say, the current definition is observable, is enforceable, because we have a laundry list of elements in that current definition that distinguish pelagic trawl gear from non-pelagic trawl gear. And so we put forward some ideas of things that we've heard from our conversations with industry that that could be areas to explore. But I certainly welcome additional input on what those pinch points might be.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And following that train of thought from Mr. Twite, that the first three things that you've identified, there's no change in this is for Mr. Perry, in the ability to enforce those using your current methods from that chart. I want to just clarify that. Is that correct?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. So may I ask a clarifying question? That is, are you asking if those are adopted and moved forward, that then it would be enforceable currently versus actually the existing definition we have right now?
Yes, I was asking whether the changes that were proposed on slide 19 make any difference in your ability to enforce those portions of the regulation.
Thank you for the clarification and through the chair. So they will certainly have, a direct impact, but it's not going to change the ability to enforce. And so, I guess to sort of get at what Mr. Twite was saying and the bifurcation that Caleb was talking about of taking care of potentially these housekeeping issues, which would make it match what is going on currently in the industry, would alleviate some of that burden and some of that potentially uncomfortable situation that Mr. Twite was alluding to. And then, as Alicia was saying, getting into the more complicated fishery management aspects of innovation, might be something that would take place later.
Thank you. Follow up. And that's what I was getting at, it's a good term, I guess, for the housekeeping is the one portion. But as Mr. Taylor addressed, the portion that I think Mr. Twite's talking about is really how much of this definition do we really need if the primary purpose is to differentiate between pelagic year and non-pelagic year, and to ensure that we have a way to enforce that using our current mechanisms. And I think all of that has been captured in the innovation portion of this paper and addressed under our C2 item, where we'll have that exact discussion about what's needed. So I think there is some confusion because it's two different pieces, but I've drawn a kind of a bright line, and I just am looking for Ms. Miller's nod that I'm looking at this in the right way.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm in agreement with the way you're looking at it. That's my understanding as well.
Any further questions? Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to our AP report. And any members of the public wishing to testify on D1, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. And I'll note that we have 18 people signed up for this agenda item and 34 for our next one. We have one more day scheduled to meet, and we can't meet beyond tomorrow. And I want to make sure we have ample time to hear from everyone. And we have those set time limits, but if testifiers can just be mindful of being as efficient as possible or aligning themselves, if they've heard similar comments from other testifiers, please feel free to align yourself with those comments to make sure that we're able to hear all of the testimony from members of the public. Thank you. Ms. Mann.
Good morning. I'm Heather Mann. I am a new co-vice chair on the AP, and I'll be presenting the motions that we passed for D1. There are 3 motions. I'll pause in between each one for questions. So first of all, number one, the AP recommends initiating a regulatory amendment package for initial review based on the following 3 recommendations from NIMS. 1, remove paragraph 14.3b of the definition of pelagic trawl gear contained within the definition of authorized fishing gear at 679.2 that prohibits parallel lines spaced closer than 64 inches from all points on the fishing line, head rope, and breast lines, and extending aft to a section of mesh with no stretched mesh size of less than 60 inches, extending aft for a distance equal to or greater than 1/2 of the vessel's length overall. 2, revise the definition of trawl gear to explicitly exclude the definitions of pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear in 679.2 from limiting the cod end design, and should read as follows. New language is shown in bold and underlined. Trawl gear means a cone or funnel-shaped net that is towed through the water by one or more vessels. For purposes of this part, this definition includes, but is not limited to, beam trawls, trawls with a fixed net opening utilizing a wood or metal beam, otter trawls, which are trawls with a net opening controlled by devices commonly called otter doors, and pair trawls, trawls dragged between 2 vessels, and is further described as pelagic or non-pelagic trawl. Definitions of trawl gear within Part 679 do not apply to the cod end. 3, remove or revise paragraph 679.2, 14.6 of the definition of pelagic trawl gear to clearly allow the use of flotation in a cod end and excluder devices. The AP also recommends the following change to the pelagic gear definition. Include in paragraph 14.8 allowance for hardware needed to secure technology. For example, live feed cameras, flow sensors, etc., that don't appreciably change the intended performance of the trawl. And that motion passed 20-1.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. We'll see if there are questions on the first motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. On the last portion of the first motion, the additions to paragraph 14.8. Did the AP have a discussion or see something or in the current definition that would prohibit use of those things? Or was the AP just trying to make very explicit the opportunity to use that kind of hardware?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we had an extensive conversation around innovation, and I think we were trying to be very explicit that we didn't want to prevent innovation. And we had heard from folks that had been boarded for enforcement actions that having something explicit would be much more helpful in terms of understanding what was happening with the gear and what the definition meant. So I think it was both those things. And we had heard in public comment as well the need to be able to do these things as we continue to innovate, but not have there be any confusion from enforcement about what was legal and what wasn't.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
Motion number 2, the AP recommends that the council task staff with a discussion paper analyzing the effects of modifying the pelagic gear definition with the following objectives: improving or maintaining fishing efficiency, adapting new technologies, minimizing bycatch, and minimizing seafloor and habitat disturbance. The discussion paper should detail the current limitations to gear innovation and modification, the process for such gear revisions, examples of how past changes to gear definitions have been moved through the council process, management tools that could be used to inform metrics to achieve these objectives, and the downstream impacts to the management objectives of the various regulatory provisions that use the current definition of pelagic trawl gear and have been built upon the previous actions. And finally, potential displacement and spillover impacts from any potential changes. And that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Any questions on the second motion? Seeing none, please continue.
Motion number 3, the AP recommends the council identify whether or not an operational management objective for pelagic trawl gear is to limit contact with the seafloor. The AP further requests that the council initiate a discussion paper to define acceptable levels of seafloor contact, identify tools or mechanisms to enforce council-defined limits, and consider the efficacy of existing bottom trawl closures in the context of this management objective. This action is intended to address both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And this motion was amended once, and the amended main motion passed 13-8.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. We'll see if there are any questions on this motion. Mr. Oliver.
Question, maybe I'm kind of slow this morning. It's a question more generally. I was just trying to understand, Heather, at 30,000 foot level, the need for and relationship between the 3 separate motions. There's a lot of overlap, it seems to me. And I was just curious how they sequence or relate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oliver, for the question. And so the first 2 motions passed, they're in chronological order. When motion 3 was brought up, I think there was a desire by some members of the AP to really spend more time talking about the performance standard. And many members of the AP said, we're already addressing this in motion 2. They didn't feel it was explicit enough. And so they wanted something additional that really focused on that, and felt, I think, that you couldn't do a definition of pelagic trawl gear unless you knew explicitly how you wanted it to perform. But several AP members thought that that was covered in motion 2. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Report. Appreciate it. So we will begin public testimony on D1. I think we'll take likely 2 testifiers, and then we'll reconvene after lunch. So as a reminder to the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, and associations and organizations 6 minutes. If you run over your time, I will offer a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement. And again, testifiers, we're really interested in hearing from everyone. So if you can be efficient as possible in your testimony, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we'll start with Kirill Basarjan.
Good morning. Can I get after lunch? I'm quite not ready right now.
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Can you put me in the after lunch? I'm quite not ready for the testimony.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to Isaac Howard, and there will be no questions. Is Isaac in the room? We will circle back to Isaac. Kevin Abina. He's joining us remotely. Are you online, Kevin? He's not online. Oh, he is. Can you unmute yourself, Kevin? Maybe my plan's not going to work. We'll move on to Linda Benkin. Are you online?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes. Are you okay with testifying?
Oh, sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You are. Yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity to testify. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alpha. I've been involved, as you know, with this process for a long time, but yesterday the council did something that was quite new to me, took action on an issue before the staff presentation or public testimony on that issue. I'm referring to the action you took under C2 on what I thought was going to be taken under D1. There were council members who stated that when making their motions, including stating that on the failed amendment, which to my mind at least responded directly to the written testimony that was received for agenda item D1. Had that amendment, which was offered by Mr. Curlin, have passed, I would have been less concerned by the council action, while still feeling quite alarmed by the council process. As it now stands, we're concerned by both. I testified on Alpha's behalf to the AP on D1, as did a number of others, and we've been waiting to testify to the council on the management objective for pelagic trawling. I've heard council members refer to D1 as housekeeping, but my focus under this agenda, our focus as an organization, has been on the objective for the management objective for pelagic trawling. And in the discussion paper, the direction on page 3, section 2.1, which notes that the contact of pelagic trawl with the seabed has become a growing concern among fishery stakeholders, then goes on to say that in considering changes to the pelagic trawl gear definition that may be intended to address the impact of contact with the seafloor, the council should first consider the intended management objective of the definition. So that is where our understanding that your intent relative to D1 was to talk about the management objective for pelagic trawling. I hope at this point our testimony on this topic is not moot. I will tell you that Alpha feels strongly that the management objective for pelagic trawl gear should be limiting contact with the seafloor, and that the council and industry should be working to meet that objective and make it enforceable. As you know, technology has progressed a long way since 1993, when enforcing limits on seabed contact was dropped. I understand new applications of existing technology will be needed from talking to enforcement, but I cannot believe that the industry could not innovate its way into documenting limited contact with the seafloor if that documentation was necessary to trawl in areas close to bottom trawling. Instead, you'd have assigned management objectives to pelagic trawl through a discussion paper that, from my perspective, adds nothing that isn't already in a national standard or EFH provisions. We do not see how that leverages changes. The industry has innovated its way into trawling on bottom with the pelagic trawl net designed to strain out crab or crab parts prior to bringing that net to the surface. I understand the industry wants the regs revised. No doubt the regs are confusing. That's why a meaningful objective is needed. Again, that is why we chose to testify under this agenda item, and why we were confused when you took action yesterday on the management objective for defining pelagic trawl and how it operates. To summarize, Alpha members are concerned by the process, and even more concerned that you voted against limiting seafloor contact as the objective for pelagic trawls operating in areas close to bottom trawling. If their nets are on the bottom, to our mind, they're bottom trawling, whether they have floats, chafing gear, or mesh size of any particular length. We ask that you reconsider your decision for yesterday in light of public testimony that you hear today, and that you follow Mr. Curlin's lead in establishing a meaningful objective for pelagic trawling that actually does limit contact with the seabed. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. We have a question for you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. I guess I'm just trying to see the difference in the process questions aside on the management objective that the council did take up and pass yesterday to minimize impacts of pelagic trawl gear on sensitive benthic habitat and unobserved mortality of stocks that rely on that habitat. I guess I was reading that as minimizing bottom contact or providing that as an explicit objective. So can you help me understand the difference in what you were asking for?
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. The EFH provisions specify minimizing disruption to the seafloor and impact to the seafloor. National Standard 8 certainly speaks to, or sorry, National Standard 9 to mitigating, minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, which is the other part of the motion you took yesterday. Those are already provisions that are in place. To our mind, what's different between bottom trawling and pelagic trawling is that you allow pelagic trawling when bottom trawling is prohibited. And there's been an assumption that that meant that the trawls were not on the bottom. If the trawls are on the bottom, then it doesn't seem to be meeting the objectives of allowing this gear type in an area that's closed. And that to us seems to be the metric that should be used to determine how those trawls are operating and if they're meeting your definition for operating with a trawl in an area close to bottom trawling.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to John Warrenchuck before breaking for lunch. And he's joining us remotely.
Hello, members of the council. Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, for the record, my name is John Warrenchuck, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager with Oceana. I do want to associate ourselves with Linda Benkin and Alpha's comments previously. You know, the council is considering a number of actions here that initial reviews and discussion papers that overlap several issues. And it was this council's and NIMS's direction that the management objectives, the definition of pelagic trawl be bifurcated from an issue considered around the red king crab savings area and the impacts of pelagic trawl. Nonetheless, yesterday, the council did take action on what their management objectives for pelagic trawl gear would be. We are concerned, you know, you didn't have all the information in front of you to make that decision. There's a number of, I think also information needs that you would need to make that decision, including we still haven't seen a good quantification of how much trawling with the currently defined pelagic trawl gear is occurring within areas that are closed to mobile bottom contact gear. We haven't seen the breakdown of bycatch that occurs in those areas. I have done dives into the observer data, and as you've heard me mention before, the observer data documents crab, clam shells, snails, brittle stars, sea whips occurring within observed pollock catches, which reflects that this gear is on the seafloor. And we go around and around about what percent of the time, but why are we at this point where the largest fishery in the world, which is supposed to be called the best managed, most sustainable, whatever other kind of descriptors that marketing applies to it, in the last 2 or 3 years, it's become apparent that this is largely a greenwashing effort. No, this is not midwater pelagic trawl gear that doesn't touch the bottom. It's been engineered to become a gear that cannot be limited by the old thresholds of whether or not it was determined to be on the bottom. And we've heard that that performance standard counting crab doesn't work anymore. So maybe for a housekeeping amendment, sure, you could remove that that performance standard. But as another housekeeping amendment, why don't you just simply redefine this gear as mobile bottom contact gear? And you can call it the same thing as bottom trawl gear. This definition now, there's going to be very little difference in terms of the contact on the bottom, but there will be a difference in terms of the gear design. And you have two different management objectives there. One, you want to keep most gear out of, or most mobile bottom contact gear out of areas that are not going to recover. And it shouldn't matter whether it's a bottom trawl or whether it's a pelagic trawl. If that is going to happen, then we urge the council to take action. And we think the essential fish habitat provisions require you to do that. The path you're going down now steps away from that so far that I'm frankly flabbergasted. I'm not sure what to do here on next steps. If the council has never intended, does not intend now to protect habitat from trawl gears, then they should make that clear, as it is mentioned in the third motion of the council, or the AP's motion. And then we can move on from there, either in this process or another one. With that, I'll just close. I'll refer you to our letters over the years. I know this issue is not completed yet, but I think that you still have some housekeeping to do, yes, and that's just to call the gear what it is now, which is a mobile bottom contact gear. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Warrenchuk. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. We'll take our lunch break now, and we'll reconvene on or with public testimony on D1 at 1:10. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order.
No, sorry, those.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our public testimony on D1. We have 18 testifiers left signed up, and I'm going to circle back to names that we skipped over before we broke for lunch. So we'll start with Kirill Basarjan. Is he online?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, esteemed council members. Today I stand before you to express my deep concern about the proposed changes to the D1 pelagic trawl gear definition. As we all know, the current definition allows for the destruction of vital marine habitats and ecosystems. The use of invasive fishing gear such as bottom trawl and dredges have always destroyed and has already destroyed areas twice the size of the United States, leaving countless marine organisms without shelter. The ocean, once home to diverse and vibrant coral reefs, have been severely impacted. These corals, which have crucial spawning and feeding grounds, are now only found in deep submarine canyons and outer continental shelves, far from reach of destructive fishing gear. But we have a chance to change this by adopting stricter definitions and regulations for pelagic trawl gear. We can protect our oceans and the creatures that call them home. We must prioritize sustainable fishing practices that preserve the health of our ecosystems and the livelihoods of responsible fishermen. The current definition of pelagic trawl gear is being grossly abused by bottom trawl floor trawlers. Despite the intention of pelagic trawl gear to target midwater species, trawlers are exploiting a loophole in the definition to continue bottom trawling without making necessary gear changes. Evidence shows that many vessels are using pelagic gear, trawl gear, to target bottom-dwelling species, causing harm to vulnerable habitats and ecosystems. This is a clear violation of the spirit of the regulation and a threat to long-term sustainability of our fisheries. The consequences of inaction are dire. Bottom trawling destroys vital marine habitats, including coral reefs, and harms countless marine organisms. As we've heard, an area twice the size of the United States is being destroyed every year. We cannot afford to continue down this path. We are here today to sound the alarm on a long-standing crisis in our oceans. Bottom trawling, a destructive practice masquerading as pelagic trawling, is ravaging our ocean floor, obliterating habitats, and decimating marine life. This isn't just an environmental issue, it's an intergenerational injustice. The current definition of pelagic trawl gear is being exploited, allowing bottom trawling to operate with impunity. The consequences are dire. Coral reefs are vanishing, marine ecosystems are collapsing, and countless species are facing extinction. We're sacrificing the health of our ocean and livelihoods of responsible fishermen for short-term gains of a destructive few. Small fishermen are trying their hardest to address the destructive impact of bottom trawling on the ocean floor. Our association has struggled to recover from trawler damage in Kachemak Bay and the Gulf of Alaska, and now Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands are feeling the effects. These vessels harm habitats like coral reef, deplete fish, and decline fish populations, making it difficult for small fishermen to catch fish, even in areas like Shelikof Strait, Kodiak. I urge you to prohibit bottom fishing by trawlers to preserve the ocean's ecosystem and ensure sustainable fishing practices. As a fisherman with 30 years of experience, I've witnessed the devastating impact of bottom trawling in our ocean ecosystem. ravages habitats, disrupt salmon migration pattern, and depletes fish populations. As a concerned citizen, we are here to expose a long-standing crisis in our ocean. Bottom trawling, disguised as pelagic trawling, is decimating ocean floors, habitats, and ecosystems. The current definition allows trawlers to exploit a loophole, causing irreparable harm. There's evidence on this. The clear facts are abuse of the current definition. We need immediate action to revise the definition and prohibit bottom trawling. The science is clear. The public is aware, and the time for excuses is over. We must choose a sustainable future for our oceans and the next generation. I urge the council to take bold action and put an end to this ecological travesty. The future of our oceans depends on it. I urge the council to take immediate action to address this issue by revising the definition of pelagic trawl to explicitly prohibit bottom trawling and ensure that all vessels are using gear to minimize habitat damage and protect non-target species. The facts are clear. The current definition is being abused, and our ocean's health is paying the price. It's time to change. Let us work together towards a more sustainable future for our oceans and communities that depend on them. Let us learn from the past and take action for the future. I urge you to vote for a more sustainable and responsible approach to fishing, one that safeguards our ocean's beauty and bounty for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basarjan. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for calling in. Next up is Isaac Howard. Okay, we'll circle back to him one more time. Kevin Abina, joining us remotely.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Kevin Abina, Kodiak longline and crab fisherman, representing the Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association. I wanted to take this opportunity to express my concern with the trawl gear actions being taken on D1 and the lack of discussion on the true issues of pelagic gear, that being bottom contact and the performance standard surrounds it. Trawl gear definitions are anything but housekeeping items. The way I see the discussions around trawl gear and the performance standard are two items that work together for the trawl industry, their lobbyists, and the council. If we create strong gear definitions between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear, the performance standard will regulate itself. If a trawl is truly pelagic, mid-water, the gear won't touch the bottom due to fear of ripping it apart. It seemed that OLE was mistaken about the enforcement action available concerning floats and chafing gear on the cod end. On the West Coast and in oceans across the world, floats and chafing gear are synonymous with bottom trawl gear. Bottom nets are by design protected to withstand bottom abuse. True midwater gear is unprotected, bare, made from lines and netting with no floats or chafing gear on the cod end. This started in June with the deregulation of the cod end after infractions occurred and citations were written. Cod ends were modified to conform to existing regulation, and here we are, back to regulations that are allowing pelagic and non-pelagic gear to be conformed similarly to the extent enforcement will have no basis to enforce. Conversely, if you allow pelagic and non-pelagic gear definitions to overlap, then you get into our current situation of having desperate need to address the management objective of the performance standard and therefore changing and updating the outdated, unenforceable performance standard of pelagic trawl gear. Within this discussion is the alarming mismanagement/skirting of existing bottom trawl closure areas. There's conversation by industry about trawl closure areas not being useful for the recovery of crab stocks. There was a citation written in 2023 in the Kodiak area with a trawler that had a bottom net on and a pelagic net on, and was actually found to have two bottom nets on, being that the pelagic net was in description of a non-pelagic net. How can we possibly evaluate closed areas concerning crab stock recovery if we have immense bottom contact occurring by pelagic trawls? I personally believe that pelagic gear should not have any seafloor contact. That being said, I understand the need to target pollock on the seafloor with seafloor contact from the gear. If that's the case, let's call the gear what it is. It's non-pelagic, and manage and enforce accordingly. from a recent presentation by the state of Alaska to the council. If the council is interested in achieving the operative objective of the performance standard by discouraging or preventing trawl operations on the seabed, based on the information in this analysis, the current pelagic trawl performance standard is not an effective tool to limit seafloor contact, and an enforceable trawl performance standard is needed. Pelagic gear and its regulation must be different from non-pelagic gear from the seafloor contact standpoint. Discussions about the physical gear regulation and construction is a secondary to addressing seafloor contact with the pelagic trawl if the gear regulations are allowing overlap between two intentionally different gear types. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Urbina. See if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Excuse me, next up is Marissa Wisniewski, followed by Alexis Kwachka.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Marissa Wisniewski, and I am the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. For the sake of expediency, I've shortened my testimony and will not take questions. While this agenda item is regarded as a housekeeping measure, I encourage this body to not miss the forest for the trees. I align my testimony today with previous testifiers, namely Ms. Bankin and Mr. Warrenchuk. What passed under the red crab action was absent essential clarity. We thank Mr. Curlin for his motion to amend the action in an attempt to address the fact that the gear innovation referenced still needed to be responsive to a definition or performance standard, which makes clear whether or not this gear is intended to be operated on the seafloor. Considering the language that passed under C2 describing the objective to minimize impacts of pelagic trawl gear on the seafloor, it is implied that this body does intend for pelagic trawl gear to be operated with seafloor contact, but is unwilling to put that in plain language. This body should either list pelagic trawl under the definitions of bottom contact gear and mobile bottom contact gear, which was within OLE's suite of recommendations to the council under C2, or reaffirm that an objective of the pelagic trawl gear definition is to prevent trawl operation on the seabed, which should in turn initiate revisions to the performance standard, which provide enforceable accountability to this objective. Without this explicit direction through either a definition or performance standard, as the proposed amendment by Mr. Curlin intended to address, the discussion paper advanced under C2 has no meaningful incentive for innovation beyond that which might provide avenues for the industry to avoid accountability under the guise of unquantified aspirations. We support the third motion passed by your advisory panel, which I will reread to emphasize. The AP recommends that the council identify whether or not an operational management objective for pelagic trawl gear is to limit contact with the seafloor. The AP further requests that the council initiate a discussion paper to define acceptable levels of seafloor contact, identify tools or mechanisms to enforce council-defined limits, and consider the efficacy of existing bottom trawl closures in the context of this management objective. The action is intended to address both BSAI and GOA. This recommendation from your AP has the specificity that provides an appropriate container for the innovation described in the action taken under C2. I heard a lot of discussion at the AP table about whether the definition and performance standard for pelagic trawl gear included the intent to minimize bycatch of bottom dwelling species or to minimize seafloor contact, which is more inclusive of protections for habitat. I understand the desire for clarity on the lineage of the pelagic trawl gear regulation. It is important to know where we come from to understand where we are going, but today it should be more clear than ever that seafloor disturbance from pelagic gear should be, at a minimum, explicitly acknowledged and addressed. There is a clear need to maintain consistency with other council objectives and bring the definition of pelagic trawl gear into alignment with the clear references to seafloor contact and the definitions for the gear described for state waters and fisheries off the West Coast. I'll read those for your reference. Alaska State Waters defines a pelagic trawl as a trawl where the net or the trawl doors or other trawl spreading device do not operate in contact with the seabed. Fisheries off the West coast states. Midwater, pelagic, or off-bottom trawl means a trawl in which the otter boards and foot rope of the net remain above the seabed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So next up is Alexis Kwachka, followed by Stephanie Manson.
Madam Chair, member of council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'm speaking for myself and only myself. There's going to be some redundancy here. Alaska State Waters 5 AAC 39.10510C. A pelagic trawl is a trawl where the net or trawl bores or other trawl spreading devices do not operate in contact with the seabed, and which does not have attached to it any protective devices such as chafing, roller, bobbins that would make it suitable for fishing in contact with the seabed floor. The public is waking up. You know, we can get through a lot of this BS if you just define this, and then we can protect the areas that need to be protected, and we can fish on the areas that are appropriate to be fished on. You can't keep pushing this off. This has to be dealt with. If it touches the floor, it's non-pelagic trawl. Deal with it accordingly. OLE can deal with it. The fishermen can deal with it. We take a lot of this BS out of it. Then you can argue about bobbins and what more protection you want to see in the areas that are heavily trawled. Straightforward. I have questions for the state of Alaska. If we don't allow seaboard contact, but we can't identify seafloor contact, what are we doing trawling inside of 3 miles? It affects my community and my island. I'm not trying to put any trawlers out of business. I don't want to define what their net is. Seafloor contact is seafloor contact, period. So I'm gonna end briefly just to tell you how I think about this. We're taught no means no, and this is metaphorically speaking, so nobody get uptight. If I touch any one of you and you tell me no, that means no. Now, if I semi-touch any one of you, doesn't that mean no as well?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. Next up is Stephanie Madsen, followed by Michael Levine.
Madam Chairman, members of the council, the chuckle there was I told him that no worries, I'll clean up after you, but I'm not touching that. So, Madam Chair, members of the council, seriously, I'm Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director of the At-Sea Processors Association. I come before you today to encourage you to look at the AP motion and really address the housekeeping issues. Like enforcement, my captains need a clear definition, and they don't want to be out of compliance. They don't want novas. They don't want to have any conflicts. So we support the same as OLE in a clear understanding. And I think that right now the confusion about the cod in and the floats in the salmon excluder have caused some concerns. And I think the agency and OLE both agree that those things should be moving forward as stated in your AP motion 1. AP motion 2, Madam Chair, I think is well taken care of in your action yesterday. You were very clear by picking up that language, and I think you referred to that motion yesterday when you were debating and discussing your motion on C2. Madam Chair, that's all I have for you today. I think bifurcating this is appropriate, and moving forward with the housekeeping regulatory provisions is important for all of us to be clear and understand the enforceability, because it is, as I already stated, very important to my captains. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Thank you for your testimony. Michael Levine, followed by Heather Mann.
Chair Dubnik, members of the council, my name is Mike Levine. I am Senior Director for Alaska Programs for Ocean Conservancy based in Juneau, Alaska, and I had extensive testimony to 5 minutes and 59 seconds, but I will spare you that by associating myself with some of the previous testifiers, in particular Ms. Benkin, Ms. Wisniewski, Mr. Warrenchuk, and the substance of Mr. Albino's, and also to express my gratitude to Mr. Curlin and our support for the amendment that was put forward under agenda item C2. I'd add briefly that some of the issues here could be divided into thirds, I think. One procedural, one seemingly semantic, and one substantive. I'd note that as Ms. Benkin mentioned, the bifurcation of C2 and D1 created confusion among the public and among some of us who've been involved in this process for a really long time. And if it was confusing to us, I think that it is evidence that there's the possibility of disenfranchising folks who are not as familiar with the system as we are. And as I think she noted, these issues, the trawl standard, the performance standard, and the definition have been dealt with together in previous council actions and agency actions. The seemingly semantic issue is definitional. How do we define pelagic or non-pelagic trawling? I would posit that that's more than semantic. It is important to people what words we use to describe the gear types and the activities that are authorized, and calling something it isn't is a problem. And so as the Mr. Kwachka identified, if gear is on the bottom, it is not pelagic. And so that is a definitional issue that should be addressed. The third, the substantive question here is what are we managing? What are we managing for? And what are the council's priorities? And here we would posit that protecting benthic habitat and the goals and objectives that were established at the beginning of this process 30 years ago related to the trawl standard to prevent halibut, PSC, and other bycatch should be the council's priorities here. And the actions that are taken both for the trawl standard and for the definition should begin from those objectives of caring for the ecosystem, the benthic habitat, and then ensuring that the analysis of the activities that are authorized matches those objectives. Again, not suggesting that trawl gear can't operate on the bottom, or that there isn't a need to operate on the bottom at times to catch pollock, but we need to make sure that we're recognizing that it's happening and evaluating the potential impacts in light of the choices management objectives that have been identified by the council. And with that, I will cede back the 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. I'll see if there are any questions. Appreciate your testimony. Next up. Oh, excuse me, Heather Mann, followed by Corey Lesher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. Good afternoon. I'm Heather Mann. I'm the director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I want to align myself with the comments that Stephanie Madsen made. I guess I'm a little confused about why people are so confused. This is a housekeeping measure. The action memo is very clear. Your June 11th motion was also very clear on what this particular item is. The standard has been part of the C2 item, or that agenda item, for the last several times it's come up. So I'm disagreeing with previous commenters that say that this is somehow getting away with something, or that people didn't have a chance to comment. I don't know if it's because I'm also an AP member, but I read all the documents and make sure I understand what's in front of the council and what the decisions are. And very clearly, this is fixing things that are in the regulation that need to be fixed. So I support the 2 motions, 1 and 2, coming out of the AP. I do think the second motion was captured in the action that you took yesterday. And I think it's really important to get these regulatory corrections in place so that we're not running into issues with enforcement. I mean, one of the things that's not in there, right, that you heard about is that we can't have floats on our excluders. Without floats, the excluders don't work. The primary thing my captains are doing when fishing pollock is avoiding Chinook and chum. And if we can't have our excluders working, that's an exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. So really, this is a housekeeping issue. We need to get it moved through and corrected. Other things are being dealt with other places, as they should be. I think people need to read the action memos and understand what is being decided and not try to make it into something else because you don't like a decision that happened earlier in the week. And if we want to start talking about bottom gear, there's a lot more than trawl. And I think we're looking at that both through the fishing effects model, which you heard about the other day, but also through the unobserved mortality process, which is looking at all gear types. Yes, pelagic gear may touch the bottom once in a while. So do 20-mile long lines that are bottom tending gear. So do the tens of thousands of derelict crab pots that are out there. So if you want to look at that, let's look at that holistically. This right here is fixing the regulations, in my opinion. Happy to answer any questions. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Corey Lesher, followed by David Bain.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I appreciate the time and hard work by the authors who contributed to the analysis and the presentations we just heard. While I acknowledge that this action in front of the council may be limited in scope, my comments highlight additional changes the council can consider, and they fall within the scope of the analysis, the AP motions, the summaries put forward in the presentation we just heard, and they do not extend beyond a basic revision of the trawl gear, pelagic trawl gear definition at 679.2. That would create consistency in the regulations and allow for fishing operations to continue as the council intended, and would clarify the intended management objectives of the pelagic trawl gear definitions. Yesterday, the council put forward a motion to task staff with a discussion paper to inform options for incentivizing pelagic trawl gear innovation with objectives that included minimizing the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on sensitive benthic habitat and unobserved mortality of stocks that rely on such habitat. So in a stepwise fashion, I think it would be appropriate for the council to consider 3 steps. First, to clarify the intent of having 2 separate types of trawl, pelagic and non-pelagic, and why ground gear components were removed from pelagic trawls. Second, the council can refine and clarify the definition that's specific to pelagic trawl gear that allows it to be fished or perform in a way that is different from other gears, like non-pelagic trawl, if that's what the intent is. And lastly, the council can then identify appropriate performance standards to ensure or enforce that the gear is operating in such a manner that it was intended. It's been brought up now by several testifiers and in multiple council meetings. There are areas within the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands that are designated or specifically managed to protect seafloor habitat and therefore prohibiting non-pelagic fishing gear from within the area. If pelagic trawl is intended to have minimal seafloor contact, but has seafloor contact nonetheless, and is permitted to fish unrestricted within these areas, does that make sense? Seafloor contact matters. My final comment today, I fully believe in gear innovations, whether that's gear modifications or inclusion of technologies. I believe they can work to achieve desired objectives. And I have faith in our fishing industry and research partners that gear innovations will continue to be an important tool for all sectors. So I'm happy to see the council motion for C2, Bristol Bay Red King crab closure areas, have mention of that. However, in a time where the crab industry is faced with the reality that the big 3 crab stocks are all at historic low levels of abundance, there remains a heightened sense of urgency. We would like to see the council turn up the pressure by creating benchmarks with timelines to incentivize swift action, with the first milestone to clearly state the objectives of and define pelagic trawl gear. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I'm sorry, you're reading your list off at the beginning of recommendations. Can you just repeat the number 2 request, please? Thanks.
That the council refine and clarify the definition that's specific to pelagic trawl gear.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Lesher, sorry, can we bring you back up? We have another question. Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, I was a little late there. Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the outlining 3 steps that you see to make things more both, I guess, transparent and actionable. Are those normally I think the council and the council staff would look toward like an action plan once they get direction from the council. And so is that somewhat of what you're looking for based on the C2 motion? I just wanted to see if I was connecting the right things with the steps.
Yeah, my comment regarding the C2 motion, I do appreciate the last part of the motion where the council will review options for changes to the performance standard following this work. I don't agree that it has to come afterwards. These things, are, in my opinion, are very time sensitive. And my understanding is that we could come up with performance standards as we're defining pelagic gear as it's intended to be operated. And the innovation part can continue throughout the future. I don't think there's a time limit on innovating gear. And that's part of what this, my understanding of C2 and D1 is to allow for gear innovations within the definition of pelagic gear. So I don't think that there's necessarily needs to be a time limit set on gear innovations. But in the meantime, my understanding is that we can identify enforceable performance standards while we're working on other amendments or updates to the pelagic gear definition.
Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I got your 3 points that you made, and then you made a 4th point about timing. So when I'm thinking about this, and it's in relation to C2, I'm thinking that we have a list of bullet points that I think show an intent by the council to go down a road that may address the 3 items that you have, but on the timing issue, that doesn't seem to be something that I would have a difficult time myself perceiving how we would fit that into this, whatever our council's motion ends up being. So, was that just a point, or I understand that on the timing issue. I just want to give you a chance to clarify that. I don't see us setting a timing on these 3 issues going back to an action that we took in C2, nor do I see timing fitting with this. And I thought I'd give you a chance to respond to your level of confidence, maybe that we will address the timing issue in the future.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question and to allow me to maybe clarify if I can. Yes, the three steps that I outlined, to me, it makes sense that those are the step 1 has to happen before step 2, before step 3. I would like to see these happen in a timely manner. There's no in the motion and moving forward, there haven't been benchmarks set that will inform when we're wanting to meet these priorities, identify these gear innovations. And I think if the council chose to set a desired timeline with benchmarks, it would really turn up the heat a little bit and allow for us to create innovations and really get after it, because we have problems facing us and we need to address them. And in my opinion, it's quite urgent. And so I would like to see the council acknowledge some of that urgency and identify timelines or benchmarks, and then we can work together to meet those.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I think we'll let you go this time. Next up is David Bain, followed by Lauren Devine.
Hi, I'm Dr. David Bain, Chief Scientist for Orchid Conservancy. We're a Seattle-based nonprofit with tens of thousands of members. Our primary concern is the survival of endangered southern resident killer whale population, although our mission extends to the welfare of killer whales throughout the world. Allowing innovation is essential. Performance standards can drive innovation. Consequences of bycatch with existing gear are unacceptable. We are alarmed by the lethal takes of several killer whales last year. We are concerned about the bycatch of Chinook salmon bound for waters occupied by southern residents. We also wish to express concern about the effects of bycatch on people, such as the closure of indigenous fisheries and potential reductions in closures of other Chinook fisheries that have become necessary due to ESA considerations. Innovation in how gear is used is also important. Bottom contact fishing has already been discussed extensively during this meeting. We also ask you to prohibit discards while whales are present, to discourage fishery interactions until gear innovations ensure no risk to the whale. In summary, we ask that you require use of best available bycatch reduction technology while other gear types are being developed, along with the implementation of regulations on when and where fishing is allowed and best practices for how gear is used to limit the consequences of bycatch. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bain. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members, Dr. Lauren Devine and President Malavito for the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I'm going to save some time and say we're aligned with Ms. Binkins, Mr. Warrenchucks, Mr. Urbana, Ms. Wisniewski, Mr. Kowachka, Mr. Levine, Mr. Lesher, and others before and that I'm sure will come after that continue to be confused and concerned by the discussions of the pelagic trawl gear definition, performance standards, operational management objectives, and we seek clarity from this council regarding what you intend and do not intend to address in the multiple agenda items that seem to be overlapping on this issue. Please either align the gear to the definition, operating pelagically and off the seafloor, or reclassify the gear according to what it is already doing, contacting the seafloor. If the council is to see through all of these concerns through the C2 motion, which was passed yesterday, but again, without Mr. Curlin's amendment, which we appreciated and are a bit concerned that did not pass. I'm asking for clarification and to provide the public with enough information about the council's intent, timeline, and benchmarks, as Mr. Lesher just suggested, that can address appropriately the collective concerns and confusion on this issue in a timely and I would say urgent manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Thanks. Next up is Hannah Heimbuck, followed by Ron Kavanaugh.
Good afternoon, Hannah Heimbuck testifying on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. We support the council taking an action to clarify whether or not an operational objective of the pelagic trawl gear definition is to prevent or limit contact with the seafloor and initiate a process to update that definition to resolve inconsistencies in the regulation around gear definitions. In particular, we would support the approach outlined in the AP's third motion to make that clarification and initiate a discussion paper addressing levels, tools, and efficacy of closures. This is foundational to all other aspects of the GEAR definition and its objectives to council work going forward and the motion you passed under C2. Operation off of the seafloor is explicit in the state of Alaska's pelagic trawl gear definition and is a globally recognized defining characteristic of pelagic gear. It is the expectation of the broader public, Alaskans and consumers, that pelagic means midwater, which means not on bottom. It's the most important differentiating factor between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl. It's what makes bottom trawl closures on sensitive habitats meaningful. Given that we're talking about North America's largest fishery and the largest user of the North Pacific's significant ecosystem resources, I cannot imagine a situation in which we don't address this in a meaningful way. And clarifying an operational management objective is a non-ambiguous, straightforward way to do it, no matter what that clarification is. I feel like I'm hearing circular conversations about whether or not pelagic gear was ever intended to be primarily pelagic, about whether or not it's effective to protect sensitive benthic habitats from sustained impact, about whether clear and enforceable definitions of gear need be a regulatory issue, and about what we mean by habitat. This uncertainty is a contradiction of decades of public management and scientific record. It's an increasingly semantic conversation around things that should not be and are not actually confusing, but should actually be regulated. As I testified under C2, the gear definitions, performance standard, and crab conservation actions are all intertwined. Their discussions should reference one another so that we can make decisions holistically. However, after listening to deliberations yesterday, it sounded like the council rolled its intentions for this action into the motion on C2. I hope that's not entirely the case. That motion includes language that refers to pelagic trawl gear definitions and modifications, but it does not address the council's intent regarding bottom contact in the context of gear definitions, and the council declined an important amendment to do so. The C2 motion refers to minimizing benthic habitat impacts in terms of incentivizing gear innovation, which is interesting, but not sufficient. It doesn't give the critical guidance of an objective, and it does not signal an intent to make clear and enforceable regulations on a topic that is foundational to the sustainability of our largest fishery. I don't think we can lean on the idea that some version of that was implied by the C2 motion language. I think we need explicit direction, such as that outlined in the AP's third motion. Since the C2 action occurred without hearing the staff reports, public testimony, or AP report on D1, it's my sincere hope that you do intend to take an impactful step now. Definitive regulatory expectations should be what guides innovation, not the other way around. This topic is so significant, I don't know how the North Pacific moves forward under the premise of sustainability without addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Heimbach. I've just heard a few testifiers quoting the statute of State of Alaska regulations regarding the definition of pelagic trawl, and I think the issue is pelagic trawl does occur in state waters, unobserved, with this definition that seems preferable, but I'm having trouble seeing the relevance of a definition without some definable performance standards and ways to identify whether a pelagic trawl is on the bottom or it isn't and what the impacts are. So while they have a definition, there's still trawling that occurs in state waters for pollock with that definition with probably no other way to enforce it. So isn't that the conundrum we're in right now, where we really need to create some definition that has measurable objectives? And I guess a definition really isn't enough, right? We need to have something else to go with that to make the definition be enforceable and still provide opportunity for innovation and fisheries to operate. And it seems like that's the struggle that we're having at this point. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. I agree that that is a huge conundrum in the state waters aspect. It's something I think a lot of us are thinking about now. What does that mean? And I do think that the state definition what it has is clear. And it's clearer than what we have in this process for the federal definition in terms of the intent of whether or not the gear should be on the bottom. I really appreciate the clarity of that point in particular. And then regarding kind of the process that you described, that is why I really liked the third AP motion on D1, because the discussion paper talks about not only clarifying intent, which again is helpful either direction, but then looking at the tools and enforcement and measurable things that will allow that intent to become a reality. And I do think that that is the best place to start. And all of these other things, the C2 motion has good things in it. But I don't know how you make those things meaningful without establishing an intent around this management objective.
Yeah. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. And maybe it's an offline conversation because I am still very stumped on when I look at that motion 3 that you testified to. It is asking to clarify whether or not an operational management objective is to limit contact with the seafloor. And when I look at the C2 portion of the motion that was clarified in discussion is all about the pelagic trawl gear definition. It includes that in terms of limiting contact with the seafloor, and it includes other things that are important to stakeholders like minimizing bycatch. I try to make my questions concise, but is there not some value in looking at minimizing seafloor contact also with these other management objectives? And I only ask because there is certainly a situation in which you could minimize bottom contact, but you're not changing effort. You're not changing the amount of time people are on the water. And so thus you're having negative impacts on PSC. So without looking at them together as management objectives, which I think is encapsulated in C2, I feel like we're losing kind of a big piece. I would truly like your thoughts on that. I apologize. Thanks for giving me a little latitude.
Through the chair, I appreciate that question. I think the important word there is also. And I also think that people are very sensitive to the gravity of this topic. I think that's why it is so important to be explicit in intent in the motion language and truly articulate that in the motion. Because of the seriousness of this conversation and how seriously I know everyone is taking it. And while incentives for innovation are important, they're going to be critical to success, it can't be everything. And so having the explicit guidance of what the management objective is so that regulators and industry can be following that together as they go down their different pathways, I think we have to have that explicitly.
Thank you, Ms. Einbuch. So next up is Ron Kavanaugh, followed by Julie Bonney and Chelsea Riddell.
Madam Chair, members. Yeah, I'd just like to echo the last comments. And then I'm told this isn't where this is supposed to be, but at the end of the day, I don't know where to put it. If it's not pelagic trawl, it's non-pelagic trawl. It's pretty much that simple. The onus should be on the harvester to demonstrate that they're not on the bottom. I hear that there's no technology available to do that, but I guarantee if the onus was on the harvester, I would find a way to prove that I'm not on the bottom. The state regs are important because we have 6 state members up here which define what non-pelagic trawl is, and they participate inside of 3 miles. And so that's pretty simple, I believe, to move forward with that. The definition is right there in front of you, and the onus should be to prove that you're not. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Thank you. Julie Bonney and Chelsea Riddell, followed by Brent Payne.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney, and with me is Chelsea Riddell, and we represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, both shoreside processors and trawl catcher vessels that operate in the Gulf of Alaska. And I'm going to let Chelsea go first, and then I'll clean up.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I just wanted to address support and appreciation for the fourth component of the AP's main motion that adds the language for allowance for hardware needed to secure technology, including live feed cameras, flow sensors, et cetera. So when our vessels were being boarded last year, there was a lot of confusion about the metallic components. And even though the existing regulatory language does provide some examples, there continued to be kind of confusion about what that means, especially since gear has evolved somewhat and there's cameras and other components. And so this is an important addition that isn't necessarily going to have large downstream effects, while the other gear innovation work continues to be expanded in the AP's other motion. So I just wanted to address that, and that it would be appreciated to prevent confusion in the meantime during boardings, since it's just metallic connectors. Thank you.
Again, just to restate, we're in support of the housekeeping amendments and that package moving forward, the regulatory changes. But I wanted to address the portion of the gear innovation that was discussed under the Red King Crab Savings Area motion that deals with innovation. And there's two portions in this two portions, and then the record that you built that I don't think the public really understands. So when you're talking about the second portion of your motion, which brings the discussion paper back that deals with the 4 objectives, it was clear that that's not only in terms of the Bering Sea, but it was also in terms of the Gulf of Alaska and pelagic gear. Also, the issue of minimizing the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on sensitive benthic habitat and unobserved mortality of stocks that rely on such habitat. Is a large objective, and I would suggest that the Bering Sea fleets is doing a lot of research to really understand the impact of pelagic gear and how much time the nets are on the bottom, how the different constructions of the net work through Brad Harris and others. We have done nothing in the Gulf of Alaska to move any of that forward to really understand the differences between the smaller catcher vessels. A lot of the habitat in the Gulf of Alaska is volcanic rock, lots of gullies where you're really not going to be on the bottom. And then also understanding how much time our nets are actually on the bottom. We don't know the answer to that either. So when you pass that motion, you basically put the B on us to get our house in order to be able to answer what's actually going on in our system and how it overlays with those objectives. So we hear it loud and clear, but we're going to have to work a lot internally. In fact, I'm thinking I'm going to need to hire another person that's really more a Sarah Webster or that deals with cooperative research. So if anybody has some suggestions for that, because I've got about 4 things on my tickler list and Chelsea cannot do it all. So thank you very much.
Thank you both for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Thank you. Brent Payne is next, followed by Greta Goodmanson.
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, my name is Brent Payne, the Director of United Catcher Boats. I want to say UCB very much appreciates the document that the OLE and Sustainable Fisheries staff had presented to you today and presented in your briefing booklet, and we read through it and participated in it. You know, going back to your June meeting when you passed your motion, what was going on was the boarding officers for OLE were boarding a lot of poly boats in the Gulf of the Bering Sea, and they were taking a hard look at our gear. And we discovered that if we had had the caught in as defined as a part of the midwater trawl, we were in violation of the current regulations because we had floats in the caught end. And there were 2 definitions of a caught end. One was an overall 600 level definition that was done by the headquarters at NOAA, and then the original definition for the Bering Sea and Gulf was done by you years and years ago, where the cod end wasn't part of the definition of a midwater trawl. So you need to have clarity there. So it made sense. We've always had floats in the cod end because you need to float a cod end because it has chain rib lines. And if it doesn't, if it sinks, your net won't fish. So that was a nice clarification. And I think we recommend that you change that definition and to make sure that the cod end is not part of a midwater trawl. Secondly, the use of, when we developed the excluder, in order to keep the openings open, we put floats in on the excluder. And we didn't realize we were violating federal regulations when we had floats in the part of the midwater net where the excluder was. And the intent was to minimize Chinook salmon, right, and chum salmon. So we were in violation of a federal law. We could get a NOVA if we had floats in our excluder. We didn't want to take the floats out of the excluder because it wouldn't work. So the second recommendation is to not allow floats in the midwater part of the net where the excluder is. The third recommendation is we don't use robot trawls ever in the last 30, 40 years. So it's an outdated regulation. We don't need it in there. I think the picture of the midwater trawl in your packet is really quite illustrative of the kind of net we use right now. So we ask you to remove that, and then cod ends, use of floats, remove the rope trawl. That's really helpful. So that's surgical. That changes the definition, so we weren't going to get tickets by an OLE officer that's pretty zealot here out on the fishing grounds. So appreciate that fix. The overall issue of what you need to look at in terms of innovations, I would just say I looked at the recommendations on page 23, and there's 3 bullet points: improving fishing efficiency, minimizing bycatch, and limiting fishing impacts in specific areas. So your document from NOAA fisheries folks and OLE are recommending those 3 broad objectives. And I think those are reasonable objectives for us. We just kind of minimizing bycatch. How have we modified our gear? Number one is we're using video cameras, live feed, that are in the net right now. A couple of the captains testified to you about the use of that at a previous meeting. That's a new technology. We are using a salmon excluder device, and we use video cameras to look at if the excluder device is working or not. We've always used third wire equipment to put a sonar unit on the head rope of the net to see how we fish and how the shape of the net is. And we also use sensors in the cod end that indicate when the cod end's full. So that's new technology that's evolved over the last 30 years that we are using in the net. We're not allowed to use a bottom trawl to fish pollock. Prior to me coming on board with United Catcher Boats, there were 2 definitions, that you were allowed to use a bottom trawl net to fish pollock, and you were allowed to use a midwater net to fish pollock. And the captains chose which one they wanted to do. I was really impressed with Groundfish Forum's work to do the elevated sweeps for the bottom trawl fishery in the Bering Sea. It has saved a lot of halibut and crab bycatch. That was a novel way of taking a bottom trawl and making it deal with bycatch concerns. We could use technology to try and get a net built that would have 0 Chinook bycatch if we didn't have to deal with the current regulations that are on the books right now. If you let us have a chance to be innovative and work with our gear manufacturers and people like Craig Rose and Brad Harris, we could do that. But we can't do that right now, given the current mood of the industry. And the second thing I would point to you is we have really depended on the EFH amendment that passed Congress, 25 years ago or so, and the work that Dr. Harris has done, John Olson has done, and now Brad Harris and his team has done to look at the fishery effects model of a pelagic trawl fishing when it comes in contact with the bottom. And it's been very clear that research that originated from Dr. Rose's work is my members fish on the bottom 20 to 40% of the time. When the very first fishery effects model was done, that was stated in there. We do touch the bottom with our nets, but we also don't touch the bottom with our nets. That's not the question to ask. The question to ask is, what is the impact when you do touch the bottom? And what you have right now is the essential fish habitat 5-year review that shows you what that is. Dr. Harris and Dr. Rose's presentation to you a couple of days ago was great. And that's where you start with this. We're working with Dr. Harris, Memorial Fisheries, to get truly what is going on with the pelagic net and how it's involved with the environment when we're fishing pollock. So appreciate your work yesterday. Appreciate the work here. You can be very surgical and change the regulations. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. Better Goodmanson, followed by Craig Rose. Is Greta online? Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Greta Clementon. I'd like to align my comments with
Greta, I'm sorry, you're coming in a little fuzzy. If you could adjust your microphone, that would be helpful.
Yeah, how about now?
We'll give this a try, but it's still a little muted.
Okay, any better?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to align my comments with Linda, John, Marissa, Alexis, Corey, Lauren, Hannah, Ron. I think we as an AP, you as a council, we're having a hard time defining what pelagic is. According to Webster, it says not near the bottom or the shore of coasts, open oceans, and lakes. Pretty basic. I think we're trying to get a definition for something other than what we should be doing. The definition should be on the trawl fishing, not the gear. Brent just testified that if it wasn't for the regulations, they could innovate and get much more efficiency out of that gear. I agree with that comment. We should be doing that. It's if you go on some of the gear websites, some of their biggest selling points is how well it handles bottom contact. So I will go back to that again. If it's fishing on the bottom, it's not pelagic gear. And the definition is all in pelagic gear. The only definition for non-pelagic is that it doesn't fit within those definitions. So we're sending the wrong message. So a good example on that is the excluder that was considered to be illegal to put the floats on. Well, that's bureaucrats designing fishing gear. So define the fishery. Pelagic is mid-water, and let the guys that are using these nets, let the guys that are designing these nets, design them and use them for the most efficiency for both catching what they're targeting and fuel efficiency and everything else. So let's see, I'll just finish with the message I get from the council is loud and clear. It's kind of an old-time joke, but it's what I hear from the council is you're going to believe me or you're lying eyes. So I think it's time to change this and move forward and do what it actually says. Thank you. Any questions I'll take.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Craig Rose, followed by Dan Martin.
Trying again. Can you hear me?
You're very, very faint, Mr. Rose.
Sorry, is this any better?
Yep, it is a little better.
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm going to limit my comments pretty much to a very small area. I'm doing a research project on a new way to reduce bycatch, particularly things like salmon. But it involves putting both metal and floats on a part of the gear that is currently not allowed. Though I guess the floats, it's probably, it might be, I'm sorry, the metal, it might be okay. We're putting, since they have, for vessels that have cameras on them, on their nets, weights for them to flip a panel up and down to allow fish to escape if they're not the ones they want. But this involves a small underwater winch that when we asked OLE about it, we couldn't use the floats to compensate the weight for this heavy little piece of gear. So I would really like to make sure that you do pay attention to these little housekeeping pieces. The issues with the weights and floats were never meant to be the back of the net. They were meant to protect, to keep from disabling the big meshes that are really what is causing the great reduction in halibut and crab bycatch. The back of the net doesn't need those elements to be adjusted. And well, I've got a whole lot of other things I could talk about. I'll leave it there and take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I just wanted to try to see if I was following that the proposed change in the paper regarding flotation is that change necessary should your project or whatever you're testing come to fruition? Is that a change that is helpful, or are there additional changes you think need to be made?
For the device we're working on, the flotation is definitely helps and keeps our device from distorting the net because we can't compensate for the weight. So yes, the float piece is important. To also, to some extent, the idea of what, defining the metal as a connector and whether devices attached to the net are illegal if they're metal sort of questions that I believe the AP suggestions did deal with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I have a question. It's a little outside of the scope of your testimony, so please feel free to let me know if you can't answer it. You've been involved in a lot of research projects. We've been talking a lot about the ongoing research during this meeting and how some of it we believe will be really critical to informing management direction pertaining to this issue and other issues that have been on our agenda items, all very, I think, important and exciting. And I think there's universal support and acknowledgement of this. And we've had a bit of a discussion about the timing of some of these pieces relative to the information we're going to get back and some requests for really establishing some clear benchmarks for timing. And some of this is, outside of the scope of research, but some of that I do think pertains to research. Is there, from your perspective, is there a meaningful way that the council can really identify or provide feedback to work that you're undertaking or others to really help encourage a specific outcome relative to a time or relative priority that the council has? Or I'm not sure if you can, if you have a response to that, but if there is any, any perspective you can share in regards to that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And to the chair, or you are the chair, never mind. The issue there, I think that the council motion yesterday did a whole lot in terms of being specific about what you were looking at and what things needed to be examined. I mean, it's not as simple as, is it bottom contact? It's more bycatch, unobserved mortality, and effects on the seafloor. And getting to those specifics in terms of the things you're trying to reduce. I think those are important pieces in being specific for what the council is really trying to accomplish. And I think that helps. Whether that will get us to research projects, there's a unfortunately a substantial lag. Some of it's ongoing, so the encouragement really helps at this point. But I think that's about it, as close as I can come to answering your question.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. That was very helpful. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan Martin.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Dan Martin, and I'm the fleet manager for Bering North. Bering North owns 9 trawl vessels that operate in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska, targeting pollock, cod, and rockfish. I myself have fished in Alaska for 4 decades. I appreciate the council's desire to review and update this outdated definition, clarifying the cod end component and also other changes to the language, allowing for continued innovation. There are a couple of things I heard from previous testifiers I would like to comment on. Chafing gear, as used on a pollock cod end, is to mitigate wear of the webbing while being hauled up the stern ramp and across the deck while under immense pressure. Floats, if used anywhere near the front end of a pollock trawl, would become tangled in the large forward meshes, creating several backlashes. This prohibits their use in the forward portion of the net. I align myself with the AP motions with one possible addition. Recommendation number 3 should also have language that reflects the ability to allow for weighted lines for use in the excluder devices, as well as the flotation. And I'll just briefly, lastly, I believe that before we create a performance standard, we need to clearly define what we are trying to create a standard for. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So I will circle back to Isaac Howard, see if he's in the audience. Or online. Okay. That concludes our public testimony on D1. Really appreciate everyone's valuable perspectives. We will take a 15-minute break, come back to see what the wishes of the council are in regards to action on D1. And so that would bring us to roughly 3:40. 2:40, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm working on a different time zone here with my computer. So 2:40, thank you. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we've completed our staff reports and public testimony on D1. I'll ask if the council wishes to take action. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have sent a motion to staff, which is on the screen. And the motion reads, the council adopts the following purpose and needs statement and list of alternatives for analysis. The purpose of this action is to align regulations with the longstanding interpretation of pelagic trawl gear in Alaska and to remove unnecessary outdated text. Pelagic trawl gear is defined within 50 CFR 679.2 and has remained unchanged since 1993. The council and NMFS did not intend the cod end to be included within the restrictive definition of pelagic trawl gear specified at 679.2. However, the national definition of the cod end at 600.10 is inconsistent with the 679.2 definition because it includes the cod end as part of the trawl net. A regulatory change to the trawl gear definition at 679.2 is needed to exclude the cod end, thereby better reflecting the original intent and providing for improved regulatory compliance. Revisions are also needed to the pelagic trawl gear definition in paragraph 14 of the definition of authorized fishing gear at 679.2 to remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls and to allow for flotation within bycatch excluder devices. There are two alternatives. Alternative one is no action or the status quo. Alternative two is to revise regulations at 50 CFR 679.2 that define authorized fishing gear for pelagic trawl gear and trawl gear to option one, exclude the cod end from limitations applicable to the trawl net. Option two, remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls. Option three, allow the use of flotation for bycatch excluder devices. Option four, allow hardware that secures technology to the trawl as long as the hardware does not appreciably change the intended performance of the trawl. Technology that may need to be secured to the trawl includes live feed cameras, flow sensors, etc. And these options are not mutually exclusive. And that's my motion.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll start by acknowledging the many public comments that we heard under this agenda item about how the council regulates the use of pelagic trawl gear to enable effective management of the amount of seafloor contact in areas where bottom contact is a management concern and concerns that people expressed that the council needs to do more in that regard. I spoke to this issue under agenda item C2 and the council's motion under that agenda item, even without my failed amendment to the motion, does begin a process to incentivize gear innovation to minimize pelagic trawl impacts on sensitive benthic habitat and unobserved crab mortality. But here under agenda item D1, the council is dealing with narrower issues related to some regulatory ambiguities and small regulatory changes with a limited scope to address those ambiguities, and thus my motion has that narrower focus. The discussion paper describes the regulatory history, which makes it clear that the 679.2 definition for trawl gear was not intended to include the cod end, while there is not a clear rationale for including the cod end within the trawl net in the national regulations at 600.10. I expect the analysis will include an evaluation of the enforceability of these changes and any potential impacts on other regulations, including the non-pelagic trawl gear definition and gear and area closures. The range of alternatives directly reflects the NMFS recommendations included in section 6 of the discussion paper and also recommended by the advisory panel. These changes are intended to align the regulations with current fishing practices consistent with the intent of previous management actions per the council's June 2023 motion. My expectation would be that at initial review, the council could fine-tune the options further, such as to address issues like Dr. Rose mentioned in his testimony a few moments ago, where flotation may need to be combined with other modifications to the gear. And again, as discussed in the C2 motion from this meeting, the council supports developing options to incentivize pelagic trawl gear innovations and defined objectives for that innovation. But that was addressed during C2 and so is not addressed as part of this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. see if there are any questions on the motion. Okay. Any comments on the motion? Ms. Vanderhook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I just want to say that I really appreciate that you've kept this pretty clear and concise. I think these are things that we should be able to move forward on fairly quickly and eliminate some of the concerns that enforcement has had with the state of gear these days and the regulations. And so I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for the document supporting this action. I thought it was very well done and clear. And so I think that really helped this process. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you for the motion, Mr. Curlin. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action or anything else on this agenda item? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have action. I appreciated actually Mr. Curlin speaking to the other portion of this whole action that where the majority of the public comment, not all, but majority of the public comment was focused. I did hear loud and clear that we need to be very explicit, and that having explicit language in our motions, specifically under that portion of the C2 motion that deals with this issue, is important. Without kind of revisiting that at this meeting, I think it's important once we get that discussion paper back that we can look very carefully at the language we've used to ensure that the public understands what the council is talking about. I think we're trying to do that in all aspects and all motions. And in discussion, we were pretty clear that we were trying to differentiate that portion from what Mr. Curlin's motion just was, those kinds of housekeeping amendments, from something that really looks at the pelagic gear definition and tries to describe a process to move past the current regulatory definition, potentially change that definition, and describe a process to arrive at less prescriptive regulations that allow for innovation, but meet the management objectives that are outlined in that motion. So I just want to put on the record, I heard loud and clear that these are confusing issues. We need to be really careful in our language and in how we speak to it. And I think when that comes back to the council, we can tune that up if we need to. We can also provide an action plan and outline targets. That would be my intent, as we heard in testimony. And I just didn't want that portion of the testimony to go kind of unspoken to. So thanks for that indulgence.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything else? Okay. Yeah, so that concludes our discussion on D1. And we will move into staff presentation on D2. Dr. Watson.
Good afternoon, Nicole Watson, council staff. I will, in an effort to take everyone's time into mind, provide you with a very concise presentation. Feel free to ask any questions while we go along. I will be pointing out the important aspects and the key takeaways that were in the discussion paper. I am joined by Josh Keaton for additional help with questions as needed. This is the wrong PowerPoint. While we're waiting, I did just also want to note, if you see Josh abruptly up and leave, he does have a plane to catch. So that may occur if we do not get completely through the presentation by the time he needs to catch his ride to the airport. Okay, in June 2023, the council tasked staff to prepare a discussion paper to inform potential Gulf of Alaska tanner crab protections. The discussion paper examines catch and tanner crab bycatch by target groundfish fisheries and gear types during 2019 to 2023 in statistical areas 525630 and 525702. Tanner and king crab distributions and options for observer monitoring in areas around Kodiak Island. After reviewing the discussion paper and listening to public testimony, the council may choose to take no further action, request more information from staff in the form of a discussion paper, or initiate an analysis. If the council chooses to move forward with an analysis, the council should articulate a purpose and need for this action and a set of alternatives to analyze. Considerations for future analysis could include additional statistical areas and/or years, an evaluation of potential effects of any protection measures such as additional closures, gear restrictions, or required observer coverage on the fisheries and bycatch, the effectiveness of such changes and impacts on fishing behavior, namely if fishing were to occur in other regions, what impacts may occur. So first and foremost, I did want to acknowledge that this is a second iteration of this paper. So apologies for the November-December draft being removed due to some unforeseen issues occurring. So updates have been made to this paper since November 2023, which includes a more robust data set, which now extends through December 25th of 2023. So the data you will see begins on January 1 of 2019 and extends through December 25th, 2023. It also has more robust data grouping such that the most data can be provided to the council for decision-making, taking into consideration confidentialities that may arise when we slice the data a bit finer. Earlier analysis limited data due to confidentiality restrictions, leading to more relevant data groups such as seasonal examination of the data instead of complete monthly across the board, and fishery types such as pollock and non-pollock. There were initial errors in the data set that had come to light in November, and these have since been addressed, providing a robust and statistically sound paper. To ensure the accuracy of this, additional QA/QC was performed on the data set and analyses, and has been analyzed using multiple analytical software, including R, which is the software that I'm most familiar with. So I would like to orient you to the background, scope, and data plus procedures that were used. So again, as requested by council, this discussion paper focuses on non-pelagic trawl, pot, and pelagic trawl gear from 2019 to 2023 in 2 statistical areas with some comparisons with Central Gulf of Alaska. The Central Gulf of Alaska was defined as the Gulf of Alaska waters around Kodiak Island, ranging from 147 degrees west longitude to 159 degrees west longitude, or from Prince William Sound to Shumagon Islands. Catch, bycatch, and observer data were obtained from the NMFS Alaska Regional Catch Counting System with data compilation from the Alaska Fisheries Information Network. Abundance estimates for tanner crab were provided by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff from the ADF&G surveys. Data for groundfish catch and tanner crab PSC are inclusive, as I said, January 1st, 2019 to December 25th, 2023. It does exclude halibut catch data. State Pacific cod parallel fishery data is included, however. Data analysis was performed using our statistical software using the Tidyverse package. And for QA/QC, the analysis was verified by 3 different individuals using both MyR code, InR, and alternative analysis software such as Excel. So I did want to give you a little bit of background on closure areas. I am really not going to go into much detail because I'm sure most of you are already familiar with these closure areas. I did also want to note that as we're going through this presentation, if you're interested in getting more information, I do provide you a reference to what page in the discussion paper you can find the section that we're currently on. So for example, here, figure 1 is on page 5 of your paper. The council has established several areas around Kodiak Island to protect Goa crab species. Tanner crab are considered a prohibited species catch and cannot be retained and should be avoided. The Tanner crab trawl closure area, Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area, was established in October 2009. And it prohibits all fishing with trawl gear year-round except for pollock fishing with pelagic trawl gear. This is an area of historic high Tanner crab abundance that had also a high instance of bycatch in the groundfish trawl fisheries. In addition to establishing the Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area, NMFS issued regulations to implement Amendment 89, which was enacted in January 2014, and revised regulations governing configuration of modified non-pelagic trawl gear. The rule requires that non-pelagic trawl gear used in the directed flatfish fisheries in the central regulatory area of the Gulf of Alaska be modified to raise portions of the gear off the seafloor sweeps. Modifications to non-pelagic trawl gear used in these fisheries aimed to reduce the unobserved injury and mortality of Tanner crab and to reduce the potential adverse impacts of non-pelagic trawl gear on bottom habitat. Type 1, 2, and 3 areas, while considered directly for protection for king crab, can also provide some protections for Tanner crab. These areas were all established by the council in September 1986 to enact trawl restrictions with Gulf of Alaska FMP Amendment 15 in April 1987. The areas closed to non-pelagic trawl gear. The closure areas were renewed in June 1989 and 1992. The type 1 areas are Alitac Flats, Towers, and Marmot Flats. They're known to historically have high king crab concentrations and are closed year-round to non-pelagic trawl gear. Type 2 areas are also known to historically have high king crab concentrations, but they were lower than type 1 and closed to non-pelagic trawl gear from February 15th through June 15th. Type 3 areas, which include Outer Marmot Bay, Barnabas, Horses Head, and Chiricahua, are areas adjacent to type 1 and type 2 that have been identified as important juvenile king crab rearing or migratory areas, and they may be closed to trawling by the NOAA Regional Administrator. Otherwise, they are open. So I did also want to provide information on sources of mortality other than the directed crab fishery. So other than the directed crab fishery, some additional sources of mortality in Tanner crab are discard mortality and ecosystem effects. Discard mortality is often attributed to handling, which can result in physical injury, on-deck anoxia, or temperature stress. The assumed discard mortality rates, as indicated by the 2023 SAFE report for Bering Sea Tanner crab fisheries, are 32% for both the directed crab fisheries and fixed gear groundfish fisheries, and 80% in the trawl sector groundfish fisheries. The difference in gear type and handling procedures account for the variation that is assumed between these fisheries. Predation of Tanner crab occurs with several species, including Pacific cod, tom cod, skates, Pacific halibut, octopi, sea otter, and other Tanner crab. And I did want to note that this is not an exhaustive list of Tanner crab predators, and also, I'm sure, not an exhaustive list of sources of mortality. Bitter crab syndrome caused by a parasitic dinoflagellate is a chronic and lethal disease that affects Alaskan crabs, which includes Tanner. Black gnat syndrome is an additional lethal disease that affects Tanner crab by preventing molting. Tanner crab recruitment variation can also be attributed to environmental factors during the larval period, such as ocean current, bottom temperature, and sea surface temperatures.
Dr. Watson, before you move on, can you expand a little bit on what we know about the bitter crab syndrome? Do we know anything about shell condition or the extent of the population that may be impacted by this in the Gulf? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this discussion paper, I did not dive too deep down rabbit holes of the impacts per se. I just noted that this was a potential factor and other source of mortality. It is something that could be looked into in further detail with additional analysis if that is requested. But again, it was a little bit beyond the scope of this discussion paper. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
So I wanted to provide you with a very brief and high-level Tanner crab life history summary. noting that I am not a crab biologist, first of all. Tanner crab undergo numerous molts and several years of growth. Females mature at approximately 5 years of age, while males mature at about 6 years. Tanner crab may live to an estimated maximum age of 14 years. Tanner crab are more vulnerable from February through mid-May during molting and mating. The time frame of vulnerability may vary depending on several factors, such as size and maturity of crab, with small juveniles molting to larger, occurring earlier than large juveniles molting to maturity. Temperature and location. It is common to see large-scale Tanner crab molting events around Kodiak anytime between February and early May, with mating aggregations occurring towards mid-May. So now we will transition into the groundfish fisheries. The examination of fisheries by gear type, dominant target, year, and seasonally can pose limitations due to confidentiality requirements. Therefore, this analysis utilized a few different methods in order to provide you with as much data as possible. This includes the grouping of arrowtooth flounder and wreck sole as deep water flatfish, and flathead sole and the shallow water flatfish complex as shallow water flatfish. This also has been done previously in other preceding discussion papers, such as the 2018 paper on Tanner crab. Even with these groupings, there were many instances where further measures needed to be taken. Recent declines in the flatfish fisheries in the region prompted a grouping to compare pollock and non-pollock targets. Seasonal comparisons were also utilized in place of monthly for the majority of the analysis and reflect both times at which Tanner crab are most vulnerable and with fishery seasons. This resulted in 2 seasons, the early season from January 1st through May 31st, and the late season from June 1st to December 31st. So first of all, I would like to orient you to this table and how to read the data from it. The proportions calculated by statistical area as compared to the Central Gulf are row-based proportions in this table. So for example, in the first row, the deep water flatfish grouping of arrowtooth flounder and wreck sole, the last column of this row represents the proportion of the retained catch from statistical area 525,630 plus the retained catch from statistical area 525,702 as compared to the retained catch in the Central Gulf for deep water flatfish. So again, just to note that this is a per row when you look at each of the target fisheries. This indicates that 20% of the deep water flatfish retained catch in the Central Gulf is associated with the 2 statistical areas. For pollock, 7% of the retained catch in the Central Gulf is associated with the 2 statistical areas. Comparing the target fisheries within statistical areas. So now if we switch to columns for comparison, examination of the years 2019 to 2023, pollock was the predominant fishery in statistical areas 525,630 and 525,702, with 56% of the retained catch from these 2 areas as compared to the other groundfish fisheries in the same area. 56% of the retained catch was associated with non-pelagic trawl gear. Another way to examine this target fishery data is by examining pollock versus non-pollock targets. If we compare pollock with non-pollock targets from the 2 statistical areas in the Central Gulf, we find that from 2019 to 2023, 7% of the pollock and 9% of the non-pollock were attributed to the 2 statistical areas as compared to the Central Gulf. The majority of the retained catch from the 2 statistical areas in this time frame was attributed to area 525,702. If we look at a more annual basis, you can see in the top table that there are some data that did need to be omitted for confidentiality. So I will primarily point you to table 7 when we're looking at the pollock and non-pollock groupings. Annual examination of the data for the 2 statistical areas also shows pollock as the fishery with the highest retained catch. However, a decline in retained catch is evident across the target fisheries from 2019 to 2023. If we look at this seasonally, so in the previous table, you were looking at the row by row comparison for proportions. Here, you're going to be looking down the columns to compare for the statistical area versus Central Gulf. For these two statistical areas, catch generally increases from January to April, declines from the end of April through August, and reaches its highest catch in September and October before declining again through December. On average, and specific to these two statistical areas, 90% of the total pollock retained catch occurs in the late season from June 1st to December 31st. Similarly, non-pollock retained catch is higher in the late season, 61%. Comparing these two statistical areas with Central Gulf, the proportion of the retained catch associated with either statistical area in the early season is an average of 1% for pollock and 9% for non-pollock. For the late season, the average of 17% for pollock and 7% for non-pollock. The overall recent trend, particular to these statistical areas, is a general decline in retained catch annually since 2019. So now we're going to slightly shift and we will look at the bycatch portion of this analysis. This section of the assessment examines tanner crab bycatch similarly to what you saw for retained groundfish catch and how the data is grouped and reported for consistent comparisons. Bycatch varies across gear type, target fisheries, and temporally, both seasonally and annually. The data is presented to you in a similar fashion as with the retained groundfish catch for ease of comparison. So again, this table format should look familiar to what you saw with the retained groundfish catch. So recall, we are going by a row by row comparison. So from 2019 to 2023, the estimated amount of bycatch from these statistical areas was highest with the deep water flatfish and shallow water flatfish groups. When comparing each target fishery to the Central Gulf, shallow water flatfish was estimated as the highest contributor, with 84% of the estimated bycatch associated to the two statistical areas, which was dominated by the proportion associated with statistical area 525702. So again, just to remind you, what you're looking at is the amount of bycatch associated with shallow water flatfish in those two statistical areas as compared to the amount for shallow water flatfish in the Central Gulf. Non-pelagic gear was associated with the highest PSC estimates of the gear types examined. If we look at this with the pollock and non-pollock groupings, when grouping fisheries into these two groups for the 5 years, the proportion associated with the two statistical areas as compared to the Central Gulf is similar, with 41% of the PSC estimate associated with pollock and 44% with non-pollock. Again, I will draw your attention to the table that compares pollock versus non-pollock as compared to more specific target fisheries for this slide. Annual examination of the data by target fishery is limited as to what could be reported. So here we see that the non-pollock targets are associated with higher PSC estimates and the estimated number of crab caught than the pollock. But we also see trend with similar amount of bycatch estimates generally declining since 2019. It is important to note, however, that this is similar to the trend seen with retained catch in these statistical areas with the decline since 2019. Now we'll switch to PSC bycatch rates. Bycatch rates, the estimated number of crab per metric ton of catch, was higher with non-pollock targets than pollock and in non-pelagic trawl than in the other gear types. There was no overall trend when grouping all data and examining both seasonally and annually. However, the early season of 2020 was associated with the highest bycatch rate. So now we'll look at the seasonal comparison for bycatch. The estimated bycatch of tanner crab taken in the groundfish fisheries likely fluctuates in response to interactions with the fisheries and retained catch. Generally, bycatch has declined since 2020, as has groundfish retained catch, if we recall the data from tables 6 and 7 that were provided on slide 13. The highest bycatch was associated with the early season non-pollock targets in 2020. This figure examines all target fisheries by month. And since there's quite a lot going on here in this slide, I orient you to the figure first. The gray bars represent total retained catch. The slashed black and white bar is average retained catch. The solid black line is total estimated tanner crab PSC in the number of crab. The dashed line is the average estimated tanner crab PSC. And the vertical dotted yellow line shows the seasonal separator that was used in this analysis between May and June for early and late seasons. The top panel includes all years from 2019 to 2023, and we see a peak in estimated PSC in April, which is largely driven by the high early season PSC estimate from 2020. Retained groundfish catch is highest in September and October, which remains the trend for the following panels as well. Now I'll draw your attention to the middle panel of this figure, and this omits 2020, and we see 2 times with higher PSC that follow the groundfish retained catch trends, February and March, and September and October. While a formal outlier statistical test was not performed on the early season 2020 PSC value, I felt it useful to visualize the data in this manner to examine a more general trend overall. If we now focus on the lower panel, this looks at the most recent years from 2021 to 2023. And again, it's just important to remember that this is a very limited data set, being only 2021 to 2023. We see that both groundfish catch and PSC estimates are higher in the later season from June 1st to December 31st, following the trends of the fishery with higher retained catch in the later season as well. Now we'll transition into tanner crab distributions. This analysis focuses on the tanner crab distributions that were provided from Alaska Department of Fish and Game. ADF&G conducts an annual trawl survey in the Kodiak district to assess tanner crab populations. The survey uses a fixed grid design that was established in 1988 to provide area swept abundance estimates. Sampling is concentrated in areas of historical tanner crab habitat. The data from these surveys is directly used to determine fishery openings and harvest levels in each section. During the most recent 11 years, the majority of the tanner crab have been found in the east side, southeast, and southwest sections. Survey results from the previous 10 years indicates a variation in the population that was driven by large juvenile recruitment events in 2013 and 2018, followed by years of high mature crab abundance. Generally, mature female abundance peaked 2 years prior to mature males for the Kodiak district. This figure is referring to is corresponding to figure 5 in the discussion paper on page 18. And it is from the 2023 ADF&G report, which is linked here for your ease of access. It indicates the number of tanner crab per kilometer towed in the Kodiak region. The highest CPUE was at station 486A in Upper Barnabas Gully within the east side section. From 2013 to 2023, an average of 49% of all mature female tanner crab, 47% of all mature male tanner crab, and 41% of all legal male tanner crab abundance in the Kodiak district was estimated from these 2 statistical areas. 28% of total mature tanner crab abundance was estimated in statistical area 525702. The Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area was estimated at 1% of the total Kodiak tanner crab abundance. Marmot Flats, Allatack Flats, and Towers also had low tanner abundance. The Allatack Flats contain 94% of the total Kodiak red king crab abundance. The federal portion of the Barnabas closure area is mostly contained within statistical area 525702 and accounts for approximately 14% of all mature female tanner crab, 13% of all mature male tanner crab, and 14% of all legal male tanner crab estimated in the Kodiak district. The Chiricahua Island closure area was not surveyed during 2013 to 2023, so precise estimates were unavailable. And there is also a table of additional resources available to you for the Kodiak district, and it's listed on page 20 of the discussion paper. And wherever possible, I did also provide links directly into that as well. So now we're going to transition into observer coverage. And this analysis examines observer coverage on a per trip basis rather than landings. A trip was identified as a unique report for vessels fishing in statistical areas 525630 or 525702. A trip was flagged as observed if the NMFS catch accounting system indicated an observer was on board during the trip. Enhanced observer coverage requirements were explored as part of the 2017 discussion paper as options prior to Amendment 89. In 2010, the council recommended 100% non-pelagic trawl observer coverage and 30% pot coverage in these two statistical areas and Chiniak Gully near Kodiak, Alaska. There are difficulties with crab identification and the within the observer program. And this was noted in the 2022 observer report, which indicated that crab identification to species was identified as an issue. Crab on EM vessels are never in hand and must be assigned to a group code such as king crab unidentified or tanner crab unidentified. This is particularly an issue in pot gear trips. Catch accounting system estimates crab using rates derived from an at-sea observer data in these situations. The complexities with implementation and challenges with crab identification in the observer program have resulted in the observer coverage not being pursued as part of previous actions. Additional concerns have included allocation of observer resources and changes in observer prioritization, enforceability on a spatial scale, and changes that would be needed within the observer program. This table describes observer coverage with either an observer, trawl EM or EM in statistical areas 525630 and 525702. This does not equate to the landing being observed, only that the trip was being observed or EM or TM usage. There is no general trend overall in observer coverage across time in these two statistical areas across the sectors. The trawl CP sector has 100% observer coverage for all years analyzed. And this is important to note that the trawl CP sector and vessels participating in the rockfish program require 100% observer coverage. All vessels and processors that participate in federally managed or parallel groundfish and halibut fisheries off Alaska, except catcher vessels delivering unsorted cottons to motherships, are assigned one of two categories: full observer coverage category or partial observer coverage category. I really didn't plan on going too much into detail into this table aside from presenting you with the information that was found. If you would like additional information, please let me know and we can address that. Sorry, before we go on to that, I will give you some information on options for implementation in the select statistical areas. Currently, only a pelagic catcher vessel, pollock fishery, has the option to operate with EM cameras in continuous operation while fishing, and all footage is reviewed for those vessels that participate in the EM program. Vessels are able to opt into the EM program under the current exempted fishing permit program, and NMFS is on schedule to implement a regulatory trawl EM in 2025. The pot gear sectors operates with cameras on only when selected for monitoring under the existing regulations. Implementation of full monitoring requirements in these two statistical areas through the current partial coverage observer and EM programs or pay-as-you-go structure would be very complex within the current structure, both in implementation and enforcement. Full coverage, as with rockfish, would be the least complex and most feasible, however, has potential to alter fishing behavior due to the requirement to obtain an observer. So vessel operators would need to predetermine whether or not they were going to fish in these select statistical areas. The operator would then be responsible for getting an observer and paying for that observer coverage through the current observer program for any trip in which they planned on fishing within the statistical area. Currently, the observer coverage has not been assigned based on a spatial scale. It could be feasible, however, it would likely entail a degree of complexity. So just a reminder, this discussion paper provides a summary of information about groundfish fishery harvest and tanner crab distribution in the Kodiak district as requested by council in June 2023. The interest was to review the data in order to inform potential Gulf of Alaska tanner crab protections. And again, upon review of the discussion paper, you may choose to take no further action, to request more information from staff, or initiate an analysis. And with that, we will take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. And just to clarify on the observer coverage slide, it's slide 27. I think they're not numbered. TEM, is that did you say that's the trawl? Okay, so to see zeros in the categories for EM and trawl EM under the trawl CP, that would be expected because they have 100% of, okay, so you just put in some extra rows for things that aren't applicable to each of those sectors. Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then I was looking for kind of the take-home message on the proportion of Tanner crab PSE by pollock versus non-pollock in the two areas. And I see many tables with the proportion of each sector's PSC, but not the comparison between the two. Like what proportion of the total PSC taken, Tanner PSC taken in those two stat areas, what proportion is from pollock and what proportion is from non-pollock? Is that a table I've missed?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, is it something similar to right here on slide 18, the pollock and non-pollock? It's table 12 of the discussion paper. I just would like to ensure that I'm getting at your question.
Yes, so I would be looking, I would add all those up, I guess, and do my own math to see the percentage that's attributed to pollock versus non-pollock.
To the chair, yes, I did not look at proportion of pollock versus non-pollock. I looked at, say, pollock in the statistical area versus in the Central Gulf, and non-pollock in the statistical area versus Central Gulf.
Okay, so we can do that math though on this side. Okay. And then the other take home I was trying to get, thank you, Madam Chair, was around table 8. And I think you were going faster than I was ready for. On table 8, we're really looking at if crab are most vulnerable in the time period that you mentioned earlier, February through mid-May. That's why you're breaking out these seasonal components for each gear type, because there's very little fishing, it looks like, for the pollock sector in January through May 31st. But where you see the increase is in June 1st to December 31st. Okay.
Through the chair, that is correct. These two categories, early and late season, were broke out primarily to focus on the delineation of time at which the Tanner crab are most vulnerable.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sure this is in the discussion paper, but I'm not finding it right away. I'm looking at slide 25, I think, that has table 20, presumably from the discussion paper, the Tanner crab abundance estimates. And can you remind me, Dr. Watson, when the Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area was implemented? Or, when the analysis sort of moved through the council process and then implemented, kind of the time frame there?
Give me just a moment. I do have that in my notes. Through the chair. The Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area was established in October of 2009.
Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Watson. And so that's really helpful. I was wondering, so that time period represented in table 20 is not that much, not that far removed from probably the data that the council was looking at when establishing the Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area. I was just trying to get a sense if those, particularly the proportion of total abundance in by the different sexes and life stages. Just that's the one Tanner crab protection area we sort of have to use for comparison for potential action. So thank you. I don't really have another question. That's helpful.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I wasn't exactly sure where in the presentation to ask my question. I'm trying to recall some of the particulars of tax setting for Tanner crab. And I think Tanner crab is set by the survey without like bycatch reductions being taken off in tax setting. And so I'm trying to get a feel for the interplay between bycatch and tax setting for the directed fishery.
Through the chair, that would be something that would be a question for Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and potentially additional review could look into that. It wasn't really within the scope of this paper, though.
Yeah, any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our AP report. And before we do, just a reminder to any members of the public wishing to testify on this agenda item, please do sign up. I see we have quite a few, 46 so far, and we do only have tomorrow to finish the remainder of our agenda. So I'm going to limit public testimony to 3 minutes per person. Unfortunately, we have to make this tough decision considering the trade-offs. Want to make sure that we hear from everyone. And again, if you could try to be as efficient as possible in your testimony, we would greatly appreciate it. So we can provide some opportunities for question as well. So with that, we'll move on to our AP report, and we will begin public testimony immediately after our AP report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Brian Ritchie, AP Chair.
Heather Mann, co-AP Vice Chair.
Thank you. The AP, I'll wait a moment for it to get on screen before I read it. So the AP motion reads, the AP recommends that the council approve a purpose and need statement and move the Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab protections discussion paper to initial review with the following elements and options for the council to consider discrete Tanner crab trawl and peacock pot closure areas in the Gulf of Alaska. Purpose and need. Crab stocks in the central and western Gulf of Alaska have experienced substantial declines and uneven recruitment levels. Tanner crab in the central Gulf of Alaska may be particularly vulnerable to ocean conditions and recruitment mortality. While many sources of Tanner crab mortality are beyond our control, bycatch mortality due to trawl fishing and peacock pot fishing can be reduced and limited. High-density statistical areas for Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab are areas 525-630 and 525-702 off the east side of Kodiak Island. Tanner crab biomass in these areas represent the cornerstone of the Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab stock and are significant both spatially and temporally. Protecting Tanner crab in these areas throughout their life cycle by reducing Tanner crab bycatch may result in increased spawning and recruitment, as well as enhance the stability and resilience of the Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab stock. The AP recommends the following elements and options be included for initial review. 1. Status quo. 2. Trawl and peacock pot ear closure zones. A. 525-702 and 525-630. 1. Closed year-round. 2. Closed seasonally, January 1st through May 31st. B. 525-702, closed year-round, or closed seasonally, January 1st through May 31st. C. 525-630, closed year-round, or closed seasonally, January 1st through May 31st. 3. Expand analysis to include a wider range of years. 2013 through 2023. 4. Include updated tables from the discussion paper as it relates to trawl and peacock pot gear for groundfish efforts. 5. Separate CV and CP groundfish harvest in statistical areas and the central Gulf of Alaska. 6. Data and surveys of biomass availability for the groundfish stocks in the Gulf of Alaska. 7. Data and surveys of biomass availability for tanner crab stocks in the Gulf of Alaska. 8. Economic analysis. A value comparison of the directed trawl groundfish catch to directed tanner crab catch in the selected statistical areas in the central Gulf of Alaska. B, impacts of displaced fishing effort. C, explanation of directed groundfish and tanner fisheries landings by month and how it maintains processing capacity in Kodiak. 9, provide a review of mechanisms that could be used to evaluate whether the closures are meeting the council's purpose and need, including a discussion of how other fishery management councils have evaluated and managed closures over time. 10, expanded exploration of monitoring options in the 2 statistical areas that includes a cost-benefit analysis. That amended main motion passed 15-6. There was a second motion. I can pause and take questions on the discussion around the first.
Thank you. Let's do that. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I just want to make sure I'm following the AP's motion. It's a little bit clunky and numbering is a little awkward. And so I think really the only alternatives the AP was suggesting were alternative 1 of status quo and then alternative 2 with the options that are listed there. Everything else 3 through 10 or 11, whatever it was, those were really more data requests, not that that was some kind of alternative. Great. And so second, then with that alternative 2 with the assorted options, those were not necessarily intended to be mutually exclusive, right? So for example, with option B, you could choose alternative 1 and option C, you could choose alternative 2. That was not precluded from your intentions. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoeven. That is a good question. I believe that that was the motion maker's intent. Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions on the first motion? Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for coming up and getting grilled over this. My question is about 9, 2-9 or whatever that one is, the one where you're asking that the discussion include how other fishery management councils have evaluated and managed closures over time. And I'm just wondering if you could characterize that discussion, just because most other fishery management councils don't manage their fisheries exactly like ours. So it may be a pretty tall order if the staff were to go through and check how all the fishery management councils have ever managed closures over time. And then you're getting into ones that have catch shares or don't and have restricted. I just don't know if there's any way to specify or characterize that discussion and provide better guidance on what the expectation is for something like that, because it's a pretty broad request.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I think that you've adequately summarized some of the conversation that we had at the table, that there was that could be a broad request, but that AP members were interested, many AP members were interested in exploring the efficacy of closed areas in other management councils and how evaluating those efficacies had been undertaken in other management bodies, if I'm interpreting your question correctly.
Sure, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you did. I just am wondering, would your expectation be that staff would look for like novel ways that they did that, or just something that would help inform the issue, or just a laundry list of closures that maybe the Pacific Council had done because it's at least in the Pacific Ocean? Just a little more.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. I think the concern is that we have several closed areas that have not been reviewed for their efficacy. And so looking to other examples of how and when other councils. And yes, the Pacific Council, I guess, is close. But how and when they decided to review whether those closed areas were working or not, and then reopening it, because there wasn't a clear model here in the North Pacific for doing that. And so I think that's what they were trying to capture.
Thanks. That was really helpful.
Madam Chair, if I could add, we did have conversation as well about how there are in Kodiak waters closure areas where we have not seen what AP members would characterize as a significant increase in tanner crab biomass despite the closures, and that was the subject of some conversation.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I wanted to hear more about the AP discussion around including the pot fishery, the cod pot fishery in the analysis, only because just from the initial paper, the level of activity in those two areas and the PSC associated with it were so small. So I just, was that for parity? It was to make sure we see if it's small across a longer set of years. That just wasn't a logical outgrowth to me.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. The conversation was around, to some degree, equity, but also to the fact that there's very little, there's less than 0.2% of bycatch of tanner crabs in that area from trawl vessels. So the conversation then switched to, well, habitat. We need to protect the habitat. And in doing so, we said, then let's keep all bottom tending gear or all gear that touches the bottom out of those areas for consistency's sake. And that's what started that discussion. So it wasn't so much around bycatch, it was around the idea of protecting habitat.
Follow up, Madam Chair. Am I wrong in reading the purpose and need is all about protecting tanner crab, not habitat?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we get more than one question? Two questions? Yep. And then this might be a little off topic, but I'm just wondering about the productivity of the AP in working through your amendments, numbers 3 through 10. I don't mean this as a critique, but I really do want to hear whether that kind of a time sink is a valuable use of the AP's time, and whether they feel like they need to kind of dictate to the analysts what should go in the analysis. And I worry about that a tiny bit. And I ask this question because you can get so extensive that at some point, if it's not included in this list, it means the analyst wouldn't look there. It's like you're trying to put everything in that a professional analyst should look at. And so I would like a little feedback on, whether this is kind of the new method of the AP to make sure everything's in the analysis that they want to see, or whether we can spend our time really on the purpose and need and alternatives and trust the staff to provide a document that meets the requirements of the law.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. That is a difficult question to answer. So first, I'd like to jump back to the last question, just to provide a little bit of context on number 9 there that you saw. I think that perhaps one of the reasons that you recognize that it does not fit the purpose and need that we provided in the original motion quite as well. Number 9 was provided as an amendment, so there wasn't a lot of conversation about whether it fit the purpose and need very well, but the AP did have consensus that that was something that we thought would be valuable in an analysis. As far as your question that you just provided, gosh, that's a hard question. I think that the AP is interested in having a really thorough conversation about this, and they want a lot of information. I think that that's evidenced by the fact that I think our discussion on it was maybe 3 hours or longer. It was a long discussion, and there was consensus that I think there is a lack of information in the discussion paper. and that there was a lot of information that AP members felt would be beneficial to making any decision on Tanner crab protections in the Gulf of Alaska. And these are just some of the ideas that AP members felt would benefit an initial review.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'd like to add to that. I respectfully have sort of a different view. I think that we spend too much time being very prescriptive in the AP. There was an attempt to do some collaboration outside before action came on this from two different sides. They spent time together. The maker of the original motion was just very rigid on what would be contained. And because the first motion had very specific things in it, the AP members on the opposite side almost felt like they had to match that and keep and be very prescriptive. I don't think that's a good use of our time. I think more than once I had mentioned trusting the analysts on a variety of topics to do their job. This was a contentious issue, a lot of public comment in the AP. And to your question about, is this the new mode? I hope not. Yeah, so I think Brian would agree with me on that. And it's also very difficult to put the minutes together to be reflective and helpful to council decision making.
Through the chair, I don't mean to be to offer a tangent, I guess, to the question or to the motion that we're discussing, but I think that Heather is right in many ways, and I think that this was a very contentious issue for members at the AP. And unfortunately, I think sometimes when we have contentious issues and we have passionate AP members, given the process, I think that between an original motion and the process we have for offering amendments, it can become somewhat transactional. And I think that this is maybe a result of that. It's a long motion with a lot of give and take.
Ms. Kimball, thank you. I appreciate that AP's work and especially all of the rationale that's provided. So I'm just looking for ways to save the AP some time and multiple amendments. But I really appreciate you trying to answer the question and the AP's work on this issue. It was clearly a lot of work. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to the second motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Found it. Through the chair. Motion 2, the AP requests the council initiate a discussion paper that would evaluate metrics and mechanisms that could be used to evaluate the effectiveness of current and future crab conservation static area closures, as well as the management options for transitioning static closed areas into dynamic closures or reopening existing closure areas around Kodiak Island. The discussion paper should include the following: the survey abundance of crab and commercially important groundfish within the federal area of each of the closure areas relative to adjacent areas, whether restructuring the closure area would provide groundfish fishing opportunities and potentially reduce predation without negatively affecting crab stocks, whether it would be beneficial to change the size and shape of the closure to better reflect where crab abundance is found within the area, comparison of seasonal, annual, and dynamic closures, a potential experimental design and metrics that could be used to determine whether closures are meeting the intended objectives. And finally, explore the impacts to king and tanner crab stocks and their habitat if closure zones were modified or opened. And that amended main motion passed 18-2.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions on that motion. Seeing none, thank you very much for the report.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We're ready to move on to public testimony on D1. We have 46 people signed up. Because of the amount of people that we have signed up and the limited amount of time we have available on our schedule, every individual will have 3 minutes for testimony. When your time is up, well, you'll see a timer on the screen. When it is up, please offer a concluding statement. If you go over, I will offer you a friendly reminder. And I really appreciate you accommodating, the public accommodating to our schedule here. And that 3 minutes is across the board. So that's individuals, organizations, associations, companies for this agenda item. Thank you. So we will start with Brian McEwie, followed by Duncan Fields. Hello. We can hear you. You're a bit faint. If you can get closer to your microphone, that may be helpful.
Is this better?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for your time today, Madam Chairman and council members. My name is Brian McQuethy. I'm 36 years old. I've been an owner and operator of my own boat for Kodiak for the last 16 years. I'm a second generation commercial fisherman. I was born in Kodiak and live here year round with my wife and 3 young children, ages 1, 3, and 5. Fishing for salmon and tanner crab provides the only income for my family. The last few years, tanner crab has helped my bottom line and figuratively saved my bacon this last year. Having a family and living in Kodiak is expensive. Salmon prices are depressed at unprecedented levels, and crab has held its value. So we depend on this fishery as a family, and I do as a business. As a planned lifelong commercial fisherman, I strongly believe in conservation and sustainable management to ensure a future for me and for other fishermen. I support the AP's motion to move the discussion paper on tanner crab to initial review. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council's stated mission is required to balance conservation, economic, and social concerns. Conservation. I would stress that when considering crab stocks, conservation is vitally important, especially in the light of the recent developments in the Bering Sea crab stocks. Please protect this biomass of tanner crab off the east side of Kodiak. These stocks are condensed in a small area. All the ingredients of a strong stock are located within these 2 statistical areas: mature female crab, mature male crab, and juvenile crab, as shown from the ADFG trawl surveys. These crab need protection where we know they are in order for these crab to survive and make a comeback and thrive. Economic. This is not a one-way reallocation of these statistical areas. Tanner crab are a high-value stock. This stock supports a large number of small boats and local fishermen, 135 boats this past season, and potentially over 500 families or more. My boat is operated with 3 crewmen and myself. Restricting trawlers in this area doesn't necessarily just take away from the trawlers. They can still harvest their flatfish quotas in other areas. Having a healthy and possibly thriving tanner crab fishery could also potentially give local trawlers another fishery to operate in. They can participate in the tanner crab fishery too. Some already do. These stocks rebound and thrive. Trawlers that participate in the tanner pot fishery could potentially make more income from this fishery than they otherwise would in a very low value bottom trawl fishery, even though they could still bottom trawl in other areas. Social concerns. Kodiak is highly reliant on the local fishing fleet for its economy. The local fleet heavily relies on salmon, which is in the gutters due to a significant drop in value. During the spring and summer months, the town is busy with fishermen getting ready for the salmon season, and all the shoreside businesses are very busy with the fishermen preparing for the upcoming season. Things really quiet down in the winter months. But when there is a tanner season, the town springs back to life with business, which a lot of local fishermen participate in. The local fleet is mostly smaller boats and family operations. Also, there are a lot of vessels that fish tanners from Old Harbor, a village on the east side of Kodiak, straight west of these statistical areas that we are discussing. Please help ensure Kodiak and Old Harbor stay profitable for fishermen and offer opportunities for the local fishing fleets. In my opinion, protecting Kodiak tanner crab stocks would fulfill all 3 criteria of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's stated objectives of requiring to balance conservation, economic, and social concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next testifier is Duncan Fields, followed by Luke Lester.
Madam Chair, members of the council, that's a particularly long walk in this room coming up. I'm Duncan Fields. I'm here today on behalf of the Uzinki Community Holding Inc. and Cape Barnabas Inc. These are the two community quota entities in these communities. And as many of you know, I've represented the two communities now for 35 years, even longer than Brett Payne represented the United Catcher Boats. So I must be needing to think about retirement as well. Having said that, I have 5 points to make. I'll try to make them quickly within my 3 minutes. It won't be with the usual precision that I like when I'm testifying for the council. The second point is the most important, but the first point I want to make is to move the AP motion forward. I think we have a reasonably good problem statement. I think habitat probably needs to be included in the statement. I think we've talked a lot about crab and the importance of crab, but we're assuming habitat viability as well. So I would suggest that that needs to be included in the AP problem statement and move the AP motion forward. Secondly, the overarching reason for this amendment package moving forward, or for the council to move it forward, is what we see on the bottom of page 17. There's an incredible concentration of tandem crab in these two statistical areas. Perhaps unlike any other species that I've been familiar with on the council. And the two statistical areas in federal waters are adjacent to state waters that are protected from hard and bottom trawling. The state waters in UGAT and Kaluta Bay feed into the federal statistic areas. You can look at the concentrations in the maps and the white paper and see the incredible importance of this area. Remember, the tender crab stock in Kodiak used to be all over the island in higher concentrations than we're looking at now on a comparative basis. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, these balls on the east side would be really small. And you'd have big balls in Uyak Bay and big balls on the mainland. The tender fishery was closed. We had enough for commercial exploitation, but there was a lot of concern about how fast the fishery would go. We worked with the regulatory bodies, the state of Alaska. It's a very unusual fishery. We found two mechanisms to slow the fishery down. A 20 pot limit, and many people said, you'll never be successful at 20 pots. Are you kidding me? And then to reduce mortality within the fishery itself, because there was concern as a winter fishery, some crab would freeze on deck before we sorted them. We said daylight hours only, 8 to 6. Once again, a lot of skepticism that could work. And it has worked, and it's helped preserve the fishery. And the tandem crab fishermen themselves are now supporting these 8 measures as conservation measures. Look at those concentrations. Look at the remaining area where we have tandem crab and Kodiak. And then look where we don't have tandem crab. And from my balancing of the two, there's an imperative for the council to protect these two federal areas. In fact, if you look at the federal areas outside the state waters, there are very few additional tandem crab available. Point number 2. Point number 3, fishery management decisions are all about balancing. We talk a lot about National Standard 9 and what's practicable. I think as you look at the white paper, you'll see that limiting hard and bottom trawling in these areas is practicable. You'll see that there are other areas where groundfish can be caught. And so I'll touch lightly on that and move on to my 4th point.
Mr. Fields,
Am I out of time?
I'm very sorry. It does
Okay.
appear that you're out of time. So
Concluding statement would be, we need robust social and economic analysis relative to the importance of the tandem crab fishery to Old Harbor and Uzinki and Larson Bay and Port Lions, as well as the city of Kodiak. National Standard 8 should undergird the council's moving forward relative to your analysis on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for indulgence as I concluded.
thank you. And thank you for accommodating the time limitations. I know that that's probably not what you're prepared for. So I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fields. Good to see you. Seems like we have a sort of a new complication in trying to do socioeconomic profiles with some of the dramatic changes that are going on in the processing sector right now. And so as you ask for those analyses, do you have any helpful advice you can offer to the analysts about how to handle that instability and unpredictability that we're currently seeing in the processing sector that's really affecting the greater Kodiak area in particular?
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. All of these kinds of analyses are a bit dynamic in terms of taking a snapshot in time. I think that the NPFMC, sociological staff probably has expertise that could be used by council staff to inform a subsequent analysis. I think on the economic side, council staff, from what I see, has done a pretty good job already in the white paper. They may tease that out. There may be other expertise available. But I guess more specifically, the dynamic of processing, and particularly for tanner crab processing capacity, needs to be brought into the analysis. We have vessels waiting 4 or 5, sometimes 7, 8, 9 days now to offload their tanner crab because of limited processing capacity. So you're absolutely spot on. Our industries and our industry, the fishing industry in Alaska, is in a spiral down. Sometimes it seems as though we should put all of these issues aside and focus on survival. But since we're having a dialogue about protecting tanner crab, that dialogue should go forward. But all of us should be focused on what's happening in the industry, Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Seeing no further questions. Next up is Luke Lestard, followed by Kevin Abina.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Luke Lester. I was born in Kodiak and raised in both Kodiak and Old Harbor. I currently reside in Kodiak with my wife and 2 boys. We own 2 fishing vessels, a 58-foot seiner, FU Crimson Beauty, and a 78-foot FU Enterprise. Between the 2 boats, I participate in tanner crab, herring, salmon, and pollock. I grew up fishing in small boat fisheries and eventually purchased my first seiner in 2007. And in 2012, purchased the Enterprise. We started trawling in 2014. I support the AP's motion to move forward with initial review, although I don't agree with some additional amendments made. I'm sitting here today as a Central Gulf dependent trawler, and I strongly support the closure of non-pelagic trawling in the 2 boxes in questions. I do not support the closure of pelagic trawling and pot fishing in these boxes. We know crabs survive in numbers, and any interaction with crab biomass is devastating to their survival. While non-pelagic trawl fishing, the trawl net is the only thing collecting crab to get their PSC numbers. There's no consideration for all the crab that get killed going under the foot rope and the mud gear. These are never accounted for and never seen. The net opening and foot rope is approximately 20% of what's actually making bottom contact. I mean, I don't think the crab jump out of the way of many 1,000 pounds of steel and cable and rubber that's moving on the bottom at 3 to 5 miles an hour. And we could use some common sense on that. From 2014 to 2016, I did a limited amount of non-pelagic trawling on the east side of Kodiak Island, and for the most part in and around the boxes in question. I was the captain at the time. Well, I was trawling in box 525702 with 4 other boats fishing in the same general area at the time. I set my net and hauled it back. After 45 minutes, my intermediate and caught in was full of sublegal females and some legal crab. I would say approximately 35,000 pounds of tanners. One of my concerns was how much other crab I impacted while doing this tow. I took the time to flush them out of the caught end by pulling zippers and prop wash. They worked. It was a pain in the ass. Because I was sick to my stomach, I was after this tow. It was my last non-pelagic trawling trip on the Enterprise to date. Now, I know this isn't a common thing, and with that being said, it proves that these accidental tows exist. There's no way to know for sure where the crab are on the bottom. During the crab fishery, I found crab on every type of bottom and depths ranging from 10 to 120 fathoms. There's also no electronics able to see crab. So with non-pelagic trawling, it's a shot in the dark for the first set in an area. With this information, it should be easy to assume this most likely happens occasionally at some level. I also believe my situation was on the extreme side. Also, at this time of low market conditions and little non-pelagic trawl fishing effort, limiting non-pelagic trawl fishing in these areas would be the least amount of impact on trawlers. The future crab stocks expand around the island, and these area closures could be modified. I am an Old Harbor fisherman with my vessel registered in Old Harbor, and as you look at the maps, you'll see that the areas we're talking about protecting are immediately east of Old Harbor. This is our front yard. We are fishermen, and we understand the need for other fishermen to make a living. But these two areas are the only place Old Harbor crab fishermen can fish with the size of their vessels. And trawlers like mine can find fish outside these areas.
Mr. Lester, I'm very sorry. I believe your timer.
Okay, I'm in
has gone up.
conclusion right now.
Thank you.
In conclusion, I ask for you to move forward, the AP motion forward and work towards protecting Tanner crab. I hate to see more boxes and closure areas for any gear tapes. My support of these boxes being closed is made for because it's time to give a crab a real chance to survive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lester. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Lester, for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify, the first part of your testimony focused on being concerned about non-pelagic trawling or bottom trawling in the two stat areas, but at the end, you do support the AP motion to look at closing those areas to essentially non-pelagic, pelagic, and pot gear. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, council member, after I said that, I said, I corrected that in there, sorry. I said I support non-pelagic, or in the beginning I said, although I do not agree with some additional amendments, those are amendments put in from the original motion. So I don't support those two things in the AP motion, but I support it in a whole and move forward for review.
Mr. Lester, on that point, could you expand a little bit on why you don't support looking at pelagic trawl and cod closures in the areas from your perspective?
Madam Chair, to be quite frank, since I became a trawler, midwater fishing or pelagic trawling is the cleanest thing I've ever seen, and non-pelagic trawling is the dirtiest thing I've ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. Are there any other questions? Mr. Lester, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Kevin Abina, followed by Kevik Anderson.
You got me? Hey,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Kevin Abina, Kodiak longline and crab fisherman representing the Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association. I'm testifying today to advocate for the most dense population of bear-dye tanner crab in the state of Alaska. In 2022 through 2024, Kodiak tanner crab fishermen harvested 9.9 million pounds of bear-dye tanners that amounted to $39.6 million in ex-vessel value. Of that, 6.9 million pounds was harvested in Kodiak's east side section. That is 70% of the harvest coming from one area. This is the area that we are asking for protection for our long-known tanner crab biomass. Based off the ADFG abundance map of Kodiak tanner crab, a significant portion of the east side section biomass is in stat areas 525702 and 525630. The crab population in these stat areas is diverse. They range from areas of dense legal males to areas massed with females, juvenile males, and legal male tanner crab. The habitat in these diverse areas is and has been crab rearing ground since before the ADFG started surveying the archipelago for abundance. The biomass in these two stat areas is the breeding stock for the east side and southeast sections in the Kodiak district. This stock provides the overflow of legal males that spread into our state water bays. Next to this, these stat areas in discussion create a funnel directly into those state water bays that create 135 vessel Kodiak tanner fisheries like the recently administered season in January 2024. I'm not asking to stop any fisheries, pelagic or non-pelagic. We are simply asking that the largest population density of Bairdi tanner crab in the state of Alaska be protected. Time and area closures for trawl bottom contact gear and to protect these crab. Pelagic gear, non-pelagic gear, there should be no differentiation when it comes to bottom contact in areas of sensitive habitat. We have a biomass of Bairdi tanner crab around Kodiak Island that is thriving, measurable, and proven over time to be in one area. From this, we can see that this habitat is critical to these crab. Since 2001, Kodiak tanner fisheries have been executed in all but 5 years. The current economic impact of the fishery is immense, and looking forward, based off ADFG surveys and upward market trends, could be larger and more dependable in years ahead. Crab participants are many: 135 vessel fishery in 2024, 130 vessel fishery in 2023. There are 32-foot salmon drift boats, ranging to 100-foot trawl vessels and everything in between. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game has guiding principles that instruct them to protect these tanner crab. The state of Alaska needs the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to take action, move this discussion paper to initial review, and give Alaska the tools to protect these crab. I believe it is time the council takes a proactive view on the preservation of crab and the habitat sensitive to them. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Abina. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before we take our next testifier, I think we'll take a very brief mid-afternoon break. Let's come back at 4:20 and we'll resume public testimony with Kevik Anderson. Thank you.
Council members, please come back to order. And just for the benefit of planning for the public and members of the council, we will we'll try to end at 5 or shortly thereafter today. So we have Kavik Anderson joining us remotely, followed by Caden Peterson. Nicole, can you see if we have Mr. Anderson online?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I thought we weren't starting it till 4:20. Would you like me to start now?
Yes, please. I think we're at 4:22. So.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong time zone.
Yeah. Please begin
Okay.
when you're ready. Thank you.
Hello, members of the council and Madam Chairman. My name is Kavik Anderson. I live in Kodiak, Alaska with my family. I'm a lifelong Alaska resident. I own 3 fishing boats, the Cinderia Jean, the Kestrel, and the Katy Lady. 2 of these vessels participate in cod and tanners. I also fish just about all other salmon and fixed gear fishing around Kodiak. I support the AP motion to take the first steps in the initial review process. As a participant in the tanner crab fishery, I see the immediate importance to push this motion forward. Protecting the grounds where our crab have densely populated is critical to the future and the fishery and the sustainability and growth. However, my main concern lies with the additional amendments added to the initial motion. I am also a pot cod fisherman and believe we do not nearly have even a fraction of the effect on the bottom that the trawl fleet has. The bycatch for pot cod is nearly a fraction of what it is compared to the trawl fleet. See the white paper. Not to mention that the mortality rate for trawl bycatch is nearly 80% or more of what comes up in the net, and with a large undocumented amount that goes under the foot rope and mud gear. I was going to let the other tanner crab fishermen testify to protect our tanner crab, but now that the pot cod is added to the motion, it will directly impact me. 100% of my federal A and B season cod production comes out of box 52, 56, 30, and I catch very little crab. The paper shows this. I do not want to lose my very low impact fishery because it is part of some transactional thing versus what actually helps. Why keep pot cod fishing as part of the motion? I do not agree with it, but I understand it is just the first steps in a long process. We need to have a diversified fishery. When cod collapsed in the past and we had a few years of very low to no cod, it would have been nice to have tanners to catch, and this is what this proposal is aimed at. As I listened to all the testimony in the AP, there are lots of reasons for this or for that, lots of numbers for this or for that. Let's not stop and kill the process right now. Let's vote yes on this and get it moving forward and see where the process takes us. There's lots of room and time for adjustments and fine-tuning it to be a very productive change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Anderson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for calling in. Next up is Caden Peterson, followed by Alexis Kwachka.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. I'm a little new to this, so I might stumble a little bit, but I align myself with Brian, Duncan, Luke, Kevin, and Kavik, and many others that are going to go after me on this motion. So my name is Caden Peterson. My father is the late Conrad Peterson, who you may know from many of his testimonies for the fisheries in our communities, and I hope to carry his voice through mine today. I've lived on Kodiak Island most of my life and have resided in both Kodiak and Old Harbor. I'm here to show support for the AP's motion to move forward with further review of the 2 sections on the east side of Sikletic Island and for efforts to better protect our tanner crab fishery. I started commercial fishing on the Melissa Ray with Rick Burns when I was 13 years old. I continued fishing as a sport guide out of Old Harbor in summers. I also tanner fish in the wintertime as a deckhand. This fishery provides jobs for our people in the village communities and source of income for fishermen during the wintertime. I show my support because of the jobs the tanner crab fishery creates for Kodiak and the communities around the island. This fishery brings an economic boost to Kodiak and all the villages around as a whole by bringing new money into communities. Our people depend on this fishery as a source of income and providing food for their families. Because I'm on the water a lot as a sport guide, I see trawl activity off of Sycolitic Island and understand the impacts not only on our crab, but on halibut and salmon. I rely on these fish as a sport fish guide, and I rely on the crab as a commercial fisherman. I know board members are always trying to provide new ways to protect these species. With this motion, we have an opportunity to protect our tanner crab. I hope the council considers our testimonies and the AP's motion into taking action and moving forward with protecting the resources right outside our communities before it's too late. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair and council members.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. You did a really nice job with your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none. Thank you. Alexis Kwachka, followed by Teresa Peterson.
Beware, I have notes. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'm representing KCAC, Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. 135 boats fished this year. We had 95% of those boats in our cooperative. The letters represent 35% of the fishermen that fish this year. We asked them to write a letter. We did not tell them what to say. You got a very diverse letter packet of a lot of different views, and I think you don't see that very often. It's really healthy. Let's see. The one thing that I think has been missed in a lot of this, about 80% of the fleet is under the age of 45. We talk about grading of the fleet. We've got young guys that are buying into this fishery. They're participating. They're vocal. They will get more engaged if this moves on from today. $40 million. It's a lot of money. You know, times 9, times 7, whatever X factor you want to do in the coastal communities, it's a really big impact. It's a really big impact in a time when a lot of small boats really need a big impact. It's been huge. Lots of money's been spread around our community. It's a really, really great thing. The fishermen and the fishery has supported 100% of the conservation that's been attributed to this fishery. We're doing everything right. I mean, we're seeing it in the recruitments. We've changed our harvest strategy where exploitation rate is lower. We're trying to spread the old males into recruiting females coming into the fishery. The fishermen are doing everything right. What we need you to do is to protect the impacts that are happening on that we can't quantify. I can't tell you what a trawl does to a crab. I don't think any of us can. We support moving forward with non-pelagic and trawl and pelagic fisheries until we can figure out if we're on the bottom or off the bottom. Getting a little off track here. Right now, we're at a low point and what the interaction of other fisheries are in these boxes that we're asking to be closed. The 2 boxes that we're asking to be closed. It's the time to do something. It's time for you guys to be proactive versus reactive. Right now is when you make the move. The efficacy of boxes can be debated for a long time, but 36-year time series on these areas represents the best of the best. Whether they're being propagated from inside of 3 miles or propagated where they are, the larvae are settling out in these areas. It is a big deal, and we need to protect them. We can draw boxes in a much finer tune. ADF&G has the capabilities of doing that, and they know where the crab are. We spent a lot of time looking at them. Concluding remarks, it's time to do something. I've come to the table 3 times on this. I was in the original mapping project 20 years ago. We've been saying the same thing over and over. This is the best of the best. We support the AP motion. We don't want it to get too rushed down. What we're talking about is protecting crab where they are and the environment that they're in. It's proven that the tanner crab are very susceptible to benthic interaction. So protect them where they are. We know where they are.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. I really appreciated the recognition of the age of the fleet too. I wasn't aware of that, so
Yeah,
that is
it's a big
great.
deal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Teresa Peterson, followed by Nate Rose.
Tough act to follow. My husband is not one of the young ones. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members, Teresa Peterson with AMCC, and our family boat was one of the 135 vessels participating in the Tanner crab fishery this year. We support the AP motion to move this forward for analysis. We are asking the council to take an action to assure you will minimize bycatch of Tanner crab in their preferred habitat and move forward with initial review focused on area closures to protect crab. The statistical areas highlighted in the paper represent some of the highest density of crab in the entire Kodiak district. The crabs spend their entire life cycle in these regions. Spatial distribution of this population indicates that they move out of the inner bays in a west to east migration pattern and stay between the Barnabas and Chiniac gullies. ADF&G trawl surveys have been conducted every summer around Kodiak since 1988, and crab abundance is corroborated by the winter fishery when it is open. We have one or two data points every year to track where they are. The spatial fidelity of the east side population of Tanner crab appears to be associated with quality habitat characteristics that sustain the crab. As the council considers the benefit of added protections to these areas and the susceptibility of Tanner crab to fishing disturbances, the summary of habitat association in the BSAI crab FMP might be a useful reference. It shows Tanner crab are identified as having more habitat associations, and in particular, benthic community associations across a wider range of life stages compared to other major crab stocks. Recognizing the importance of the habitat to crab would be important to include in the purpose and need. While the Tanner crab populations are cyclical, they are predictable. I'd refer you to page 6, figure 6 of AMCC comments, which show male Tanner crab abundance estimates from size to 2013 through 2023. The annual survey picks up recruitment events and tracks crab growth to maturity. The strong 2018 cohort has provided the fishing opportunity the fleet is experiencing now. And while we know there will be less mature male crab to catch over the next few years, we can see another cohort coming in that we can expect to start harvesting in 2028. These recruitment events in the Kodiak Tanner crab fishery provide for multiple years of harvest opportunity. Figure 5 on page 18 of the discussion paper provides a detailed look at the density of crab in these areas. If we want to protect crab, we know where to do it. The presentation highlighted that the shallow water flatfish grouping contributed to most of the Tanner crab PSC, with 85% of the bycatch attributed to these stat areas as compared to all of the Gulf. I think we would expect to see these numbers given the density of crab here. As noted in the presentation, the groundfish harvest in these areas is relatively low compared to the rest of the Gulf. And I think further analysis will benefit from a longer time series, probably look at 2022 to up to 2023, and a better understanding of flatfish density outside the areas. Thank you. I did cut off a bunch.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So if there are any questions, Ms. Kimball.
Just a quick one in that last statement. Thank you, Teresa. Ms. Peterson, you're looking for a longer time series, and I think you might have misspoke, but could you repeat what time series you thought was appropriate to look at the span? Was it 2002 to 2023?
Yes, thank you for the question, because I was like looking at all that I had left in the timer. So yeah. I recognize that we were looking at a snapshot 19 to 23. So I think an appropriate time series would be 2012 through 2023. 2012 captures when we went through the sector split of Gulf. So it's a significant management shift. And then it also captures when the observer program, of course, was recovered in 2013. So thank you. And thank you for catching that. Yep.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Nate Rose, followed by Dave Kubiak.
Nate Rose is online.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. Nicole, do we have? Okay. Trying to establish a connection with Mr. Rhodes. Can you please unmute yourself, Mr. Rose?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council for allowing me to testify today. My name is Nate Rose. I'm a 39-year-old year-round resident of Kodiak, and I currently own and operate a 56-foot fiberglass seine boat on which I participate in the Kodiak tanner crab fishery, the state water pot cod fishery, rockfish jig fishery, halibut longline fishery, and the summer salmon fishery here in Kodiak. I currently fish a little bit in every month of the year. My wife and I are raising our 2 kids, 8-year-old Silas and 5-year-old Juniper, as children of the sea, and we pride ourselves in the focus and determination it takes to maintain a viable year-round small boat fishing operation. I support the AP motion to move the tanner crab protection discussion paper to initial review. As we consider the importance of protections for tanner crab, I think it is important to understand that diluting the impact of trawl PSC relative to the entire crab biomass creates figures less than 1% that paint a picture of a negligible impact on tanner crab populations. To give some context, the directed tanner crab fishery, while managed on the abundance of legal male tanner crab, is currently prosecuted on less than 1% of the total biomass of tanner crab. To argue that the interaction with tanner crab PSC is negligible is also saying that the importance of the fishery we rely on for roughly 20% of our annual income is negligible. Given the cyclical nature of tanner crab populations in Kodiak, we have been fortunate to enjoy the bounty the most recent cohort of crab has provided harvest on. The most recent trawl survey shows that the recruit of crab that will provide significant harvest opportunity for tanner crab fishermen currently exists, but they're 3 to 4 years away from legal harvestable size. We know the next 3 to 4 year tanner crab season is probably going to be fairly slim. The statistical areas 525,702 and 525,630 on the east side of Kodiak are tanner crab land. We know this, and additional protections for these crab through closures for non-pelagic trawl have the potential to help these stocks thrive and continue to provide economic opportunity for all fishermen, not just the small boat fleet. Conservation of these crab stocks is paramount, and the opportunity is right now. I'm going to leave you with a quote from one of my kids' favorite books, The Lorax, written by Dr. Seuss. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Let's see if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So David Kubiak is next, followed by Frankie Brown. Can you please unmute yourself, David? I'm getting some variable facial expressions from. Okay. Okay. We're not hearing you yet, David. Does he have to press *6? Oh, we can see that you're unmuted. For some reason, we're not getting audio through. Okay, just one moment. We're going to try one more thing. Okay, we will circle back to David before the end of the day. So we'll go to Frankie Brown and then Emil Christensen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, is this,
Frankie
is
Brown,
it, hi Frankie. Yes, we can hear you.
Lady Chair to the Council. Yeah, my name is Frankie Brown, and I am a trawler, and I've been in the fishery for 38 years now, and I've also fished several other fisheries. I'm also the vessel that had the crab incident that started all this, and I had 4 interpretations on the vessel of what happened. 3 aligned and 1 didn't. And even today, I don't know what happened. I don't know, what really happened. But what I do know what happened, the fact is there was some crab caught. How much? I don't know. Who knows? Like I said, it's all interpretation. But what happened afterwards was really sad when I take a look at how out of context it was taken. And I went in to be a contribution at that moment, and reported it to Julie to look at a way we could make sure this didn't happen again. But the story, passed through, one person to another person, another interpretation, another story. And here we are today. What would it look like as an industry if we came together and solved problems and worked together with different gear groups types? What would be possible? All the negative energy that I've heard and all the testimonies and stuff I've seen about everybody's out to fix the trawl industry. What would it look like if you look at your own fisheries and what you could actually contribute to those? Or what I might be able to support you with those fisheries, or what you might be able to support me with my fishery. I come into the space to be a contribution to see what's possible moving forward. I've been part of the council process and just in the fisheries for so long, and it's the same thing over and over. It's pointing fingers, it's blaming. It's beating your fellow fishermen down. When is it going to stop? When are we going to actually? So I'm leaving me out there that if the other fisheries want to get together, the leaders of these fisheries want to come together and look at solving problems, let's do it. Let's take some action and take the pressure off the council on these decisions. I don't support closures. Closures, occlusion is a human characteristic of a way of being that leaves unavailable in our listening and our ability to participate fully and authentically with other people. Requests or ideas, the opposite of being open. I'm open to see something different, to create something different between the fisheries. Unite and come together to make a difference, a powerful impact. If you're going to lead by example, lead by contribution, and lead by opening possibilities up. And I'm complete. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Emil Christensen, followed by Jake Everidge.
Madam Chair and Board, my name is Daniel Christensen. I got on a boat in 1959. And I've been fishing since I was a kid with my dad at 6 years old, 7 years old. This last year is the first year I've missed fisheries, but I'll tell you, I fished Tanners in 1987 with 125 pots on a 42 footer. We call that a small boat with a lot of gear. And today we're fishing 20 pots and fishing from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. I have never seen Tanner come back without protection. If you guys are going to make a decision, and I support the AP board, and I testified with them two days ago, I would like to say, you guys sitting here are making decisions on a fishery that we don't want to see somebody lose ground or something. We want to protect our fish. That's the way a native is in life, is protecting the resource. And you guys are sitting here as this is my 35 years I've been coming to this board and testifying for protection. The village is dying because of no fisheries. I used to fish 8 months out of the year. I raised 7 children, 8 children, and please protect the fisheries. We don't want to take away something from somebody, but we want to protect them. You guys are sitting here making decisions for the future of our children. And the future of your children might want to be a fisherman. I love fishing, and I've done it my whole life. And everything we take, we only take so much. We even call fishing game ourselves and close an area when we're herring fishing. If you guys are sitting here saying you're going to make the decision for us, you're educated. We're just fishermen. I love to fish. Please protect our crab. Where they came from, nobody knows. Not even fishing game wonders how come the crab are coming back. You guys, what we do have, please protect it. That's all I'm asking. That's all I have to say today. And I spend my whole life, I've had 3 strokes. And today is to walk up and tell you guys again, please protect the fisheries. That's what I've asked 30 years of my life coming to this board. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Christensen. See if there are any questions for you. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jake Everidge, followed by Scott Hokema. Is Jake online? Yes. I think we have you, Mr. Everidge.
Yep. How about now? There was a delay in unmuting for some reason.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I testified before the AP yesterday and definitely appreciated that opportunity as well. My name's Jake Everidge. I'm a 33-year-old owner-operator of the fishing vessel Alaskan. And interestingly enough, the Alaskan was built in 1967 as a king crab and shrimp boat. And now we participate in the Tanner crab fishery, as well as the pelagic and non-pelagic trawl fisheries in Kodiak. definitely believe it's important to protect crab, but it's really hard for me to support a blanket closure. You know, if we could do some more research that might support protecting the area during a certain time period of the year when they are spawning or when the aggregations are high, then I definitely would consider supporting that. But to just close an area because we think it might make a difference is just not a good move in my opinion. I'd also like to reference a previous comment made by a testifier that non-pelagic trawl is the dirtiest thing he's ever seen. I'd like to refute that statement, have specific knowledge of that tow that he made that he said was dirty. And of course it would be dirty. He towed right through the crab grounds and it was also done at nighttime. Didn't ask any of the other trawlermen that were on the grounds where to tow. And of course you're going to have a bad tow if you go where the crab live. As I said, I support protecting them. It's important for my livelihood. The crab fishery was a huge step up to start the year. It's a really healthy fishery, supports a lot of the small boats in Kodiak. But to just close the area because we think it's going to help is not a good move. Like I said, depend on tanner crab, depend on trawling. I want to see them both thrive. Pitting one gear group against just another group is not the right move. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from council members? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, Mr. Everidge, what fisheries you participate in?
Sure. We participate in the pollock fishery, the directed, well, actually there's no directed cod fishery except for this year, but bottom trawl fisheries, flatfish when there is a fishery, but for the last 3-4 years, market conditions really haven't been favorable and none of the processors want to buy flats. And then we also tender salmon as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thanks again for calling in.
Thank you.
So next is Scott Hokema, and after Scott, we will circle back to David Kobiak, and then we will be taking John Govin, who has a conflict tomorrow. So Scott Hokema.
You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Scott Hockema. My son and I own the Pacific Storm that exclusively operates in Kodiak. I've heard so many exaggerated stories on here from other gear types bashing trawlers. They obviously have no experience and it shows. They are showing pictures of pelagic trawls towing over red coral bottom. Let me be absolutely clear, coral will destroy a net. There is no way a pelagic trawl can touch anything other than soft mud bottom for short periods of time. Nobody in Kodiak touches the bottom for long periods of time like we're being accused of by other gear types with no experience. The 163,800 pots are also dropped on the bottom habitat and dragged around or lost during the season. Nobody's talking about that. Here we are again, hammering trawlers only, when other gear types with way higher bycatch rates having very little or no regulations at all. Why is that? If bycatch is really the issue. Fisheries such as longline with 65% bycatch rates and still use crucifiers don't seem to be any concern at all. Why is that? Nobody even looks at salmon seiner bycatch, and I'm aware of. If king salmon bycatch was counted in the same fishery, jaws would drop. I see salmon deliveries when tendering where one small boat having 10 times more kings than a trawler is allowed for the entire year. Yet nobody is discussing that. Why is that if bycatch is really an issue? Then I have questions on the low crab mortality rate on the crab fishery. How many times can a female and juvenile crab go up and down before it dies? It has to be very traumatic for a female or juvenile crab to go up, to have 11,700 pots dropped on them every day crab season for 2 weeks, smashing them into the bottom. Then they get ripped up off the bottom of the ocean at a high rate of speed, slammed into the rail, dropped on a launcher, shaken like crazy, shorted, kicked out the scupper in the exact same spot they were just caught. Do it and then do it over and over again. There is approximately 130 tanner boats in Kodiak times 30 pots per boat equals 11,700 pots hitting the bottom over and over every day for 2 weeks. 11,700 pots drop per day times 14 days equals 163,800 pots going up and down for season. Tell me how that doesn't hurt the crab stocks in a big way. then to have pot cod boats go right out to the same exact area of high female and juvenile crab areas after large males have already been removed from the crab season, again, is bycatch the issue. Crabs are scavengers that move into the trawl grounds to feed. The crab stocks are already declining dramatically again from predators and conditions. Why are there no crab in the carefully hand-picked crab closures that are already in place, including all the bays? We cannot afford another failed crab closure that hurts trawlers only and shrinks to 1% crab stock. I don't even know why another useless crab closure is even being considered. If something doesn't work for anyone, do we want to keep doing it? All of you have to be asking yourselves, why is the biggest biomass of crab right smack in the middle of the highest trawl area around Kodiak? I keep hearing 100% observer coverage for trawlers being suggested by other gear types that have very little or no observer coverage at all. I would like to see how they react under our regulations. You can bet your ass if 100% coverage is forced on us that we will fight like hell for all gear types to have 100% observer coverage, even salmon seiners or tenders or even cameras on their boats.
Mr. Hakama, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm just about done.
Okay, great.
Be real careful what you wish for. If we keep going like this, no one will be fishing. Trawlers are doing a way better job than they've ever done before. That's it.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. My question was on your testimony about, wondering how there's such high crab abundance in an area that is continually trawled, or a high trawl area. And the data from the paper sure didn't look like it was an area in which a lot of trawl catch was taken. So I was wondering if you could help me understand that statement.
It hasn't been taken recently because the market has crashed. We have normally fished that spot all the time. That's one of the most popular spots on the island. And I hear of these guys on here saying, why don't you just go fish someplace else? They have no idea what they're talking about. That is a very dynamic area with everything lives. We have all mixed species lives in that area. And for some reason, everything wants to come there. But we can't just go someplace else. You think we haven't thought of that? We go someplace, you're going to get less volume and going to get more bycatch by towing longer. And a lot of these areas, everybody's looking on the maps, they're not towable. There's huge sea lion rookeries. There's crab closures. There's all that we can't tow in the bays. And there's big areas where there's just no fish out in the middle of Shelikoff. And we just can't go. There's only like 8 or 10 spots around the island, and we have to rotate them around because when we tow there, I've done it time and time again. The crabs are a scavenger. They come to where the ground's being churned up and things. And I have had to leave. I start towing there and I get nice clean tows. Then it gets dirtier and dirtier. And then I have to leave and go to another spot. And the same thing happens over and over again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Hakama. I just missed what fisheries you participate in. Could you please repeat that?
The trawl fishery, obviously.
I was just wondering, so both pollock and flatfish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So we will circle back to David Kubiak. Is he online, Nicole? Okay. We'll see if we can make audio connection with you, David.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Dave Kubiak. I've lived and worked in Kodiak for the last 60 years, 43 of them as the owner and operator of my own fishing boat. I'm here today to urge you to move forward on tanner crab protection for areas 525702 and 525630. These two areas or parts thereof are special for tanner crab, which is the driving force behind this move to offer them protection against bottom contact by trawlers, both pelagic and non-pelagic. This is where most tanner crab are found, in a remnant of what they were back in their heyday when many millions of crabs were harvested with boats carrying many dozens of pots. I'd also like to point out that these two areas are unique for much more than just tanner crab, or perhaps that's why there's so many tanner crabs still holding out there when they have mostly disappeared from so many of their old haunts. Strong currents present in 252 or 525702 and 525630 are driven in part by the prevailing westerly or easterly winds. The resultant upwelling and downwelling mix nutrients there for planktonic blooms. These feed small fish and herring and so on and so forth. The rich mud of Ugak and Barnabas Gully support the largest concentrations of Comatians in the world, which in turn feed hundreds of gray whales, some of them staying there year round. We saw them during Tanners. This nutrient-rich habitat attracts even the rare right whale seen in the Barnabas Gully by researchers on the NOAA ship Oscar Dyson in August of 2021. This is just not another place to trawl, longline, or potfish. This is a uniquely productive coastal marine habitat that deserves a very special management. Contact with the bottom must be controlled. Trawl gear mud plumes carried away by strong currents have long-term deleterious effects on those rich deposits and the food web which make this area so productive. Over the many years that I've testified to reduce trawl-related bycatch, I've heard again and again that the status quo is the only way that the trawl fishery can be managed. Yet nearly every trawl vessel has undergone extensive expansion of capacity and power. I hear the trawl fleet would go broke when the Gulf of Alaska bycatch was reduced for halibut, when the Chinook salmon bycatch was limited, etc. Now we hear again that Tanner crab protections will put them out of business. Hindsight shows that the trawl fleet can and will adapt to regulatory changes, like the changes over the past 20 years. Protection for Tanner crab is unlikely to result in the dire predictions that you will hear here today. I urge the Council to take note of these special areas and to undertake protection against the degradation of this habitat that Tanner crab and so much more cannot afford to bear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubiak. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So we will take testimony from John Gavin, and then we will break for the day and begin testimony with Michael Heligso. So is John Gavin with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Strong Gavin, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for taking me out of order. I'm John Gavin, representing Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and I'd like to note that the Amendment 80 sector does fish for deep water flatfish in the Gulf, but it does not fish typically in the stat areas considered for this action. But we note that this is an important area. It has been for several shoreside trawl fisheries, and that an action to close would shift them to other areas with unknown ability to make up the revenues. From a big picture perspective, looking at the analysis, I don't think it provides a lot of evidence that trawl closures are going to be effective to rebuild crab populations. If you look at the table with the type 1, type 2 closures and adjacent areas in these stat areas, as others have said, you see more crab in the trawled areas than in these long closed areas. That said, if you are going to move forward with this consideration of this action, I would suggest that you include both elements of both AP motions. The second motion I'll focus on for a few seconds here. It really has some of the constructs of things that I think are closer to dynamic closures, as well as potentially more surgical closures. When I say dynamic closures, I think we don't right now the crab are in these stat areas, but if we use the kind of information in the second motion to identify areas of high abundance of Tanner crab in the Gulf, I think we could make these adjustments without having to go back to the drawing board as the ecosystem changes over time. And I think in considering that possibility of dynamic closures, what you have here that we don't have in the Bering Sea, as far as I know, is that you have the Tanner fishery in the winter, and it's really just prior to some of the trawl fisheries that use the area. So it's possible that information from that fishery could be used to identify the areas of high abundance, noting that the trawl survey information is from summer, but the information from fishing for tanners just prior to the fisheries you're looking to regulate might provide ways to be more surgical and be more dynamic, and hence more effective in focusing the protections on areas of high density of tanner crab. And I will stop there. Thank you very much for taking me.
Thank you very much. See if there are any questions. Okay. I'm seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Govin.
Thank you.
Thanks. So with that, we will break for the day and we'll come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and resume public testimony on D2. Thank you all.